TV. Where then I go, whoa! And then I'm gonna shimmy like this. I'm gonna shimmy it up, and then they're gonna take the flag from me, and I'm gonna try to hold on to it, but they're gonna take it.
Inside the garage area.
And then I'm gonna have a little fight because I want
the 2023 season.
hold on to the memories. Then I'm gonna have my assistant take a picture of me, and then I'm gonna give him the flag.
Welcome to the Daytona 500, Miss Tiffany. I hope you have a great day. And we'll be watching for Haunted Mansion coming up later this
Definitely watch for Haunted Mansion and watch for the after party season 2 on Apple TV, where I'm a detective and I'm very good at it.
Isn't
well, obviously that forensic CSI situation you were describing earlier.
Yeah, no, forensic technology.
Flag isn't supposed to be waving for another half hour.
Hacker. A hack.
So right now we just got the MRN
I'm just a girl.
broadcast. All the interviews.
I'm a detective. All girls are detectives. How you doing?
I'm
have a great time.
I'm great. You
bye
have a good time.
Give me your phone number. Stop playing with me.
Folks, there is so much more to that interview that did not even make the air. There's even stuff that happened after the microphones were off that I just can't put into words. I have on good authority from producer Trey that perhaps maybe you definitely want to download the NASCAR Live Wide Open podcast coming up on Thursday to hear what didn't make the air. Trust me, you will not be disappointed. Coming up, we're headed back to the grid as we count you down to the start of this year's Daytona 500.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Are you ready? To help children forget about their serious medical conditions so they can just be a kid. Then support Victory Junction, which is the dream of late race driver Adam Petty, who wanted to build a camp where children concentrate on fun and laughter, not illness or disability. At Victory Junction, kids enjoy ziplining, horseback riding, swimming, fishing, all in a medically safe environment, all at no cost to the camper. What do you say, Richard Petty?
Let's do this.
Learn more at victoryjunction.org.
When we come back, we'll chat with two drivers that have connections to the Indianapolis 500 as well as the Daytona 500. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
The streets of Chicago haven't seen anything like this. It's the NASCAR Chicago Street Race Weekend. July 1st through the 2nd. A 2-day racing and music festival featuring the Chainsmokers, the Black Crowes, Charlie Crockett, and Miranda Lambert. A NASCAR Xfinity Series race on Saturday and Cup Series race on Sunday. All in the heart of Chicago. Get your tickets now at NASCARChicago.com.
The NASCAR Foundation has great news for local nonprofit organizations. It's the first ever NASCAR Day Give-a-thon on May 19th, a national campaign to help nonprofit organizations raise funds to support their mission. By joining the NASCAR Day Give-a-thon, you'll benefit from a national marketing campaign to build visibility and drive donations for your organization, all at no cost to you. Visit NASCARDayGiveathon.org to sign up today. That's NASCARDayGiveathon.org.
You're listening to NASCAR Live Race Day from Daytona International Speedway. Now, back to Mike Bagley.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway, getting closer and closer to the start of the Great American Race. Jimmy Johnson has been introduced to the crowd in attendance. Of course, last year Jimmy raced in the Indianapolis 500. He comes back to the Daytona 500 this year to try to get number 3 in the Great American Race. He's with our Dylan Welch.
And of course, Jimmy has spent a little bit of time away from the NASCAR Cup Series, but back now with a limited schedule. So lot of different roles for you this week, but Jimmy, the driver, is the anticipation and the excitement of getting to compete in this race again back here as we stand on the grid.
It is. It's great to have these butterflies in the stomach. To be here with a full house, infield's sold out, grandstands are full. The energy here is electric and amazing. So I'm very thankful to be here again. Had no clue I was going to really come back, and then this thing developed so quickly with such a quality opportunity. I'm thrilled.
And you haven't had a ton of laps in this Generation 7 race car. Do you feel like you learned what you wanted to on Thursday in the duels to get ready to go here for 500 miles?
Yeah, every lap has certainly been helpful. I was out in Phoenix a few weeks ago and had a better sense of the car and what it would be like on other tracks. But the restrictor plate rules and package, yes, it is different, but it's closer to the old car than I imagined initially. So I've got 400 miles to really kind of learn more, put myself in different positions to learn from those decisions, and then be there at the end of this race.
All right, Jimmy Johnson knows how to win here at Daytona over 500 miles. Going to try and do it from 39th today, Mike.
And Jimmy Johnson, not the only driver in last year's Indianapolis 500. Connor Daly was in that race as well, but this has not been an easy week for Connor. They've had challenges, couldn't even take a lap qualifying on Wednesday night. They were able to get into the duel on Thursday, and now they will square off today. Connor will become the 62nd driver to run the Indianapolis 500 and the Daytona 500. Kim Kuhn is there.
And Connor's down here documenting his Daytona 500 day,
just
taking a
do
photo
it
of his car.
in
You
the same
described
year.
this as a childhood dream. So what has your day been like, and describe the emotion you're feeling right now?
That's been super cool. Honestly, driver interest is great because it was, talking to guys. I think a lot of these guys do respect the Indy 500 a lot and what we're doing in IndyCar, and chatting with Denny and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They saw how difficult it was going to be on Thursday night, the duel night, and it's kind of funny to talk about now because we made it and the car feels a lot better now. But this is a cool experience. The driver interest was awesome. Seeing all these fans here, the stands are packed. It's a new thing for me, but it's really, really cool, and it's an honor to be a part of this field.
Enjoy it.
Thank you so much. I'm going to do it. I'm going to try.
That's Connor Daly, from a driver making his Daytona 500 debut to postman who's standing along a 3-time Daytona 500 champion.
He is a 3-time champion, and all 3 of those championships in the last 7 races here at Daytona. So how do you feel about this year's effort as you start from the 18th spot, Denny?
Yeah, right in the middle of it. I am right dead in the middle of it, so I look forward to it. The FedEx 50th anniversary car looks fantastic. I love the sun's out. I love how warm it is. Handling is going to be a factor today, and I think that's going to be our strong suit.
When we look at this race, there's partners, there's teammates, there's Alliance cars. How do you play that with the Toyotas? A little less number as far as the other manufacturers goes. How do you guys play that?
I'll use anybody to my advantage, and I hope that they use me to their advantage. And that's typically how we've had success here, is that once it thins out, everyone's going to be for themselves, and certainly I will be at the end as well.
That's no doubt about it. Everyone is for themselves, and that's Denny Hamlin, a 3-time champion here of the Daytona 500.
If Denny Hamlin were to take that trip into Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane, he'll win his 4th Daytona 500 and now become tied with Cale Yarborough for the 2nd most wins in the Daytona 500 with 4. And of course, that is behind the king, Richard Petty, who has 7. Speaking of the king, he will have a very prominent role in today's pre-race. Past Daytona 500 champions, both in this race and not, will convene to give the command for the Great American Race coming up in just a few moments or so. Right now on the grid, everyone is getting settled in. There's a lot of humanity in that tri-oval, in the ball field as we call it, and on the grid itself. Driver introductions have taken place, and now as we work our way closer to the 500, those drivers are going to pause. They're going to take a moment to clear their heads and try to get their game face on. Speaking of getting game faces on, one driver is going to do it for this race for the last time. Kevin Harvick will run his final Daytona 500 today, and our Dylan Welch is with him.
Indeed, and having a nice moment here with his family. Wife Delena's here, Piper and Keelan are here, celebrating what is to be your final Daytona 500. How does it feel down here being on the grid for the final time?
It's exciting. I think just having everybody here that is normally not here, and the fans have been great, and seeing the cars on the grid and everything that NASCAR is doing for all the winners and champions is it's a lot of fun today. So definitely taking it all in, but I'm excited about getting in the car and being able to hopefully race our Ford Mustang to the front and keep it there, and keep it rolling is the main objective to the end of the day.
Enjoy it and good luck.
Thank you.
That's Kevin Harvick. He'll start 13th in his final Daytona 500.
We wish Kevin the best. He will be a two-time champion, a 2007 winner of the Daytona 500.
Why has Toyota racing fan Jess filled her Tundra up to the brim with bell peppers?
I think we can fit one more box.
It's because NASCAR season is back and she's doing her part.
Every race last year I ate one. Christopher Bell finished in the winner's circle. The sweet taste of impending victory.
To accomplish greater things this year, everyone plays a part. Be part of the action at toyota.com/racing. Toyota, let's go places. NASCAR is a registered trademark of National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, Inc.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries worried about COVID-19. COVID-19 tests are now
these
covered
ads?
by Medicare
Really?
Part B. That's right. Achieve DX will ship you your rapid COVID-19 test at no cost straight to your home. These easy-to-use FDA EUA authorized tests will give you results in 15 minutes. Even if you have a Medicare Advantage plan, you can have these tests delivered to your home at no cost to you, and the shipping is free. For your free COVID-19 tests, call Achieve DX at 800-249-8212. That's 800-249-8212. Call now.
The starting lineup and opening ceremonies for the Daytona 500 is up next. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
For 75 years, NASCAR has been making history.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes back to the Daytona International Speedway, leading the pack, coming to the line. He will win the Pepsi 400.
Catch the next iconic moment as we celebrate 75 years of NASCAR all season long.
Chastain did a video game move, drove it and never lifted.
Right here on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
On your ride home, catch NASCAR today to keep up with the latest.
Just to think I'm the Daytona 500 winner, I would have never dreamed it.
Every weekday, you'll hear the top news stories in the sport.
It's just an opportunity of a lifetime for me that I had to take.
Plus insights from your favorite drivers.
Can't thank Penske enough and everybody, involved for sticking with me and believing in me.
I'm Chase Elliott. Listen to NASCAR Today every weekday right here on the Motor Racing Network.
Here's the starting lineup for the Daytona 500, sponsored by eBay Motors. At eBay Motors, you can be your own pit crew with 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. Row 20.
Travis Pastrana, Annapolis, Maryland.
Jimmy Johnson, El Cajon, California.
Row 19.
Riley Herbst, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Ty Dillon, Lexington, North Carolina.
Row 18.
Kyle Busch, Las Vegas, Nevada. Cody Ware, Greensboro, North Carolina.
Row 17.
Connor Daly, Noblesville, Indiana.
Ty Gibbs, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Row 16.
BJ McLeod, Wauchula, Florida.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Olive Branch, Mississippi.
Row 15.
Chase Briscoe, Mitchell, Indiana. AJ Allmendinger, San Jose, California.
Row 14.
Justin Haley, Winamac, Indiana. Austin Dillon, Welcome, North Carolina.
Row 13.
Tyler Reddick, Corning, California. Eric Jones, Byron, Michigan.
Row 12.
Daniel Suarez from Monterrey, Mexico.
Ross Chastain, Alva, Florida.
Row 11.
Noah Gregson, Las Vegas, Nevada. William Byron, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Row 10.
Ryan Priest, Berlin, Connecticut.
Harrison Burton, Huntersville, North Carolina.
Row 9.
Denny Hamlin, Chesterfield, Virginia.
Zane Smith, Huntington Beach, California.
Row 8.
Martin Truex Jr., Mayetta, New Jersey. Bubba Wallace, Mobile, Alabama.
Row 7.
Todd Gilliland, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Kevin Harvick, Bakersfield, California.
Row 6.
Corey LaJoy, Kannapolis, North Carolina.
Michael McDowell, Glendale, Arizona.
And now, the top 10 starters. Starting 10th.
Brad Keselowski, Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Starting 9th.
Chris Buescher, Prosper, Texas.
Starting 8th.
Chase Elliott, Dawsonville, Georgia.
Starting 7th.
Brian Blaney, Hartford, Ohio.
Starting 6th.
Austin Cindric, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Starting 5th.
Christopher Bell, Norman, Oklahoma.
Starting 4th.
Eric Amarola, Tampa, Florida.
Starting 3rd.
Joey Logano, Middletown, Connecticut.
Starting 2nd.
Kyle Larson, Elk Grove, California.
And starting on the pole,
Alex Bowman, Tucson, Arizona.
that's the starting lineup for the Daytona 500.
And this Daytona 500 will bring to conclusion Speed Weeks 2023. Our coverage from Daytona began Wednesday. We had the chance to sit down and visit with every driver in the race today at Daytona 500 Media Day. And that night, we had every driver on track with Daytona 500 qualifying. Alex Bowman and Kyle Larson were the only two locked in on Wednesday night. We then moved to the Blue-Green Vacations duel at Daytona. And what a night that was there as we set the balance and set the starting field for the Daytona 500. We had Friday night's winner, Zane Smith, in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series with its season opener. We had Greg Van Alst win the season opener for the ARCA Menard Series yesterday afternoon. We had Austin Hill going back-to-back here at the World Center of Racing in February races, winning the season opener for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. And now today, the season opening Daytona 500 for the NASCAR Cup Series. Don't forget, folks, coming up, every morning, you can catch NASCAR Hot Pass with Kyle Rickey here on MRN. Every afternoon, NASCAR Today with Susie Armstrong. You'll have NASCAR Live Tuesday nights at 7. You'll have NASCAR Crew Crawl with Steve Post and Todd Gordon. Coast to Coast with Kyle Rickey and Chris Wilner on Wednesday. NASCAR Live Wide Open on Thursdays. NASCAR Classics there as well. Check it all out at MRN.com. We shift our attention now trackside for pre-race ceremonies for the Daytona 500.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Robertsdale High School Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, representing Advent Health of Central Florida, please welcome Chaplain Farzad Norian.
Lord God, we pause for a moment this afternoon to acknowledge you and ask for a sense of your presence to be with us. Please protect our drivers in the race today, our crew members, our fans, officials, and their families. And please protect and bless our men and women in the military and law enforcement. And Lord, please bless their families. For these things we ask in Christ's name. Amen.
Here to perform today's national anthem, please welcome platinum artist and songwriter Breland.
Is that Adam Alexander?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Opening ceremonies for the Daytona 500 are next. NASCAR Live Race Day has been brought to you by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez,
That's
it
a bad
sounds like
horn.
a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. Looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Looking for motorsports podcasts you won't find anywhere else? Check out the Motor Racing Network's lineup of exclusive podcasts. MRN Classic Races, Junior's Journey, The Many Hats of Jack Roush, Richard Petty, Road to Royalty, 50 Years of MRN, Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career, and The Tough Trucks of NASCAR. Find these and more MRN exclusive podcasts on podcast providers and MRN.com.
When we come back, we'll head upstairs to Jeff Striegel, Alex Hayden, and Rusty Wallace, and the command to fire engines from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Buying a house can feel like you're going 200 miles per hour in bumper-to-bumper traffic with a dirty windshield and the sun in your eyes. Ruoff Mortgage has the technology, expert staff, and resources to simplify the process while speeding up the time it takes to get clear to close. So while getting a loan can seem intimidating, Ruoff Mortgage will have you opening the door to your new home fast and stress-free. Visit ruoff.com to learn more. That's ruoff.com.
Jeff Gordon wins the Daytona 500.
Jeff Gordon's rise to one of NASCAR's all-time greatest drivers was one like no other. Relive Jeff Gordon's journey to the NASCAR Hall of Fame with the exclusive MRN podcast, Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career, 93 Cup Series wins, 5 Cup Series championships, and 3 Daytona 500 victories, a career rivaled by few others. Check out MRN's Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
For 65 years, each February, the eyes of the motorsports world become affixed on Daytona Beach, Florida, and a race that holds so much significance. A race that means different things to different drivers. 47-year-old Kevin Harvick will compete in his last Daytona 500 today. He is one of 41 drivers that have won this prestigious event. Kevin provides a perspective that only a 500 champion can.
Being fortunate enough to have won the Daytona 500 in 2007 and experience all the things that come with understanding why this is our biggest race and seeing the names on the trophy and holding the Harley J. Earl trophy in the air and realizing the things that go with the trophy and the names on it and the importance of understanding the significance of Daytona International Speedway, Daytona Beach, and what it means to NASCAR racing. You really get a better perspective of that when the race, and honored to be able to put your name on that trophy with everybody else.
While Kevin aims for his second 500 win, there are 33 drivers in today's field trying to obtain their first. Live from the World Center of Racing, the 65th renewal of the Daytona 500 is next.
Live on the Motor Racing Network, it's the NASCAR Cup Series.
A big thumbs up. Get ready to rock and roll past the race cars today, pal. Cool boys, let's execute. Have a good day.
Today, the Daytona 500 from Daytona International Speedway. Sponsored by Toyota. For the latest Toyota racing information, visit toyotaracing.com. By Sunoco. Fill up with top-tier certified Sunoco Ultratech today. By Ruoff Mortgage. At Ruoff Mortgage, we know the way home. And with every closing, we're opening doors. By Progressive. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average. By Mahindra, the official tractor of Tough. And Stewart Haas Racing. By Chick-fil-A. The Chick-fil-A Chicken Sandwich. An original then, an original now. Order today on the Chick-fil-A app. By eBay Motors. With all the right parts at the right prices. Visit ebaymotors.com. By Coca-Cola. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Take a taste and see. And by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your professional parts people.
40 drivers and race teams are ready to go. The 65th running of the Great American Race. And these drivers have thought about this moment and their chance to win the 500 since early childhood. Now ready to strap in for 200 laps, 500 miles, and an opportunity to etch their name into motorsports history by winning the Daytona 500. My name is Just Regal. Alongside is Alex Hayden and NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace. And Alex, the 500, the biggest motorsport event on the planet, or certainly one of them.
It absolutely is. Put it in the same echelon, obviously, with the Indianapolis 500, the Monaco Grand Prix, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It is a global event. The eyes on the racing world, dare I say, on the sports world, are on the World Center of Racing in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Rusty Wallace, you have stood right down there next to a car getting ready to take the green flag in the Great American Race. What are these drivers thinking and going through? What are the emotions?
There's a lot of emotions. They're a little bit nervous. This is the biggest race of the year. It's our Daytona 500, our Super Bowl. They know it. They've been doing tons of work all week long getting this car ready to go. And for me, when I stood down there, I just had to stay calm all I possibly can because I knew this was the big race. This was the one I've been waiting for all year long. And I'll tell you what, if you can win this race, your name will be heard all around the world.
And the names that have won this race are the biggest names in the world.
Petty, Earnhardt, Gordon, the list goes on and on. Will a dream be realized today, or will somebody who's already had that dream live out? Will they get to do it again?
This is Tony Stewart. You know me as a
We'll
champion
find
and
out
a tough
in
competitor.
about 3.5
so I'm
hours.
excited to partner with Mahindra Tractors, the official tractor of Tough and Stewart Haas Racing. This year, you'll find NASCAR Cup Series driver Chase Briscoe on the track in our number 14 Mahindra Tractors Ford Mustang. And you'll find me driving a Mahindra tractor on my own land. So cheer on the number 14 Mahindra Tractors car. Then race into your local Mahindra dealer or visit MahindraUSA.com. Tell them Smoke sent you.
Looking for motorsports coverage you can't find anywhere else? Look no further than the Motor Racing Network's lineup of weekly podcasts. NASCAR news and interviews on NASCAR Live and NASCAR Live Wide Open. NASCAR Cup Series Insight on Crew Call. NASCAR Grassroots Racing News and Talk on NASCAR Coast to Coast. And Sprint Car Talk on Winged Nation. All these and more available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
The Tough Trucks of NASCAR, an exclusive podcast from the Motor Racing Network.
Ron Horner today, green flag is in the air, and he will take the field quickly to turn one.
Relive the moments of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series from its debut in 1995.
Checkered flag in the air, Skinner wins from the inaugural for the NASCAR Truck Series by Craftsman.
The legends of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Todd Bodine wins 4 in a row on super speedways.
The Tough Trucks of NASCAR, available on podcast platforms and MRN.com. The year was 1993. The NASCAR Cup Series season kicked off with the Dale and Dale show at the Daytona 500.
Dale Jarrett's got the lead. He goes to the inside. Earnhardt's not going to get him. Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500 by STP. Earnhardt second.
The 1993 NASCAR Cup Series season. All the highs and lows. Relive them all on MRN's exclusive podcast, The 1993 Season. Available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
Around 65 seconds before the engine's fired. Before that happens, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network.
They're just introducing the legends who will give the command.
Motor Racing Network live in Daytona Beach, Florida, as we get set for the Daytona 500 here on the Motor Racing Network. The drivers, most of them have cinched in their race cars already. Some of the Grand Marshals, including Daytona 500 winners and champions of NASCAR, are still standing alongside some of the greats of our sport, Drivers competing today like Kevin Harvick, Jimmy Johnson, and Joey Logano, part of that Grand Marshal group.
On a perfect Sunday afternoon, Daytona Beach, Florida, the world center of racing, the Daytona International Speedway, getting ready for the 65th running of the Daytona 500. Temperatures will climb near 80, mostly blue sky, a little white clouds here and there. A perfect afternoon to go racing, Alex Hayden.
It absolutely is. So without further ado, why don't we get ready to go trackside and get the command to get the engines fired up down here at the World Center of Racing. The drivers are ready to go. The fans are ready to go. We are ready to go.
Start your engine!
Over 100,000
That is how you start the season.
grandstands, the moment they have been waiting for, and so have you. The engines have fired downstairs. 40 cars have come to life. Coming up, it is the Daytona 500, and it's next right here on the Motor Racing Network.
Hello there, my name is Seychelle, and
Oh.
what makes the Chick-fil-A
Hey,
chicken
Travis, hello.
sandwich original to me is the punch of
got a
flavors
message
that's
from
unlike
Devin,
any
one
other.
of my
You
sim
get the
leads.
crispy tenderness of the chicken and that hint of sourness from the pickles. Ta-da!
Hey, I'm Juan, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is you know you're gonna get chicken that's crispy, golden, and juicy. This is the gold standard of chicken sandwiches.
Order the original Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Don't miss a moment of the NASCAR season.
Chastain drove it and never lifted. Put it against the safer barrier and all the way around the turn, passes Denny Hamlin.
Check out the Motor Racing Network's coverage of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and the NASCAR Cup Series on hundreds of local radio stations around the country. Find your local station by going to MRN.com to catch the excitement of NASCAR on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
We gotta pin
The
this.
Air Force Thunderbirds are here, and they are putting on a show. We'll explain when we come back from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, I'm MRN lead pit reporter Steve Post. Go behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
They're really strong and going to win races soon.
We'll talk to some of the biggest names standing atop the pit box. Crew chief for William Byron on that number 24 car, Woody Fugel, as well as break down all the exciting action from the weekend in NASCAR.
The one car with 2 wins and all the top 5s he's had. Ross and Phil have done a phenomenal job.
You can download MRN Crew Call wherever you get your podcasts.
On Thursdays, NASCAR Live goes wide open. This podcast has you covered with interviews from the biggest newsmakers in the sport.
My job is to ultimately drive fast. It's a track that can jump out and bite you, but I feel like it's my type of racetrack.
We also hear behind-the-scenes stories on some of your favorite drivers that you won't hear anywhere else.
There's a picnic table laying up in the field. Me and Joey both looked at each other and said, we should ride this thing down the hill.
New episodes drop every Thursday. Subscribe to NASCAR Live wherever you listen to podcasts.
To say this place is electric or this place is rocking, Alex Hayden, would be a major understatement. Right now, it is the Air Force Thunderbirds putting on a show.
United States Air Force Thunderbirds celebrating their 70th year as the aerial demonstration team of our nation's Air Force, and they're not done yet. They still have one more surprise up their sleeve here.
Oh, I tell you what, that was just amazing what just happened. They went past us like Mach 2 or something. I mean, they're just completely screaming and really putting a show on for these race fans. It is electric up here, I'll tell you that.
You had a chance to ride with them before. The cars, by the way, they are on. They're rumbling down there. They have yet to pull out onto the racetrack. We'll take you around the racetrack when they hit it. You had a chance to go up with the Thunderbirds. We're all envious. We're all jealous. We were until we saw you get back from that ride. What was it like?
It was outstanding and a chance and an opportunity of a lifetime. So very grateful to Chip Weil and everybody at the Daytona International Speedway for giving me that chance, certainly to the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. And Lieutenant Colonel Gorney, they call him Miami. He told me he was going to take it easy on me, and if that was taking it easy on me, he was lying, because they did all they could the 9 Gs. It was incredible. It's one of the greatest things I've ever done. I'm not the only one. Our own Kim Kuhn working pit road. She also got an opportunity to go up with the United States Thunderbirds.
Well, tell us just a minute about it, Kim Kuhn, as they make yet another pass. The Air Force Thunderbirds here at Daytona.
Well, I gotta say, I've seen the interviews with Jimmy Johnson. He got to go up this weekend, and he talked about how he did not get sick. I cannot say the same for myself. I lost my lunch up there, but it was worth it. I had so much fun. Such a great group of guys and girls that are part of the Thunderbird program, and it still stands as one of the best experiences of my life.
Yeah, they're. You can hear it in the background. They are putting
I could hear the Thunderbirds in the background.
4 of them working in the Delta formation. The 2 soloists now are scurrying to try to catch back up with them for one more maneuver here over this massive sold-out stadium that is the Daytona International Speedway.
Well, before they buzz us again, let's take a swing around this 2.5-mile super speedway. They call it the Daytona International Speedway. As the pace cars begin to pull away, Joey Logano will pull away momentarily. Harvick lines up next to him. Tyler Reddick, they're all there ready to hit the high banks. So why don't we do that for you right now and bring in 3 more voices ready to go. Outside, turn 2 from Barrie, Vermont. There, as always, it is Dave Moody.
Thank you, Jeff Striegel. Good afternoon, everybody. Keeping it at one eye over my
Dave
shoulder for yet
Godfather
another
Moody.
low-altitude strafing run. Let's give you the lay of the land here at this end of Daytona International Speedway. As they thunder down the front straightaway and into turn number 1, they'll tip them up 33 degrees on the driver's side door, 33 degrees of banking, plenty enough to allow these drivers to keep the hammer all the way to the floor as they run through these 4-degree tall and 4-story tall embankments. They'll come off onto turn number 2. The banking falls away to just 5 degrees. That's where things can get a little chaotic and a little crazy from time to time. We'll watch it all unfold here at the top of turn number 2. Now to the other end of the back straightaway, and here they come again, Mike Bagley from Milford, Delaware.
Oh, yeah, we got a duck up here, man. They are hauling the mail up there. So glad to have the United States Air Force Thunderbirds a part of the process. You as well at home. And, of course, we're all getting ready to watch 40 of the best NASCAR drivers square up. When they exit turn 2, it'll be onto the back straightaway. We always talk about the draft, taking advantage of an opportunity produced by the car in front of you that punches that hole in the air. You can slide up right behind that car in front of you, and then you both duck out. Well, I say you both, you're going to need more than that. We've learned over the years at Daytona, and especially with this Generation 7 race car, that strength comes in numbers, and that's what they're going to need here this afternoon in order to make their way to the front. But if you step out and no one goes with you, you're going to the back. It's all about give and take, and it's all about making partnerships, developing friendships over the course of about 490 miles. But in the 10 miles that remain, that's where all those friendships dissolve, that is, and it's every driver for themselves. We'll cover all the high-speed action as the field rolls on to the Daytona Super Stretch to check it for the very first time. When they race by me in turn 3, it'll be back up into the banking of turns 3 and 4 and into the view of Killingly, Connecticut's Kyle Rickey.
All right, thank you very much, Mike, and good afternoon, everybody, from what I believe is the best seat in the house here in Daytona, the Sunoco Tower, just to the outside of turn number 4. This end of the speedway also banked at 31 degrees, wide enough for 2 and 3 wide racing. And I'll watch all of those drafts come together and fall apart as the afternoon rolls on. To my right, a sold-out grandstand of over 100,000. Across from me in the infield, another 50 or so thousand as the Thunderbirds scream overhead once again. Everyone's ready for the 65th Daytona 500. We'll have it all covered through turns 3 and 4 here this afternoon.
It's going to be a fantastic race. There are 200 total laps in today's event before we figure out who will be down in victory lane, presented by Ruoff Mortgage. Whether you're searching for your first home or your next, Ruoff Mortgage is by your side every step of the way. Visit ruoff.com to learn how.
Sports are easy to disagree on. Let's see what happens when sports talk hosts talk about something they agree on.
I'm saying drivers who switch and save with
don't want to think
Progressive
about that
could
one.
save hundreds.
Well, I disagree. I think drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Come on, man. Wait, I think we're saying the same thing.
Oh, so what do we do now?
Everyone agrees that drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. National average 12-month savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive between June 2020 and May 2021. Potential savings will vary.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
In today's field, 7 past Daytona 500 winners. 5 drivers are making their very first start in the Great American Race, and there are 8 NASCAR Cup Series champions. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
From the infield garages to the race shops, NASCAR Hot Pass is your all-access ticket to the latest news from the sport.
Well, we got them down, now we put our foot on them. And that's the attitude you gotta have.
I don't think it's a move that can have any success at Martinsville. I still don't know why it worked.
Stay up to date with all of your favorite drivers all year long.
Get to the Final Four is what every driver in NASCAR's goals are.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network.
It's all happened on the streets of Chicago, but these streets haven't seen anything like this. NASCAR is coming to Chicago, and it's going to be one epic weekend. A NASCAR Xfinity Series race Saturday, and Cup Series race on Sunday, and live music all weekend long. You ready? NASCAR Chicago Street Race Weekend, July 1st and 2nd, 2023. Get your tickets now at NASCARChicago.com.
We welcome you back to the World Center of Racing. The drivers, the cars, they're on the high banks and the pace and parade laps. Time to bring you 3 things you need to know before the drop of the green flag. This report from Pit Road is presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all of your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. We start at the exit of Pit Road, and the Motor Racing Network lead pit reporter from Halstead, Pennsylvania, Steve Post.
Alex, on our NASCAR Live pre-race show, Mike Bagley talked about the 7 active drivers that have won the Daytona 500. Only 4 active crew chiefs have won the Great American Race. Chris Gabehart is the crew chief for Denny Hamlin. He's won it twice, both of those with Denny Hamlin. Drew Blickensderfer, crew chief for Eric Almirola. He's won it twice. Won it in 2009 with Matt Kenseth, 2021 with Michael McDowell. So Drew Blick looking for a 3rd win with a 3rd different driver. Lone race, Daytona 500 winners. Our analyst and my co-host on MRN Crew Call, Todd Gordon, he won the race with Joey Logano in 2015. He's calling the shots for Jimmy Johnson here this afternoon. And last year it was Austin Cindric driving to victory lane. Jeremy Bullins, his crew chief, a champion here in the Daytona 500. For those 4 looking for multiple championships, for the other 36 crew chiefs, they're all looking for their first win here in the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. Dylan?
Steve, one driver who has not won the Daytona 500, has never even started the Daytona 500 until today, is Travis Pastrana, the motocross star of Global Rallycross, and driver of basically anything with wheels and a motor, making his Daytona 500 debut today. He talked to Mike Bagley and I earlier this week at NASCAR Media Day about how this race was a bucket list race for him in his racing career. That was before he even qualified in on Wednesday night, and then once he did, when he got out of the car, he was so happy, so emotional. You can tell that he wanted to be here. He wanted to compete in this race, and it was more than just checking something off the list. It was a race that he was truly honored and is honored to be a part of today. He's got his work cut out for him. He's got an experience deficit. He knows that, but he's going to be fun to watch regardless, and he's going to have fun no matter what the result today. Travis Pastrana rolling from shotgun on the field today. Kim Coon starting 40th.
Well, Dylan, speaking of new faces in the Daytona 500, it has been a whirlwind of a week for IndyCar veteran Connor Daly and the Money Team. Against the odds, Connor is making his Daytona 500 debut, something he considers a childhood dream. Now, they've gotten the car better than it was in their dual race, but Connor told me he found practice frustrating because he wants to learn as much as he can and run with other cars, but there just isn't enough confidence yet from some of the other drivers and teams to dice things up with the number 50 car in the draft. Something, though, he says he understands. He tells me the goal for today, to make no mistakes and be on the lead lap at the end of the race, because he says you never know what might happen in the closing lap. He rolls off in the 34th position.
And there is your Daytona 500 broadcast team. Dave Moody, Mike Bagley, Kyle Rickey in the turn, Steve Post, Dylan Welch, Kim Kuhn on pit road. Again, my name is Jeff Striegel, joined topside by Alex Hayden and NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace. Those 7 drivers that we were talking about, you mentioned it earlier. Austin Dillon in the field, former winners. Austin Dillon, Austin Cindric, Michael McDowell, Joey Logano, and Kevin Harvick. Jimmy Johnson, a 2-time winner, and Denny Hamlin in the field as a 3-time Daytona 500 winner.
You have all that experience, Rusty Wallace. You know what it's like to get the taste of Rural Mortgage Victory Lane at Daytona International Speedway. Speaking of a Hamlin or a Johnson or a Logano. But it's a new day and you still got 500 miles to run. How do you channel your experience but also understand that you've got other drivers that want the same thing that you've already tasted?
Well, what I'm doing right now, I'm watching what happened in 150-mile qualifying races. I'm watching what's happened all week long, and I'm thinking about that. I'm making sure that my car is handling good. That's the most important thing, having a good handling car. And I'll tell you what, it's hard to get them just perfect here at Daytona. Now, one thing they got going on, it's sunny today. It's hotter. So I'm taking that into mind, too. I'm thinking, hey, it's hot. We haven't practiced in this temperature. I'll be ready to be communicating with the team to tell them what the car needs. And I'm just going to do what I told you guys in my progressive keys to the race. I'm going to start this race now. I'm going to get my rhythm going. I'm going to settle down. I'm not going to get too racy. I'm going to be an onboard computer telling the crew exactly what this car is doing now, and let's stay working on it, stay fixing and get perfect for the end of the race.
And I believe you, Rusty Wallace, but how long does it actually take you as a driver just to settle in, get the emotions cleared? Obviously, this place is electric. You've been hearing everything, the crowd, the band, the music. How long does it actually take once the green flag goes in the air where you're actually settled in and ready to race?
Well, it takes me about 20 laps into the race to finally get settled in. I was really pretty settled in once I got in the car, fired the engine, and got away from the driver's meeting and all the folks I had to talk to before I got in the car. So right now, this is one area where they're pretty calm right now. But once they get about 20 laps in the race and these drivers know that these cars are handling good or handling bad or whatever, at least they'll get a great idea about what's going on with their vehicle. About 20 into it.
They're coming off turn 4. Kip Childress, the
Off
NASCAR
of
Cup
4.
Series pace car driver. Beautiful
Childress.
blue Chevrolet Corvette
Oldest
Z06.
Corvette.
He's at the helm, about ready to peel off the
Pit
track
lane.
to call the start of the Great American Race for the Motor Racing
It's been
Network from Grand
105
Rapids,
days
Michigan.
since the last
Here's Jet
checkered
Street.
flag
Fans
fell.
young and old from all over the world.
And today,
this
the green
capacity
flag will
crowd
fly.
anticipating and waiting. And the
On the
wait is
75th
over.
season,
The
green flag flies.
is in the
We're
air.
racing
We are
the Daytona
underway.
500.
The 65th running of the Great American Race. Chevrolets up front. Chevrolets will lead the field to turn 1 for the first time.
Alex Bowman will start in the outside lane, so he's got the top of the track, drafting help from Eric Almirola. Bottom of the track, Kyle Larson. He's got drafting help from Joey Logano. Larson to the point as they hit the back stretch.
Kyle Larson will scoot out, grab the lead with Joey Logano in tow. Alex Bowman a little bit behind, coming off 2. He'll catch up. He'll seize the lead on the back straightaway with Eric Almirola in tow and Austin Cindric along for the ride as well.
Here comes Kyle Larson, though, back to the
Get
inside
timing
with Joey
scoring
Logano
up.
in tow and is able to pull up alongside his Hendrick Motorsports teammate of Alex Bowman, and they are side by side for the top spot.
Off turn number 4, headed back to the tri-oval, lap number 1 of the Daytona 500. It will be led by a fender across the line by Alex Bowman. Make that Kyle Larson by a fender on the inside lane.
Maybe half a fender, maybe a foot is the difference between them right now as they race to
The turn 3, led by Alex Bowman. Here comes Kyle Larson back to the bottom.
Everybody looks pretty hooked up right now. Like I told you earlier, let's get some rhythm. Let's settle in. Let's see what's going to happen with our car. Generally, around lap 20 to 25 is when the cars start doing something. Either they start pushing the front end or they get loose. That's when the handling of the car is going to change. That's because the tire wear is going away. The tires are getting wore. Things are changing in the car. Right now, they're settled in and the car's hooked up really good because we got fresh tires. We're only about 3 laps in this race right now, guys.
They repaved Daytona International
I'm
Speedway a
trying to
handful
get
of years ago, but talking to a lot of the crew
timing
chiefs this
scoring
morning
app
down in the NASCAR Cup
through.
Series garage, Jeff, A lot of the crew chiefs said handling is back at Daytona. No longer is it, you just plant the floorboard or the accelerator of the floorboard and go wide open. You have to understand the handling characteristics to get around this racetrack.
And like Rusty said, we will see that come into play as these laps go on and on and on. By the way, quick movers early on include Travis Pastrana up 4, Ross Chastain down 5. Top 2 still nose to tail, Dave.
Kyle Larson coming off turn number 2. He's got Joey Logano in his hip pocket. Trying to hang on to the outside lane is Alex Bowman.
Inside line advances here coming out of turn number 2, but the outside line seems to kick in late in the run. Now here's Kyle Larson. Joey Logano's just buried in his trunk. Now the front 2 will clear the pack for a moment.
Led by Kyle Larson, then Joey Logano, Alex Bowman, first car in that outside lane. Then it's Christopher Bell to the inside of Eric Almirola in that second row.
Kyle Larson wants to lead the Daytona 500. Heck, he may not even have a choice because Joey Logano is going to continue to shove him on the inside lane. Logano's got Christopher Bell stacked up on his back bumper. That's the inside lane as they chug on to turn 1.
Nobody able to get much of an advantage still as we continue to work the early stages. It's Larson by a car length, then Joey Logano side by side with Alex Bowman. Nobody getting in. Everybody pretty comfortable in the early going.
What a great exercise in patience and restraint here in the opening laps. There is not a 3-wide line that is broken out yet. Everyone following the other, except for Larson and Bowman. They have clear windshield out of the front of the car.
Kyle Larson continuing to lead that inside lane. Alex Bowman to the outside. Then it's Joey Logano and Eric Almirola. Everybody in lockstep formation side by side.
Now, about a lap ago, the 22 car, Joey Logano got in the back of Kyle Larson coming down the back straightaway. Actually turned Larson a little bit sideways in the middle of that back straightaway, and that's the area, guys, we talked about. Man, you got to be careful. Look what happened to Kyle Busch in the 150s. He got turned sideways right into the outside wall. You can't let this bump drafting go bad on you this early in the race.
190-mile-an-hour pace lap formation. Mike Bagley off 2, headed your way.
Larson with the advantage again on the bottom of the racetrack. Joey Logano continues to work his way onto that back bumper, although Joey will back away this time. That gives the outside line an advantage.
Nearly 7 laps in, and no one has made a move. Still a high-speed pace lap. And the entire field locked up side by side behind Larson and Bowman.
The sun will peek through the clouds yet again. That'll force these paint schemes to dance and glitter in front of a sold-out house. The inside lane led by Kyle Larson. Outside, the purple and white Ally Chevrolet, the pole sitter Alex Bowman.
190-mile Noah's Ark formation into turn number 1. They are 2x2 at the front. They're 2x2 all the way back to the tail end of the field. Nobody able to get the advantage off 2.
A couple of Chevrolets up front. A couple of Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolets leading the Daytona 500 in the early going. Kyle Larson to the inside. You've got Alex Bowman to the outside. Eric Almirola giving the shove to Bowman topside.
That outside lane a bit more organized than the inside. It's Larson and Logano on the bottom, then a car length back to the Toyota of Christopher Bell, and 2 more to Ryan Blaney.
And once again, they make their way back off 4 and to the tri-oval. We are early in the running of the Daytona 500. A quick look at the top 5 and a reminder, lap 65 will conclude stage number 1. The top 5 as they come across the line. Really not a lot has changed since we dropped the green flag. It's Bowman, Larson, Eric Almirola, Joey Logano, and Austin Cindric.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim.
Try one more time with
Jim.
With the R NASCAR.
On the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Okay. Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Do you have an unused car, truck, motorcycle, boat, or RV taking up space? Put it to good use by donating it to the NASCAR Foundation. Proceeds help fund medical resources for children in our racing community. Your wheels can heal. Call 844-NASCAR-9 and we'll come tow away your vehicle for free. The process is quick. Your gift is tax deductible. Call 844-NASCAR-9 to donate your vehicle to the NASCAR Foundation today. Your donation will help our children survive and thrive.
The last time the pole winner won at Daytona, you got to go all the way back to 2000. It was done on that day by Dale Jarrett. The pole winner this day was Alex Bowman. He did that back on Wednesday. Alex Bowman continues to lead here at Daytona, but only by inches over his teammate, Kyle Larson from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Ruoff Mortgage wants to welcome you home with their fast and stress-free mortgage process. Ruoff knows that when you're ready to move, you want to keep things moving. From the moment you start, Ruoff makes sure the process moves quickly, often twice as fast as other lenders, so you can close quickly and settle in sooner. Visit Ruoff.com to learn how you can qualify for the fastest loan of your life. That's Ruoff, RUOFF.com.
For 3 decades, Racing Electronics has been the #1 choice for scanners, headsets, and all race communications needs. Racing Electronics provides the ultimate fan experience for the ultimate NASCAR fan. Don't forget to rent early because Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online. Hear uncensored communication from every team in the race with a scanner from Racing Electronics. Stop by and see them in the vendor area to purchase your very own. Visit racingelectronics.com for more information.
Top 3 have broken away from the 2x2 battle. Kyle Larson's going to lead off turn number 4. But again, it's on because here comes Christopher Bell to the outside in the Toyota, and by inches, it's Kyle Larson. It's Kyle Larson over Christopher Bell, Joey Logano, Alex Bowman, and Eric Almirola, top 5. Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, Chase Elliott. How about Corey LaJoie? He's up to 9th. And Brad Keselowski right now is running 10th. Green flag flew 12 laps ago.
And that green flag that was waved at the start-finish line to get the Daytona 500 underway, and the 75th anniversary of NASCAR, it's a special green flag. Every driver that's in today's Daytona 500 autographed that green flag. Jimmy Johnson then took it and went flying with the United States Air Force Thunderbirds with that green flag. Once it was waved and started today's Daytona 500, it was then brought right down to the base of the flag stand and presented to Winston Kelly, Executive Director of the NASCAR Hall of Fame. You can go to the NASCAR Hall of Fame in Uptown Charlotte and see that green flag to kick off the 75th anniversary, signed by every driver in today's Daytona 500.
And that is absolutely cool, and Winston Kelly has got it, and right now Christopher Bell's got it. He's got the lead midway down the super stretch.
Christopher Bell made a couple of moves here in the last couple of
Bell
laps, and he has shifted to the high
He
lane.
has
He is leading, and he's
48,
bringing others along for the
Alex
ride
Bowman.
as well.
Including Alex Bowman, who is right there in the second spot. Eric Almirola, third car in line in the outside
Almirola trying to get around Larson.
That
That
continues
would
to
be
be
the
led by
third.
Kyle Larson and Joey Logano.
It looks to me like everybody's really holding a pretty wheel right now. Everything was pretty well settled down. It looks calm, but one guy's running good also. What about that 2 car, the discount tire car, Alex, who won the race last year this afternoon, right before this race started? They got that car given back to them.
Yeah, they did, and that's part of the tradition of winning the Daytona 500, Rusty. That car, once it passes post-race technical inspection, as it came off the racetrack, gets put over here on display for the fans to see all year long. And then the morning of the next Daytona 500, like today, they present that car back to the race team. Roger Penske, Walt Zarnicki, the driver Austin Cindric, crew chief Jeremy Bullins, all of them down there to receive that race car back from Daytona International Speedway President Frank Kelleher. It was a great moment. They got that car back from a year ago, but believe me, they'd love to present this car right back into that museum.
Now here they come again across the start-finish line. Dave, last lap, 190 miles an hour, a 40-car group separated by just 2.5 seconds.
15 trips around this 2.5-mile super speedway. Total cumulative advantage gathered up by Christopher Bell, about a car length. Not even that now, as Kyle Larson's back on the attack.
Kyle Larson still has Joey Logano angled up behind him, while Christopher Bell has Alex Bowman stacked up there. Bowman right now about a half car length behind Bell. Here comes the inside lane again.
Led by Kyle Larson, gets a big shove by Joey Logano, and Ryan Blaney to to the bottom, and once again, they're stacked up side by side through the field.
Chevrolet on the bottom and Kyle Larson, a Toyota on the outside lane, led by Christopher Bell. Then the Ford Mustang, Joey Logano's inside of the second row, if it were, if at 192 miles an hour as they continue to funnel off into one.
Christopher Bell continues to show the way. He's got a couple of car lengths in hand this time. The side-by-side battle right behind him. Alex Bowman to the outside lane. Kyle Larson on the bottom.
Leaders to the back straightaway as Christopher Bell and that yellow and black Toyota Camry paces the outside line. The red, white, and blue Chevy Camaro of Kyle Larson beginning to fall back now into a side-by-side battle for third.
Top two have been able to break away at the front, and as I say that, Larson gets a full head of steam by Joey Logano into turn number 3, and once again challenges Bell for the top spot.
Dave Moody, one driver on the move, and it's amazing that he's been able to pick up spots, is Kyle Busch. He is working right now the outside lane. He started out back. He's up 14 spots and looking for more.
Things a little less nose to tail in the second half of this pack, and Kyle Busch has taken advantage of that. He's bobbed and weaved his way, but he's in heavy traffic and in the box right now on a 2.
Well, if he's able to break free of the back of the pack, he's going to be met with solid walls of traffic inside and out. The outside line continues to make progress, but again, that changes as Logano applies pressure to Larson's back bumper.
Kyle Busch deep in that outside lane as the inside lane now gets a bit of a run. Once again, off of turn number 4, led by Kyle Larson.
Off turn number 4, back to the line. Lap number 18 goes on the board of the Daytona 500. Christopher Bell has the DeWalt colors up front.
Where will your new Chevy take you this year? Anywhere. It's the perfect time of year to take your next adventure off-road in a powerful Chevy Silverado. Round up the whole gang for some family fun in a Chevy Equinox. Hey kids, let's go. Or take your night on the town by storm in a stylish Chevy Blazer. Make more memories and take on the road ahead. Wherever it leads you. Find new experiences, find new roads. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
It's all happened on the streets of Chicago, but these streets haven't seen anything like this. NASCAR is coming to Chicago, and it's going to be one epic weekend. A NASCAR Xfinity Series race Saturday and Cup Series race on Sunday, and live music all weekend long. You ready? NASCAR Chicago Street Race Weekend, July 1st and 2nd, 2023. Lock in your experience now at NASCARChicago.com.
Not a whole lot has changed. The entire field continues to run double wide, inches apart at 192 miles an hour, with Christopher Bell being scored the race leader last time by Alex Bowman 2nd, Kyle Larson 3rd, Eric Almirola 4th, and Joey Logano 5th from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Victory Junction was young race driver Adam Petty's dream. He worked toward building a camp where children with serious medical conditions could concentrate on fun and not their illness or disease. When he died tragically, his family and friends around NASCAR made sure that dream came true. Today, Victory Junction is a camp that provides fun, life-changing experiences to children dealing with illnesses and disabilities, all at no cost to the camper. Help us serve more children by visiting victoryjunction.org.
For 3 decades, Racing Electronics has been the #1 choice for scanners, headsets, and all race communications needs. Racing Electronics provides the ultimate fan experience for the ultimate NASCAR fan. Don't forget to rent early because Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online. Hear uncensored communication from every team in the race with a scanner from Racing Electronics. Stop by and see them in the vendor area to purchase your very own. Visit racingelectronics.com for more information.
If it's in the yard, then it's for sale. It's easy to switch and sing.
We welcome you back to the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. So we race the Daytona 500. Handful of laps into this thing now, 21 to be exact. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, brought to you by the Chick-fil-A Chicken Sandwich. An original then, an original now. Order today on the Chick-fil-A app.
Kyle Larson shows the way here at Daytona. Christopher Bell 2nd. That's as they came across the line last lap. That's going to change as they come off of the Turn 4 banking across the start-finish line. This will be lap 22, and it is Kyle Larson leading over Joey Logano. Now Ryan Blaney third, Christopher Bell fourth, Chase Elliott fifth, Alex Bowman sixth, seventh, Brad Keselowski eighth, Eric Almirola, Austin Cindric ninth, and Chris Buescher is 10th.
Running 11th is Corey LaJoie. Running 12th is Michael McDowell. 13th is Todd Gilliland. Kevin Harvick goes 14th.
12.
Martin Truex Jr. goes 15th. Ryan Preece is being scored 16th. 17th is William Byron. 18th, Denny Hamlin. 19th, Bubba Wallace. And 20th is Noah Gragson.
21st, Justin Haley. 22nd, Tyler Reddick. 23rd, Harrison Burton. Daniel Suarez, 24th. Eric Jones, 25th. A.J. Allmendinger, 26th. 27, Jimmy Johnson. 28th, Zane Smith. Cody Ware, 29th, and Chase Briscoe, last lap, was being shown 30th.
Riley Herbst now will put Briscoe 32nd, Herbst to 31st. 33rd is B.J. McLeod, 34th, Kyle Busch. 35th is Ty Dillon, 36th, Austin Dillon, 37th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 38th is Travis Pastrana, 39th, Connor Daly, and 40th is Ross Chastain. And if your favorite driver was called out way down the running order, I wouldn't worry whatsoever.
And let's talk to Steve Post and explain why you are 100% correct. Steve Post now 24 laps down, and you are beginning to hear on the radio that these drivers are beginning to talk about handling, some good, some bad.
Yes, indeed, they are. Ryan Blaney's talking about how his car is a little bit tight off in the corners, and he's not all that comfortable right now down on the inside lane with that car wanting to sneak up the racetrack a little bit. Eddie DeHaan is the long-time spotter for Chase Elliott, and he was just relaying to Chase that cars are starting to dance around and things should sort out a little bit because drivers are starting to get their elbows up a little bit, handling race cars as this run has gone on. For reference, they can go about 42 laps on fuel, so we're only just beyond the halfway point in a fuel run. Will determine when they stop, but a lot of drivers starting to hang on to ill-handling race cars, guys.
But will they wait that long, Alex Hayden? You know they can run up to 42 laps. You had a chance to spend a lot of time in the garage and talking to crew chiefs. What they tell you?
Well, just like all of us here, spend a lot of time in the garage. We found some different things out. There's a demographic of crew chiefs I talked to this morning, Jeff, that said we may split this first stage right down the middle. It's 65 laps in the opening stage, Rusty Wallace. So therefore, if they hold to that strategy, somewhere around the neighborhood of lap, what, 32, 33?
Well, we saw what happened in the twin 150s the other day, Thursday night, where the Chevrolet started, they pitted around lap 23. And as they went on, and the Fords pitted, they pitted around lap 32, something in that area. And when it all settled in, the Fords were way ahead. I think they need to stick with the strategy they did in the 150s that worked. Split this thing right down the middle like you're talking, around lap 32. I think that's a wise move.
Let's go for a ride around Daytona with race leader Christopher Bell in his Toyota across the line and back up into the banking of turn 1.
See Bell taking the longer way around of the two grooves, all the way up a couple of feet off the safer barrier, but it allows him to keep more momentum up high, and he'll use it off turn 2 to hang on to the lead.
And that has made Joey Logano and Kyle Larson go to work even harder because they're starting to fall back, while Christopher Bell, man, he is hammered down up the Daytona Superstretch with a half-car length lead over
where he left off last
It's going to
season.
be Eric Almirola, third car in line in the outside lane, but again, the inside lane battling back just a bit, led by Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, and Ryan Blaney.
And one car that's fallen off the pace, Ty Dillon, looks like he is on the apron of the racetrack through turns 3 and 4, well off the pace, and may be headed to pit road this time by. We've clicked off lap number 27. Dave, they're still mixing it up at the front.
Well, they really are. Everybody is riding fairly comfortably, it appears, but Kyle Larson in no way, shape, or form has given up for his battle for the lead. As a matter of fact, here he comes on the bottom.
Charging hard to the bottom of the racetrack, coming out of 2. Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney. You've also got Chase Elliott in the mix, along with Brad Keselowski. They are the front 5 down low.
Outside lane so strong off of turn number 2 and down the super stretch, but by the time they get to turn 3, that momentum shifts and it goes in the favor of the inside lane and Kyle Larson.
28 laps into the Great American Race, the 56th running of the Daytona 500. At the line, it is Christopher Bell leading over Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, and Eric Almirola. That is your top 5.
This is Tony Stewart. You know me as a champion and a tough competitor, so I'm excited to partner with Mahindra Tractors, the official tractor of Tough and Stewart-Haas Racing. This year, you'll find NASCAR Cup Series driver Chase Briscoe on the track in our number 14 Mahindra Tractors Ford Mustang, and you'll find me driving a Mahindra tractor on my own land. So cheer on the number 14 Mahindra Tractors car. Then race into your local Mahindra dealer or visit MahindraUSA.com. Tell them Smoke sent you.
The NASCAR Foundation has got great news for local nonprofit organizations. It's the first ever NASCAR Day Give-a-thon on May 19th, a national campaign to help nonprofit organizations raise funds to support their mission. By joining the NASCAR Day Give-a-thon, you'll benefit from a national marketing campaign to build visibility and drive donations for your organization, all at no cost to you. And there will be special incentives and prizes along the way to help maximize your efforts. Visit NASCARDayGiveathon.org to sign up today. That's NASCARDayGiveathon.org.
We'll be right back because pit stops may be coming up shortly for the Fords and the Chevys and the Toyotas. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries worried about COVID-19. COVID-19 tests are now covered by Medicare Part B. That's right, Achieve DX will ship you your rapid COVID-19 tests at no cost straight to your home. These easy-to-use FDA EUA authorized tests will give you results in 15 minutes. Even if you have a Medicare Advantage plan, you can have these tests delivered to your home at no cost to you, and the shipping is free. For your free COVID-19 tests, call Achieve DX at 800-249-8212. That's 800-249-8212. Call now.
On your ride home, catch NASCAR today to keep up with the latest.
Just to think I'm the Daytona 500 winner, I would have never dreamed it.
Every weekday, you'll hear the top news stories in the sport.
It's just an opportunity of a lifetime for me that I had to take.
Plus insights from your favorite drivers.
Can't thank Penske enough and everybody involved for sticking with me and believing in me.
I'm Chase Elliott. Listen to NASCAR Today every weekday right here on the Motor Racing Network.
.31 down. The leaders are separated by 1/100th of a second. Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson, Alex Hayden are going at it. In the middle of that break, I said the Fords and the Toyotas and the Chevrolets are getting ready to pit. Not necessarily the drivers, but the manufacturers working together.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we've seen here as the trend as of late on super speedway racing. Kim Kuhn, we look down there and we look at the very first pit box coming onto pit lane. That is Joey Logano's Ford Mustang pit box. With binoculars, I see the crew members with the helmets on and the tires on the wall. How soon do you expect them to come in?
He's not the only one. It looks like the Fords are beginning to kind of get their teams together to duck off the racetrack, come down here and get pit service. Not sure, maybe 2 to 3 laps. We'll have to wait and see. No signs are out, but I can say the crews of Austin Cindric, the crews like you mentioned of Joey Logano, Eric Almirola, all on the wall. They've got the tires on the wall. They are testing the guns, as you can hear in the background. So it'll be just a matter of a few laps before they're in here on pit to get pit service.
Easier said than done. Come off the banking at 190 and then slow down to 55 miles an hour before they make their way on to pit road. Dave Moody, it just doesn't end. The high-speed pace lap. C. Bell out front. Then he has a couple of teammates behind him in Alex Bowman and Kyle Larson.
It would be relatively easy for either the drivers in the outside lane or the inside lane to just give up the ghost and fade back a little bit and get comfortable in single file, but there's no quit in any of them, Mike Bagley.
No, there isn't. Kim Kuhn saying that they're getting ready for pit stops. If you're in the outside line, good luck getting down because there's a wall of race cars on the inside. There's no possible way that anybody in the outside can get down there to go to pit road right now.
And Kim mentioned Team Penske trying to get organized. Austin Cindric's in the outside lane. Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney there in the bottom, all in the top 7.
Well, I tell you what, guys, this is one of the most toughest decisions you got to make as a driver. How do I get to the bottom of this track? How do I get myself in a position to get down pit road? Because a lot of times, man, we've had some wrecks coming off of turn 4 with everybody trying to position herself to get down pit road. We see them locking the front tires up, locking the rear tires up, things like that. This is definitely not easy when the pack is still packed up as tight as it is, and they're trying to get down pit road here shortly.
Second and third place drivers are Ford drivers, or they were. They were Eric Almirola and Austin Cindric. They bailed out of the top lane and have made their way towards the bottom of the racetrack. And Cindric and Almirola, they've gotten down there now. Joey Logano's down there. Ryan Blaney's down there. The theme there, Jeff Striegel, is there's a lot of Ford Mustangs now migrating to the bottom of the racetrack.
Well, they had the opportunity and they took advantage of it. A hole opened up right in front of Kyle Larson, and Eric Almirola took advantage, went to the bottom of the racetrack, and he leads the field now back to 1.
Pretty strong move by Eric Almirola, who showed some muscle in the Blue-Green Vacation Duels earlier this week as well. He's on the run on the bottom of the racetrack.
Now here comes Christopher Bell around the outside.
There
The
you go,
outside
stage
line
1.
is the quicker. Now here's Alex Bowman. He'll come to the bottom. You've also got Corey LaJoie that'll go to the bottom of the racetrack. Alex Bowman will thunder past for the lead.
New leader by the time they get to turn 3, and Alex Bowman as now the Toyotas begin to find each other in the outside lane, led by Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr., Danny Hamlin, and Bubba Wallace, and Tyler Reddick.
It is fun to watch how the Rubik's Cube gets played by the manufacturers. You move left, you got to twist it to go back to the right. Suddenly the outside lane, Dave Moody, is mostly Toyotas.
It is indeed, which leads you to believe that they are probably going to be the third and final manufacturer to come en masse to pit road. Chevrolets and Ford have all snuggled up on the double yellow line at the bottom.
Here they come out of 2. Alex Bowman leading the inside line now. Corey LaJoie tucked tightly right up behind him. Then Eric Almirola and Austin Cindric. Meanwhile, a couple of Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas tandem up top.
Led by Christopher Bell in that outside lane, battling Alex Bowman for the race lead. Then it's Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick, all Toyotas topside.
And here come the Ford Mustangs now. They will slow down off of turn number 4 from 190 down to 55. And here comes Team Penske, Kim Kuhn.
That's right, Joey Logano stopping in his box, just a little tight when he's in traffic, needs help on the rear. But here is Eric Almirola, takes a tear off the crew on the right side. They're going to just go right side tires as Austin Cindric finishing his service, Dylan.
Brad Keselowski in right side tires and fuel for him. He said his car sucks up really well in the draft. Todd Gilliland in as well as Ryan Preece, Steve.
Eric Almirola going to be the first to the blue ovals out with Austin Cindric right behind him. That was 2 tires as well for all the Fords down here. That was Michael McDowell, Ryan Blaney, and Chris Buescher all getting service with Zane Smith stopping, Harrison Burton as well. Lap number 37. And we look up toward pit road. Kim Kuhn, looks like we got some bow ties headed your way.
And by bow ties,
here comes the
talking
bow tie
about
brigade.
The Chevrolets. Here is Corey LaJoie. He's going to stop it perfectly in the box. The crew's going to jump off the wall. It is going to be at least right side tires. Fuel going in that Chevrolet, as well as we have Justin Haley. Right side tires only on this end, Dylan.
Kyle Larson in, William Byron in, right sides and fuel for Larson. He's down and away. A little bit of a hiccup on Byron waiting for the fuel. He will get out behind Larson, Steve.
Alex Bowman has the first pit box. It doesn't matter. There goes Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson back in. Bowman's going to be the third one out of the Chevys. Bowman was in. Noah Gregson was in. Jimmy Johnson was in getting pit service as well. A.J. Allmendinger getting pit service. Lap number 38 for the Chevys and Kim Kuhn. We had the Fords. We had the Chevys.
One car begins to spin. Riley Herbst goes for a spin. He misses the entrance to pit road, finds himself out in the grass, trying to get the car moving off the grass, and he's going to be stuck in the grass. Pit stops continue. Steve Post.
And some of the Chevrolets, we mentioned Jimmy Johnson. He's in now to the attention of the crew. Throw around to the right side. Looks like it's going to be all right side tires for everybody. A couple of the Toyotas. Looks like Martin Truex Jr. is in getting pit service. Of the Toyotas, looks like Denny Hamlin's going to be the first down of this bunch, Dylan.
There was right sides as well here in the middle of pit road. Bubba Wallace, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, all in, right sides and fuel. A couple of the Chevrolets were in as well, the RCR cars. Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon in. They were just both a little bit snug on their runs, Kim.
A little bit of a manufacturer mix down here. We had the Team
Travis
Trackhouse
Pastrana will
Chevrolets
come
getting
in.
service, as well as Ty Gibbs and his Toyota, Tyler Reddick, also Chase Briscoe in that Ford coming back down pit road.
Well, Travis Pastrana stayed on the racetrack, pitted with nobody, and now he is on pit road by himself. That is not how you want to do it.
Not how you want to do it
but he
at
did lead
Daytona.
At the Daytona 500. Travis Pastrana at the top of the leaderboard. That will be evaporated right now. It will take a lap to reset, so we'll step away and come back. The Fords, though, appear to have the advantage, or do they, as Denny Hamlin comes across the line. So Hamlin right now being shown as the race leader on lap number 40.
Buying a house can feel like you're going 200 miles per hour in bumper-to-bumper traffic with a dirty windshield and the sun in your eyes. Ruoff Mortgage has the technology, expert staff, and resources to simplify the process while speeding up the time it takes to get clear to close. So while getting a loan can seem intimidating, Ruoff Mortgage will have you opening the door to your new home fast and stress-free. Visit Ruoff.com to learn more. That's Ruoff.com.
The year was 1993. The NASCAR Cup Series season kicked off with the Dale and Dale show at the Daytona 500.
Dale Jarrett's got the lead. He goes to the inside. Earnhardt's not going to get him. Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500 by SDP. Earnhardt second.
The 1993 NASCAR Cup Series season. All the highs and lows. Relive them all on MRN's exclusive podcast, The 1993 Season. Available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
Career start number 615 for Denny Hamlin, a 48-time winner at this level. 3 of those wins came in the Daytona 500. Last lap, he was out front, but he's going to give it up right now because Chase Briscoe has just taken over the lead in turn number 4. 42 laps complete from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Looking for motorsports podcasts you won't find anywhere else? Check out the Motor Racing Network's lineup of exclusive podcasts. MRN Classic Races, Junior's Journey, The Many Hats of Jack Roush, Richard Petty, Road to Royalty, 50 Years of MRN, Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career, and The Tough Trucks of NASCAR. Find these and more MRN exclusive podcasts on podcast providers and MRN.com.
Hi, I'm MRN lead reporter Steve Post. Go behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
Really proud of those guys and what they put together.
Where we talk to first-time winners. Crew chief for Trackhouse Racing, Travis Mack joins us, and champions from the NASCAR Cup Series. Your 2022 championship-winning crew chief Paul Wolf to the Craftsman Truck Series. The championship-winning crew chief with driver Zane Smith joins us. You can download MRN Crew Call wherever you get your podcasts.
Connor Daly is about to experience something, Kyle Rickey, that he didn't plan on.
And that is about to go a lap down in a big pack of traffic as the leaders storm around him to the inside. Connor, keeps that car planted nearly against the outside safer barriers. The entire field storms by to the bottom.
Yeah, he had lost the draft earlier before the green flag pit stops, made his stop out there and was running by himself a good 10 or 12 miles an hour slower than being in the draft. And Dave Moody, he did a nice job of not getting run over.
He did. He went to the high side, gave everybody all the room they needed to clear. Now with any luck, he's going to tag in on the back of the lead draft and stop the bleeding, at least for now.
All the while, the leaders thunder up the Daytona Superstretch. New leader, Denny Hamlin on the inside line. Christopher Bell behind him. Tyler Reddick, Eric Almirola, the front 4.
Mostly Toyotas at the front of the field, with the exception of the lone Ford on the bottom of the racetrack. And he goes to the front of the field in Chase Briscoe with drafting help from Bubba Wallace.
That's pretty interesting. The Toyotas are up front right now. On the last pit stop, we saw all the Fords pit on lap 37, the Chevrolets on lap 38, and the Toyotas on 39. A couple laps after the first guys came in, Jeff Striegel, and I thought that was fairly interesting what Toyota did.
Well, absolutely, and they used it to their advantage, and they have the Toyotas at the front of the field right now, with the lone exception of the 28-year-old driver, Chase Briscoe, who led just a couple of moments ago. The lone Ford. Now, there are certainly some Fords right now running in the top 10, But how did Chase Briscoe get up there and mix it up with the Toyotas?
You recall before the pit stops, we were trying to figure out how they were going to get to the bottom of the racetrack to be able to make the left-hand cut down below the line to come to pit lane. Well, he was stuck on the outside lane, nowhere to go. He couldn't get to the bottom when the rest of the Fords elected to come to pit road back on lap number 37. So he had to stay on the racetrack. You have to pit with other cars, regardless of manufacturer. He was running 33rd when that took place. After the pit stops, he came back out, led a couple of laps, finds himself in the lead draft running third right now, and in amongst the Toyotas who dot the top 5. So a mistake, maybe, but more circumstances that handled what happened with Chase Briscoe. That has turned into be a pretty good break.
All right, after the pit stops, let's give you a quick look at how they're running right now. It is lap 47. Soon, once Denny Hamlin comes off 4 and comes back to the line. Again, they're all stacked up 2 by 2 all the way through the field, with the lone exception of maybe 4 or 5 cars. Denny Hamlin across the line. He leads the Daytona 500. Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick up to 4th, and Bubba Wallace right now is 5th, followed by Eric Almirola, Martin Truex Jr., Austin Cindric, Kyle Busch is 8th. Austin Cindric is 8th, Kyle Busch 9th, and Ryan Blaney is 10th.
Rest of the top 20, we'll see Chase Elliott go 11th, Joey Logano is 12th, William Byron is 13th. 14th is Brad Keselowski, 15th is Ty Gibbs, 16th Chris Buescher, Kevin Harvick goes 17th, Eric Jones is 18th, Kyle Larson 19th, and Michael McDowell is 20th.
His teammate Todd Gilliland 21st, 22nd Justin Haley, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd, Alex Bowman way back in 24th is Jimmy Johnson right now is 25th, Ryan Preece 26th, 27th Cody Ware, Ross Chastain and his teammate Daniel Suarez running together right now, 28th and 29th, and Corey LaJoie is back to 30th.
Austin Dillon 31st, and Harrison Burton goes 32nd. Noah Gragson is 33rd. A.J. Allmendinger 34th. 35th is B.J. McLeod. Zane Smith is 36th. 37th is Travis Pastrana. He's the first car a lap down. Connor Daly 1 lap down in 38th. Riley Herbst 1 lap down in 39th. Only one driver being scored out of the race due to an engine problem. That's Ty Dillon. He'll finish the race in 40th.
We have 16 laps to go in stage number 1, and here they come across the start-finish line. A Ford Mustang is out front. Dave Moody, he's out there by himself, perhaps on an island, surrounded by Toyotas.
No question about it. Chase Briscoe, the victim of what the late painter Bob Ross used to call a happy accident. It's got him to the point.
Okay, mention Bob Ross is a
Chase Briscoe brings that Mahindra Ford Mustang to the back straightaway, leading the inside line. Fender out in front. He's got drafting help from Bubba Wallace, Martin Truex Jr., and Kyle Busch.
Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin fades just a bit in that outside lane as the leader of the top side. He has drafting help from Christopher Bell and Tyler Reddick, his teammate out of the Jones Racing stable.
Well, one car I wanted to see how good he was going to do is Kyle Busch. He switched rides this year. He's in the number 8 car, a Chevrolet for Richard Childress Racing. You saw him in the 150s where he got in a big crash in the middle of the back straightaway while leading. Well, right now he's running 7th on the bottom of the racetrack going into turn 1 and turn 2. The car looks real comfortable. It looks real stable. It looks typical Kyle Busch right now. It looks like he's in command of that car. And the car looks great right now, guys.
He is, and he's being scored currently in the number 7 position, although he's only, a blink of an eye from being out of the race lead. That's how tightly packed they are, racing up in front of Kyle Rickey.
Inside lane advances led by Chase Briscoe, Bubba Wallace, Martin Truex Jr., and now Kyle Busch suddenly finds himself in the 4th spot.
Top 22 cars separated by less than 1 second as Chase Briscoe comes across the line. He's got company, Dave Moody, breaking to the outside at Daytona. Here comes Bubba Wallace.
Bubba Wallace to the high line, and he will power around Chase Briscoe with a little bit of drafting help on the back bumper from Martin Truex Jr. Denny Hamlin is there. Christopher Bell is there. Bubba Wallace takes Toyota to the top.
5 Toyotas are lined up nose to tail at the front of the field on the outside of the racetrack. You mentioned Bubba. Oh, and he gets turned into the wall. Bubba Wallace bounces off the wall. Looks like a bump crash went bad. Everybody
is still
when
in speed,
good
but
bump
Bubba Wallace
drafts
just slammed the
go
outside wall
wrong.
on the back straightaway.
And will fall outside of the top 5, maybe the top 10. That car a bit off the pace here in turn number 4 to Bubba Wallace, who drops to the tail end of the field.
Bubba Wallace has some sort of a problem. The entire field will pass him, and he is going to make the left-hand turn and come to pit lane. It was a bump draft gone wrong. Martin Truex Jr.
That's
is the
what
new
happens
race
when
leader.
good bump
Dylan
drafts
Welch,
go
here
bad.
comes the McDonald's Toyota.
Yeah, and Freddie Kraft, the spotter, was on there telling the team exactly what they needed to do, and they're going to go with right side tires here just to be safe. It didn't look like they were down necessarily looking at them when they come off here, but they are looking up underneath the right front and the right side just to make sure the suspension is okay. But it's right sides only and a Sunoco fuel top off for Bubba, but he's lost the draft now. That's the biggest detriment there.
Unreal. A race leader, Bubba Wallace, with a Toyota teammate right behind, gets into him, although Denny was shoving Martin Truex. Truex may have had nothing to do with that. He was getting shoved by Denny Hamlin.
All the Toyotas were stacked up on that outside lane, as well described by our turn announcers, and it becomes basically a Toyota problem. Christopher Bell was shoving Denny Hamlin, who was shoving Truex Jr., who had no choice but to get into the back of Bubba Wallace, and Wallace, being the last car in that line, is the one that got the worst end of it by far. He took a pretty good shot with the right side of the race car against the safer barrier.
Truex out front, then Briscoe, Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, and Chase Elliott. We are 11 laps away from the end of the stage. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. This mid-race update is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Coca-Cola Zero Sugar tastes so good, people will take a taste away when they can. So when you're enjoying a Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, be ready to protect it, because one sip begs the question, is this the best Coke ever? Take a taste and see.
15 lead changes among 8 different drivers so far through the opening 54 laps of the Daytona 500. Christopher Bell has been up front a lot today. He's been leading. Alex Bowman has led. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, Chase Briscoe all have taken turns leading so far here in the Daytona 500.
Now your leader.
I don't jinx it. We have not seen the caution flag at all to this point in the race. Certainly stage number 1 getting close. We're down to 10 laps to go in the opening stage.
Hello there, my name is Seychelle, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is the punch of flavors that's unlike any other. You get the crispy tenderness of the chicken and that hint of sourness from the pickles. Ta-da!
Hey, I'm Juan, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is you know you're gonna get chicken that's crispy, golden, and juicy. This is the gold standard of chicken sandwiches.
Order the original Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real customers paid for their testimonials.
The Tough Trucks of NASCAR, an exclusive podcast from the Motor Racing Network.
Ron Hornaday, green flag is in the air. He will take the field quickly to turn 1.
Relive the moments of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series from its debut in 1995.
Checkered flag in the air. Skinner wins, but the inaugural for the NASCAR Truck Series by Craftsman.
The legends of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Todd Bodine wins 4 in a row on super speedways.
The Tough Trucks of NASCAR, available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
9 laps to go in stage number 1 with Martin Truex Jr. being scored the race leader from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
The year was 1993. The NASCAR Cup Series season kicked off with the Dale and Dale show at the Daytona 500.
Dale Jarrett's got the lead. He goes to the inside. Earnhardt's not going to get him. Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500 by SDP. Earnhardt second.
The 1993 NASCAR Cup Series season. All the highs and lows. Relive them all on MRN's exclusive podcast, The 1993 Season. Available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
Not getting enough of your NASCAR Live fix on Tuesdays? Well, we've got you covered. The NASCAR Live Wide Open podcast drops every Thursday and has the sport covered from all angles.
Long shots this weekend. Eric Jones, former Southern 500 winner.
From top 5 lists to a weekly look at the odds, NASCAR Live Wide Open offers a fun and unique look at the sport we all love. Subscribe to NASCAR Live wherever you listen to podcasts. Get ready to put the pedal down and go wide open every Thursday.
6 laps to go next time by in the opening stage of the Daytona 500. Top 10 at the end of lap number 65 will get paid championship points. They're mixing it up on the super stretch.
Here they come now, Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, Ty Gibbs, Eric Almirola, your front four.
Almirola, the first Ford in line, running in fourth, and it's Christopher Bell, another Toyota, leading the inside lane as wrapping help from Tyler Reddick.
Right now, Joe Gibbs Racing has got the top 4 positions. Ty Gibbs in the 54 car. That's basically Kyle Busch's old team from last year, is all the way up to 3rd position right now, and he was at the back of this pack when this race started. He stayed back there for a long time, so much so, I'm like, I wonder what's going on. Is his car okay? But, man, he's come through the field like gangbusters, sitting in the 3rd position right now, Mike Begley.
Here they come out at 2, and they're getting ready to catch the back end of the field, or at least a couple of back markers. Leaders are going to have to make some decisions because those back markers are up against the outside wall. That includes Shane Smith and B.J. McLeod. The leaders will change lanes and go to the bottom.
They'll go to the outside lane, being the slower lap cars. Leaders stream by to the inside. Single file now among the top 20, led by Martin Truex Jr.
They are running right down at the bottom of the racetrack. First time today we have seen the leaders migrate to the bottom of the racetrack, and they are Toyotas at the front. Truex, Hamlin, Gibbs, followed by Fords of Eric Almirola, Brad Keselowski, and Chris Buescher.
And for the moment, they've all gotten single file. One notable exception, Christopher Bell, who has bailed out to the high side and is going all the way to the back of the lead pack.
Balance of the pack has passed C. Bell. He's finding a place in line all the way at the tail end, while at the opposite end of the pack, Denny Hamlin's just giving Martin Truex Jr. all he can handle in the draft.
Christopher Bell seems like he's off the pace right now over in turn number 3 as everybody is going by him to the inside. Kyle Larson, Jr., well behind the race leaders.
Getting down to 4 laps to go now here in stage number 1. It's Truex, Hamlin. You've got Ty Gibbs 3rd, Eric Almirola 4th, Brad Keselowski's 5th, and lap traffic on the horizon.
Stage point window about to open as the Connor Daly machine looms ahead, as he did a few laps ago. He'll go to the extreme outside lane, give the leaders all the room they need to bypass him down low.
The first pack of double wide racing is outside of the top 15. That's where Joey Logano is leading the outside line. He will slide across the nose of the Justin Haley machine as they race their way back to the corner.
That'll kick Bubba Wallace to the outside lane after falling off the lead lap. Todd Gilliland is up there. William Byron along with Eric Jones. And have Ryan Preece next starting line on the bottom.
3 laps to go in the stage. A couple of drivers about to go a lap down include Riley Herbst and A.J. Allmendinger. Dave, they're in danger right now.
Going to have to hustle. They're running out of real estate as time gets short here in stage number 1. Allmendinger stayed tucked up underneath the rear fender of the Riley Herbst machine, getting all the speed they can right now.
Here they come now up the back straightaway again. Martin Truex Jr. opting to bring the field to the inside of the racetrack, all the way at the bottom, with A.J. Allmendinger and Riley Herbst directly ahead.
Here they come into turn number 3. Those 2 cars stay on the lead lap 4 now, but the leaders much quicker in the draft off of turn number 4, led by Truex and Hamlin.
Yeah, those 2 cars, Kyle, stacked up nose to tail at the bottom of the racetrack. Look in the mirror and they see a great big old largemouth bass on the hood of Martin Truex Jr.'s Bass Pro Shop Toyota on the horizon. Here they go.
He's going to take it to the outside lane into turn number 1. Those 2 slower cars will give way on the bottom. Martin Truex Jr. now pulls alongside the A.J. Allmendinger automobile. He'll bypass him and now go after Riley Herbst.
Oh, A.J. Allmendinger's going to come off the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to find himself in the middle. He tried to block the inside line. Eric Almirola, the low lane, snaking and slithering between Riley Herbst and also A.J. Allmendinger. They're 4 wide for a moment.
Jimmy Johnson also had to make a tough decision there up the back straightaway and go to the inside to stay with Eric Almirola just above the top 10.
We have points on the line. 1 lap from right now. Last lap, stage 1, side by side for the lead. Here comes Brad Keselowski in the Ford.
Keselowski to the outside line is going to try and make the challenge. He'll take it now. Into turn number 1. Denny Hamlin shows the way. Ryan Preece rides in the 2nd spot. Here they come.
Preece, closer your top 3.
Brad Keselowski in firm command. Here is a race out of turn number 2 and up the back straightaway. Everybody in the top 10 trying to get some points. Right now, the lead in the hands of Keselowski and Ryan Preece with Chris Buescher looking on.
Preece right there in second, Chris Buescher in third, Kevin Harvick fourth, Michael McDowell rounding out the top 5 as they come off of turn number 4 for the final time in this stage, led by Brad Keselowski.
Headed to the green and white checkered flag for the first time in 2023. Stage number 1 is over. It's going to be won by Brad Keselowski.
Wins stage 1 of the Daytona 500.
Win. Ryan Preece was second, Chris Buescher third, Kevin Harvick fourth, Michael McDowell was fifth. Ty Gibbs goes 6th, Jimmy Johnson 7th, Eric Almirola 8th, Martin Truex Jr. 9th, and Todd Gilliland was 10th.
And the caution flag is now out. Brad Keselowski is celebrating his stage win. Sunoco puts the same focus and care that goes into the fuel at its stations that it does for the race fuel that powers the fastest racing machines around the world. Sunoco, fueling NASCAR for 20 years.
When you bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive, you could save money, but it doesn't cover any terrible memories living rent-free in your head.
Remember when one of your best players got injured, but not like on a play or anything? He got injured celebrating a play, and it's not like it was a game-winning play or in the playoffs. And he was out the rest of the season because he was injured while celebrating? Yeah.
Sorry, we can't save you from that memory, but we could save you money bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Renters insurance and bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a few clicks away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. We'll even bring it out curbside. Or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Only once has a stage winner gone on to win the Daytona 500, and that was Denny Hamlin. He won stage 2 in 2020. Brad Keselowski just picked up the stage 1 win here in 2023. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
From the infield garages to the race shops, NASCAR Hot Pass is your all-access ticket to the latest news from the sport.
Well, we got them down, now we put our foot on them. And that's the attitude you got to have.
I don't think it's a move that can have any success at Martinsville. I still don't know why it worked.
Stay up to date with all of your favorite drivers all year long.
Get to the Final Four is what every driver in NASCAR's goals are.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network.
The NASCAR Foundation has great news for local nonprofit organizations. It's the first ever NASCAR Day Give-a-thon on May 19th, a national campaign to help nonprofit organizations raise funds to support their mission. By joining the NASCAR Day Give-a-thon, you'll benefit from a national marketing campaign to build visibility and drive donations for your organization, all at no cost to you. Visit NASCARDayGiveathon.org to sign up today. That's NASCARDayGiveathon.org.
Doggone it.
Motor Racing Network's coverage of the Daytona 500 is brought to you by Progressive. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average. And by Blue Green Vacations, the official vacation ownership provider of NASCAR, invites you to believe in the power of vacation.
Brad Keselowski across the line to see the green and white checkered flag to pick up the stage 1 win. He does so over Ryan Preece, Chris Buescher, Kevin Harvick, Michael McDowell. That was your top 5. Ty Gibbs 6th across the line. Eric Almirola, Jimmy Johnson 8th. Martin Truex Jr. 9th and Todd Gilliland 10th. So for RFK, not bad. They were 1st and 3rd. Pretty good run for those.
Strong effort at the conclusion of stage number 1, no doubt
Strong
about that. With the caution flag, A.J. Allmendinger will receive the free pass presented by Mahindra. Race fans, don't forget to cheer for Chase Briscoe in the Mahindra Tractor's number 14 car and racing to your local dealer for big savings on Mahindra, the official tractor of Tough.
couple of drivers still a lap down include Bubba Wallace, Zane Smith, B.J. McLeod, he's a lap down. Travis Pastrana not on the lead lap. Riley Herbst not on the lead lap. And Connor Daly 2 down. Ty Dillon behind the wall. He went out on lap number 26 as we expect pit stops to come up here very shortly. I think everybody by now, Alex, is settled in. Probably have a pretty good feel as to what they have, pretty good feel as to how the car was going to work in the draft. Jimmy, talked quite a bit about the fact he was going to need some time with everybody out there, all 40 cars, to really get a good sense of what this car was going to do. It's new to him.
It is. He got a good 65 laps of green flag racing to start the race to really learn, move around in the draft. Rusty Wallace, you got to be pleased with what you saw from Jimmy Johnson.
Oh, I'm very impressed with what I saw from Jimmy. To start 40th and make it all the way up to 7th was really, really fantastic. Kim, they're coming at you.
That's right, including rookie Ty Gibbs in that monster Toyota Camry. He's going to make a stop in front of his crew. He said the car is good. His spotter reminding him, Tony Hirschman saying, make smart moves. He's a little angled in, a little kind of ajar in his pit box, making it hard for the crew to do service right now. Also in Daniel Suarez, Austin Cindric, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, waited on fuel there. Eric Amarola, Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, and Tyler Reddick, as well as other cars getting service on this end of pit road. Steve Post.
Ryan Preece going to win the battle off from pit road. There goes Brad Keselowski, Kevin Harvick, Eric Almirola, Michael McDowell, all race off from pit road. Looks like 4 tires in Sunoco race fuel. Virtually everyone here. Chris Buescher, we talked about his 3rd place run. Just a little bit loose, but he said don't touch the car. He's feeling really, really good about the way his Ford Mustang is rolling. Dylan?
Ford's at the front of the field there at the end of that stage. Pretty happy. 4 tires for Brad Keselowski. 4 tires for Ryan Preece. Said it was just a little bit tighter that run, but manageable. Kyle Larson's a little bit tight. Denny Hamlin said he was pretty good. 4 tires in fuel. Christopher Bell, 4 tires in fuel for him, but they were a little bit delayed leaving. Not sure if they had an issue with the fueling, but they were plugged in for a long time, and he'll be at the back of the line here when we go back green.
Well, Preece had a great stop, Dylan. He came off of pit road in position number 1 in front of Brad Keselowski and Kevin Harvick. Not everybody had good pit stops. One of them, Christopher Bell, and we'll explain when we come back.
Blue Green Vacations, the official vacation ownership provider of NASCAR, invites you to believe in the power of vacation. With Blue Green, you can create the vacation that fits your lifestyle, sharing a lifetime of memories at a collection of unique, locally inspired resorts and popular destinations across the U.S. Blue Green owners also enjoy exclusive access to VIP NASCAR packages that deliver the thrill only NASCAR can provide. Start your vacation journey today at bluegreenvacations.com.
Do you have an unused car, truck, motorcycle, boat, or RV taking up space? Put it to good use by donating it to the NASCAR Foundation. Proceeds help fund medical resources for children in our racing community. Your wheels can heal. Call 844-NASCAR-9 and we'll come tow away your vehicle for free. The process is quick and your gift is tax deductible. Call 844-NASCAR-9 to donate your vehicle to the NASCAR Foundation today. Your donation will help our children survive and thrive.
Ryan Preece is the leader of the Daytona 500 on lap number 69. We'll be back with a green flag coming shortly from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Looking to rent a scanner? Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online at racingelectronics.com. No walk-ups will be allowed. With a Racing Electronics scanner, hear uncensored communication from every team in the race or tune into the live radio broadcast. Don't forget to rent early. Head over to racingelectronics.com/rental info for important rental dates and to secure your weekend rental today.
At Victory Junction, it's simple. We believe every child, no matter their diagnosis or disability, deserves the chance to just be a kid. So we provide a medically safe environment where children who live in a world of hospital stays and doctor's visits are free to do everything from riding horses, ziplining, swimming, fishing, and bowling, all at no cost to the camper. The experience inspires confidence, builds self-esteem, and changes the life of every child who comes here. Help us change a child's life at victoryjunction.org.
From a
Under the caution flag, Kip Childress in that beautiful blue 2023 Chevrolet Corvette leads the field. Behind him is Ryan Preece, Keselowski, Harvick, Eric Almirola, Michael McDowell, top 5. Noah Gragson, Austin Cindric, Martin Truex Jr., William Byron, Kyle Busch. That's your top 10.
So welcome to the broadcast booth, Jim Campbell, General Motors Vice President, Performance and Motorsports. Welcome back to the Motor Racing Network. Rick, welcome back to Daytona.
Oh, it's great to be here. It's great to see so many fans in the stands and the infield and out in the midway. It's great to be racing again in 2023. And I'd like to see that Corvette Z06 go by. That's our pace car. We're super proud of that. That's a 23 Z06. It's got this new LT6 5.5 liter flat plane crank. This thing revs at 8,600 RPM, 670 horsepower, and it's the most powerful naturally aspirated V8 in the whole market, in the whole world. And it's pacing the race.
There's no other car we should have pacing the race. It sounds like a beauty. I know it is, just on the aesthetics of it. I've been able to look at it up close all week long. Not the only pace car here this weekend for the Xfinity Series. We saw the Camaro SS 1LE. The trucks, we saw the Silverado 1500 RST. You guys have got a wonderful presence.
Yeah, the Silverado's doing great in the market. It's always great to be pacing with the Camaro and the Xfinity Series. And no question, we love being here, a longtime partner at the Speedway, and so we're always proud to be part of the race on the track, in the race, but also pacing the race whenever we can.
You're no stranger to victory lane here at Daytona. You've won the Great American Race 24 times, more than any other manufacturer out there. Alex Bowman won the pole position, the 11th consecutive pole for Chevrolet for the Daytona 500. You got to be proud.
We're proud of that, but it's been a long time since we won the Daytona 500. Austin Dillon in 18, I remember that was quite a finish, and we would love to race this, win this race again today. Last year, out of the 4 super speedway races between here and Talladega, Chevy drivers won 3 of the 4. So we can do it. We got the speed, but it's been a while. It's been too long. We hope we can do it today.
Tell us about the Chevrolet Experience Center.
Yeah, well, for the fans that are here in the stands, if you look straight across to the right of Victory Lane, that's the old Victory Lane. That's now our Chevrolet Experience Center, and we have a lot of our new Chevrolets there. One thing that's interesting, the cars between the Goodyear and the pickup there is the Firebird concept. That's on top of the Harley J. Earl Trophy. That's the actual vehicle it's modeled after. We're proud to be part of that too.
And it's on display right here. So if you've never been to Daytona, we hope you can make plans to join us here at the World Center of Racing sometime soon. Jim, thanks for stopping by. All the best today in the Daytona 500.
Thanks. Great to be back racing.
Absolutely right. Jim Campbell, General Motors Vice President, Performance and Motorsports.
Green flag is out. Lap number 71. The field is in front of Mike Bagley.
And the field is in the hands of Brad Keselowski. He'll get power to the lead. Compliments of Eric Almirola.
And it is Eric Almirola second in the outside lane. Here is Ryan Preece coming back to the bottom. He'll reclaim the second spot away from his teammate topside.
Hard racing at the front of the field, albeit right behind the race leader, and that continues to be Brad Keselowski. That being said, here comes Almirola on the outside lane. He's got a full head of steam. Eric Almirola on the move.
Eric Almirola looking top side of the racetrack now for a piece of the lead here at Daytona. It's Keselowski downstairs with drafting help from Ryan Preece. Almirola top side up high, making the run with Brad Keselowski. They're with Austin Cindric in the rear view.
Right now they're wheel to wheel for the point. First Chevy inside of the top 10. William Byron third in line on the outside as Keselowski now will get a shove back to the point.
Still doubled up at the point, and that shove coming from Ryan Preece on the inside. Eric Almirola continuing to lead the outside lane. He has drafting help from Austin Cindric.
5 Ford Mustangs at the front of the field in the Daytona 500 through the trioval across the line. Eric Almirola, he won on Thursday, Dave. He'd love to win again here this afternoon.
Flexing some definite muscle for Stewart racing in that Ford Mustang, but Brad Keselowski's got some heat going as well. He'll pull right back to the bottom of the racetrack. Takes the lead back by a half a car length to the backstretch.
Seesaw battle for the lead now. Keselowski got in front coming out of 2, but when they funnel on to the Daytona super stretch, it's Eric Almirola and the outside line that gets the advantage. Off the end of the back straightaway, here comes Keselowski back to the lead.
And back to the front for Brad Keselowski, leading the inside lane with Ryan Preece in tow in second, Kevin Harvick in third, Michael McDowell fourth car in line on the bottom.
As we we work stage number 2. 9 of the top 11 runners right now are driving Ford Mustangs, led by Brad Keselowski. He's got a trunk full of Ryan Preece. They work on the bottom side of the racetrack while the Mustang of Almirola top side.
Preece giving Keselowski a pretty good shove into turn number 1. He's in turn getting a good deal of help from the Kevin Harvick machine. At the front, it is dead even. Side by side between
Keselowski and Almirola. A pair of
Fender out
Fords.
in front, Eric Almirola to his right elbow. Behind Keselowski, he's got drafting help from the cars of Ryan Preece, Kevin Harvick, Michael McDowell, Martin Truex Jr.
It's that inside lane that once again advances by the time they get to turn number 3. Brad Keselowski out in front of the field all by himself, courtesy of Preece, as Eric Almirola leads the outside lane.
Kevin Harvick right there as well, inside row number 3. Behind him, inside row 4, that's Michael McDowell. Outside row 1, that's Eric Almirola. And again, he's got a lot of drafting help, Dave, but right now they've fallen back by a car length.
A whole lot of Mustangs running free at the front of the pack in this one. Almirola indeed has fallen back now into a side-by-side battle for third with Kevin Harvick.
It's interesting that the inside line advancing because the outside line has more cars in the draft. That's a powerful draft down low, led by Brad Keselowski. Although, here comes Eric Almirola trying to rally back.
A little bit of momentum in that outside lane, led by Eric Almirola, Austin Cindric, William Byron, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. But right now, the numbers are on the bottom with Keselowski, Preece, and Harvick.
Tell you what, Eric Almirola, guys, this guy knows how to run up front of Daytona, that's for sure. Remember 2018 when he was leading this race going into turn 3 and Austin Dillon got underneath him and won the race, but it took a little shot from the rear bumper from Austin to move him out of the way. Eric has got a fast hot rod today. There's no doubt about that, Alex.
He really does, and this is a driver from the state of Florida, from Tampa, just down Interstate 4 from where we are here in Daytona Beach, that was going to hang up the helmet and call it a full-time driving career, maybe a one-off here and there, but the opportunity to come back and drive full-time with Smithfield fully committed to he and Stuart Haas Racing, the team committed to Eric Almirola, and I think maybe more importantly, Jeff Striegel, his son's baseball schedule worked out just fine for him to be able to come back and drive full-time.
Check the schedule, check the NASCAR schedule. You know what, I'm going to miss a game or two, but I won't have to miss a race. And right now, he's glad he's not missing the Daytona 500 because Eric Almirola just led lap number 77.
Didn't lead it by much and may not lead 78 because Brad Keselowski continues to dig hard at the bottom of the racetrack with a trunk full of drafting help from Ryan Preece.
Ryan Preece laying right there in position number 2 on the inside, snuggling up on that back bumper now. Here comes the field up the back straightaway. One driver falling out of line. It's going to be Corey LaJoie. He'll fall to the apron now, ease back up onto the racetrack at the back of the pack.
Meanwhile, at the front of the field in turn 3, inside lane advances, but only for a moment with Brad Keselowski out front. Here's Almirola back around top side of the top spot.
They really crowd one another off turn number 4, headed for the short straightaway and tri-oval, but once they get back to the start-finish line, they'll give themselves some space between the right side door of the inside lane, the left side door of the outside.
Inside lane's got some momentum again. Back comes Brad Keselowski charging to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll drive underneath Eric Almirola, regain the lead by a car length.
Full possession of the lead for Brad Keselowski. He'll do it on the bottom of the racetrack with Ryan Preece in his hip pocket. Here comes Eric Almirola again. Going to get a huge shove from Austin Cindric. Almirola goes back to the lead.
But Brad Keselowski continuing to show the way on the bottom. Austin Cindric giving Eric Almirola drafting help topside. That'll propel Eric out front by a half car length.
And again, this is a pack of 30-plus cars running at 190 miles an hour, separated by only 2 seconds. 78 laps, make it 79. Now complete. Eric Almirola in a Ford. It's Fords at the front of the field. Brad Keselowski second. Austin Cindric, Ryan Preece, all in Fords. Running 5th right now in a Chevrolet. That is William Byron.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Jeff Gordon wins the Daytona 500.
Jeff Gordon's rise to one of NASCAR's all-time greatest drivers was one like no one. Relive Jeff Gordon's journey to the NASCAR Hall of Fame with the exclusive MRN podcast, Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career. 93 Cup Series wins, 5 Cup Series championships, and 3 Daytona 500 victories. A career rivaled by few others. Check out MRN's Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
20 laps away from halfway as the field again off four, coming back to the tri-oval, side by side, front to rear. On the inside, it's Brad. On the outside, it's Eric. Quick break, and we'll get you right back to the action from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
500 miles in the Great American Race.
Don't miss a moment of the NASCAR season.
Chastain drove it and never lifted. Put it against the safer barrier and all the way around the turn, passes Denny Hamlin.
Check out the Motor Racing Network's coverage of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and the NASCAR Cup Series on hundreds of local radio stations around the country. Find your local station by going to MRN.com to catch the excitement of NASCAR on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Not getting enough of your NASCAR Live fix on Tuesdays? Well, we've got you covered. The NASCAR Live Wide Open podcast drops every Thursday and has the sport covered from all angles.
Long shots this weekend. Eric Jones, former Southern 500 winner.
From top 5 lists to a weekly look at the odds, NASCAR Live Wide Open offers a fun and unique look at the sport we all love. Subscribe to NASCAR Live wherever you listen to podcasts. Get ready to put the pedal down and go wide open every Thursday.
In his 16th season at the Cup level right now, Brad Keselowski out of the state of Michigan leading the Daytona 500. He comes across the line. This will be lap number 83. Alex Hayden, Brad Keselowski out front.
Yeah, this is just an incredible drive for Brad Keselowski. Talked to some of his team members in the garage this morning, and they were very pleased with the speed in their race car after the blue-green vacation duel at Daytona Thursday night. More importantly, they looked up at the scoring pylon in practice that we had Friday and Saturday and saw that their car was at the top of the leaderboard a couple of times as well. They're happy with the car. Brad Keselowski knows how to drive on a super speedway. He's never won the Daytona 500, but he's won a ton of races at Talladega, so he knows how to get the job done.
7 times he has won on a super speedway, but like Alex said, he's never won the Daytona 500, but he's out front right now. He's got drafting help on the inside. He's running right down in the double yellow line. Ryan Preece is there. Then behind Ryan, you see his teammate in Kevin Harvick.
Ryan Preece has been a very devoted drafting partner, has not stepped off the back bumper of the Brad Keselowski machine. In turn, he's getting a little kick in the wallet from Kevin Harvick as they run the low line.
The bump drafting is starting to get a tad aggressive. We're starting to see some shoves coming and some bumps coming to some drivers that are having to really hang on to their race cars. Right now, Chase Briscoe, or make that Ryan Preece, is giving one to Keselowski.
As Brad Keselowski goes to the front of the field with the help of Ryan Preece, Kevin Harvick, Michael McDowell, the top 4 cars now find themselves single file on the bottom.
They're going to stay on the bottom of the racetrack. As they look ahead, Connor Daly's car runs by himself. He's exiting the tri-oval. The pack, the draft, they are beginning to loom large in his mirror.
Connor Daly has done a pretty good job of getting himself up high and out of the way of the lead draft. He's going to do exactly the same thing this time by. He climbs the banking, picks it up within a foot or 2 of the safer barrier. Here comes the lead pack on the back stretch.
He will keep that car up against the safer barrier as Brad Keselowski, Ryan Preece, and Kevin Harvick have broken free. 3 cars out in front. The first side-by-side battle is for 4.
Eric Almirola leading that outside lane, but just right now trying to hang on to a top 5 spot. Michael McDowell goes around to the inside of position number 4, and now Truex up alongside Almirola for 5th.
I'll tell you one guy I want to give a shout out to, Travis Pastrana. He's racked her about 36, but I'll tell you what, he's settled in. He's finally got the rhythm. He knows what the car feels like. And lap after lap, he looks like he's just running really nice and smooth. Doesn't look nuts out there, nothing, guys. Looks really good on the racetrack. And in fact, he's one lap down right now, and he's actually racing Bubba Wallace for that particular position to get back on the lead lap.
So if we were to get a caution flag right now, Bubba would get the free pass, and then Travis Pastrana would be in position to get the free pass next time as they continue to race it out for that opportunity to be the first car one lap down. If that happens, caution, then suddenly you'll be back on the lead lap. Lap right now, 87, when they come across the line as we work closer and closer now to halfway. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, brought to you by Blue Green Vacations. Blue Green Vacations is the official vacation ownership provider of NASCAR. Invites you to believe in the power of vacation. With Blue Green, you can create a lifetime of memories in our collection of unique, locally inspired resorts and enjoy exclusive access to VIP NASCAR experiences. So start your vacation journey today at bluegreenvacations.com.
With 42 laps to go in stage number 2, Brad Keselowski is the race leader. Ryan Preece is second. Kevin Harvick goes third, and Eric Almirola is fourth. Michael McDowell fifth. Austin Cindric is sixth, with Martin Truex Jr. seventh. William Byron is 8th, Chris Buescher 9th, and 10th is Kyle Busch.
And that might just change right now. Alex, here they come, and there they go. Todd Gilliland is 11th now. Eric Jones 12th. Joey Logano 13th. Jimmy Johnson right in it, mixing it up. He's 14th. Denny Hamlin 15th. Kyle Larson 16th. 17th, Ryan Blaney. We haven't heard much from him today. Tyler Reddick, 18th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 19th. Chase Elliott. Haven't heard a lot from him either, Alex, and right now he's 20th.
Justin Haley, 21st. Ty Gibbs is 22nd. Alex Bowman, our pole sitter, back there in 23rd. Ross Chastain has been quiet today so far. He's 24th. Christopher Bell is 25th. A.J. Allmendinger, 26th. Noah Gragson, 27th. Harrison Burton, 28th. Chase Briscoe, 29th. And Daniel Suarez is 30th.
Corey LaJoie, 31st. Austin Dillon, 32nd. Cody Ware, 33rd. One lap down, 34th. Free pass position. Bubba Wallace, 35th. Travis Pastrana. Zane Smith, 36th. Also a lap down. Riley Herbst, 37th. B.J. McLeod, 38th. 39th, Connor Daly. And out of the race, scored 40th, is Ty Dillon. Next time by, 90 in. Brad Keselowski shows the way here at Daytona.
Ruoff Mortgage wants to welcome you home with their fast and stress-free mortgage process. Ruoff knows that when you're ready to move, you want to keep things moving. From the moment you start, Ruoff makes sure the process moves quickly, often twice as fast as other lenders, so you can close quickly and settle in sooner. Visit ruoff.com to learn how you can qualify for the fastest loan of your life. That's Ruoff, RUOFF.com.
The year was 1993. The NASCAR Cup Series season kicked off with the Dale and Dale show at the Daytona 500.
Dale Jarrett's got the lead. He goes to the inside. Earnhardt's not going to get him. Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500 by SDP. Earnhardt second. The 1993 NASCAR Cup Series season. All the highs and lows. Relive them all on MRN's exclusive podcast, The 1993 Season. Available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
91 complete. Brad out front. Preece second. Harvick third. Michael McDowell fourth. Martin Truex Jr. is fifth. As we close in, now just 9 laps away from halfway. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
On your ride home, catch NASCAR today to keep up with the latest.
Just to think I'm the Daytona 500 winner, I would have never dreamed it.
Every weekday, you'll hear the top news stories in the sport.
It's just an opportunity of a lifetime for me that I had to take.
Plus insights from your favorite drivers.
Can't thank Penske enough and everybody, involved for sticking with me and believing in me.
I'm Chase Elliott. Listen to NASCAR Today every weekday right here on the Motor Racing Network.
For 75 years, NASCAR has been making history.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes back to the Daytona International Speedway, leading the pack, coming to the line. He will win the Pepsi 400.
Catch the next iconic moment as we celebrate 75 years of NASCAR all season long.
Chastain did a video game move, drove it and never lifted.
Right here on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Races this year for a team in which he is now an equity partner. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I can't believe he's in the top 10.
93 down. It happened right now. Brad across the line at 194. Right behind him, Ryan Preece, Harvick, McDowell, Truex, the rest of the top 10, Kyle Busch, Eric Jones, Eric Almirola, Jimmy Johnson up to 9th. And last year's winner, Austin Cindric, is 10th. You know, the last 13 Daytona 500s have been won by 11 different drivers. Only Denny Hamlin has repeated as we run the Daytona 500 here this afternoon on February 19th.
This is the 6th Daytona 500, as a matter of fact, run on this date, February 19th. Chevrolet has won the previous 4 of 5 Daytona 500s run on this day. Bobby Allison was the first to do it, February 19, 1978. Then those Chevrolets was Cale Yarborough in 1984, Darrell Waltrip in 89, Sterling Marlin in 95, and Jimmy Johnson in 2006.
Right now, Jimmy looking pretty good, that's for sure. All right, observation time as we get close to halfway. What have we learned? What do we think is going to come up in the second half of the Daytona 500? We're going to start in turn 2. Dave Moody, what have we learned and what are we thinking?
I don't know what we've learned so far, Jeff, other than the fact that everybody has seemingly been willing to be very patient and very methodical so far. I'm not sure that the Toyotas have had a run at the front of the pack. The Chevrolets have had a run. The Fords have had a run. I'm not sure that anybody really knows a heck of a lot more than they did when we threw the green flag. How about you, Mike Bagley?
I'm surprised that everyone has been as calm as they have been. We talked about how the bumps are getting more aggressive, but we've not gotten 3 wide. Nobody's been trying to go up the middle. They've not been bouncing off each other for the most part, Kyle Rickey. It's been a clean 500 as far as how you handle yourself on the racetrack of the draft.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly, Mike. Usually at this stage of the event, just a few laps from halfway, we've seen a lot of that 3 and even sometimes 4 wide racing. We have not seen that here thus as of yet this afternoon. A lot of 2 wide racing, things beginning to single out now. We've seen all the mates working together toward the front of the field. Could make for a very interesting second half as we get closer to the halfway mark.
Well, there's not a highway in the country, not even I-95, that looks like what we see here. Side by side, bumper to bumper, rush hour traffic at 194 miles an hour. Lap after lap after lap, now 96 complete. I'm going to give you the top handful of cars here. Brad Keselowski over Ryan Preece, Kevin Harvick, Michael McDowell, and how about Eric Jones now? He is up into 5th in front of the 19 car, Martin Truex Jr.
We just said this was February 19th, the 19 car on the 19th day in Martin Truex Jr.'s 19th Daytona 500 starts.
I see where you're going there. Could it be a day for Martin Truex Jr.? We'll find out. Dave, let's pick them up. Brad's on the bottom. Ford's on the bottom. Truex and Kyle Busch along with Eric Almirola, lane 2, up closer to the wall.
A fairly brief cessation of hostilities at the very front of the pack right now, and that's because Martin Truex Jr. has kind of drifted back into a side-by-side battle for the number 8 position with Ty Gibbs.
That means the front 7 have snaked their way through and slid through to go in single file formation. Jimmy Johnson being one of them. He is 6th in line on the bottom of the racetrack.
Just in front of Kyle Larson in 7th, and it's Tyler Reddick in 8th, and then the side-by-side battling begins next with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. inside of Martin Truex Jr.
They come up off turn number 4 to the line. Lap number 98 goes on the board. We're 2 away from halfway in the Daytona 500.
That's one small step for man,
the radio version of that
for mankind. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. It delivers super fast internet to power a house full of devices with ultra low lag. And it's only getting faster. Now, Houston won't like me saying this, but this is bigger than the moon landing. You didn't hear it from me, though.
Oh, we heard you, Neil.
You did? Yeah, we hear everything, Neil.
Introducing the 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed.
The streets of Chicago haven't seen anything like this. It's the NASCAR Chicago Street Race Weekend. July 1st through the 2nd. A 2-day racing and music festival featuring the Chainsmokers, the Black Crowes, Charlie Crockett, and Miranda Lambert. A NASCAR Xfinity Series race on Saturday and Cup Series race on Sunday. All in the heart of Chicago. Get your tickets now at NASCARChicago.com.
Cross flags in the air next time by, halfway home in the Daytona 500. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
It's all happened on the streets of Chicago, but these streets haven't seen anything like this. NASCAR is coming to Chicago, and it's going to be one epic weekend. A NASCAR Xfinity Series race Saturday and Cup Series race on Sunday, and live music all weekend long. You ready?
This time around,
NASCAR Chicago Street Race Weekend, July 1st and 2nd, 2023. Lock in your experience now at NASCARChicago.com.
Hi, I'm MRN lead pit reporter Steve Post. Go behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
They're really strong and going to win races soon.
We'll talk to some of the biggest names standing atop the pit box. Crew chief for William Byron on that number 24 car, Rudy Fugel, as well as break down all the exciting action from the weekend in NASCAR.
The one car with 2 wins and all the top 5s he's had. Ross and Phil have done a phenomenal job.
You can download MRN Crew Call wherever you get your podcasts.
Single file racing through the first 7 or 8 cars here in the Daytona 500. Then it's 2x2 from there on back. Brad Keselowski is the race leader. Ryan Preece is second. Kevin Harvick goes third. Michael McDowell is fourth. And Eric Jones rounds out the top 5, giving Guns N' Roses a good run here in the Daytona 500, as they are the sponsor for Eric Jones's car here for Legacy Motorclub.
Right now running 6th, Jimmy Johnson. He just continues to climb the leaderboard. Kyle Larson 7th, Tyler Reddick 8th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 9th. And Kyle Busch running in the 10th position. You know, when you have some good names at the front of the field, obviously there's some names that show up on the wrong side of the leaderboard that we expected to contend for a win here this afternoon.
And I still expect them to contend for a win this afternoon. And
you think they're riding?
I think so. That's just part of it. When you're racing at Daytona in the draft, you're going to find yourself, through virtue of some pit stops or strategy, you're going to be in the front of the field. You're going to find yourself in the middle. You're going to find yourself in the back. When you are towards the back of the pack, Rusty Wallace, how difficult is it to remain poised and stay confident?
Well, for me, it would be very, very hard. And as you said that, I'm actually thinking about Austin Dillon in that number 3 car. He's been hanging around the back of the pack almost all day long. And it just makes me wonder, does he not have a good car? Is this whole thing planned? Because his teammate, Kyle Busch, has been up there, 6th, 7th, 8th all day long. He's all the way up in the front. But Dillon has chose to stay towards the back of the pack most of the day. So, it's tough when you got a car that can do it, but you're concerned about getting up there because you see him sliding all over the place. We mentioned a little while ago that cars looked like they were starting to bump draft a little too heavy in the middle of the back straightaway. That might be a reason that scared you off to go to the back, but there's many different reasons, Alex.
L3 past halfway. Dylan Welch headed your way here in just a moment. Lap leaders, Brad Keselowski's led 30 here, and that is more than anybody else. He's the man out front right now. Brad with 30, soon to be 31. Christopher Bell has led 20. Truex has led 13. Bowman, Alex Bowman, who was the pole winner here, led the field to the green flag, led 11, and Denny Hamlin has led 6. But right now, it's Brad in control. What are you hearing down there, Dylan Welch? What's the thoughts now? We're past halfway. 25 to go in the stage next time by.
Yeah, I think everybody's kind of starting to learn a little bit more about their race cars. Talking about Austin Dillon, too, Rusty mentioned him. Much happier with his handling right now than he was at the start of the race. So they're just riding right now, kind of still trying to let everything sort out. Denny Hamlin just reported that his car is a little bit tight off of Ford, but those Fords at the front, Brad Keselowski and Ryan Preece, both have been pretty pretty quiet from the driver's seat, just letting their spotters kind of guide them around the racetrack and tell them where they need to be, when they need to be there, if any runs are starting to form. But for now, I think everybody up front is pretty happy. I've been watching Kyle Busch as well, who obviously has come from the back here after having to go to a backup car. He's been much happier with his race car, too, as this run has gone on. Just asked for the same changes he got last time down pit road, but just about half as much of that adjustment when they do come down here in a little bit.
Well, Steve Post, let's go a little deeper on the numbers then. We're 105 laps into the Daytona 500. The field was last on pit road on lap 68. When do you expect them in?
I would expect them within the next 4 or 5 laps. Actually, we're seeing crew members on the wall, helmets going on, a little calisthenics down here with some of them gassing up those wrenches or those guns, getting ready to go. That lap number 68, if we go 42, that's 110. That's 5 from now. Of course, we had some caution laps there, so you can go maybe a lap or 2 longer than that. But we're starting to get set to go, and actually watching the cars now. We see them getting in single file formation as well. It won't be long. We're going to get busy down here on pit road.
And Kim Kuhn, I know you've been watching Trackhouse Racing, and you've been watching in particular Ross Chastain and Daniel Suarez. Are they just simply riding, waiting, and trying to be patient?
That exactly is what they're doing. Ross actually came on the radio a handful of laps ago to
SBZ,
say,
hello.
I can be aggressive
Tyler
and
Reddick.
get up there with these guys,
Yeah,
but
30 to 1
right now
odds.
it is just not worth the risk. We need to wait a little bit longer before we start making some of those moves.
When you type that,
right
he was
now,
in 13th.
the signboard out. The
Reddick
melon
is
head
now
of Ross Chastain currently in the middle of the pit box along with his teammate Daniel Suarez.
8.
So we do
Not
expect
bad
the
there, Tyler Reddick.
Trackhouse teammates as they make their way right now down the pit lane. The signs are waving the Advent Health Chevrolet of Ross Chastain is in. He's going to take a tear off, a drink of fuel. Corey LaJoy in taking fuel, as well as Daniel Suarez and others. Dylan Welch.
Hendrick Chevrolet's in the middle of pit road. Fuel only for Kyle Larson. Fuel only for William Byron, Steve.
Right side tires on a couple of them for Eric Jones. Right side tires for Jimmy Johnson. Larson going to be the first of the Chevys out. Alex Bowman, a good pit stop for Alex Bowman as he gets right side tires as well. So the Chevy camp making the first move here on pit road as they do their pit stops. Lap number 107. Looking up at the end of pit road. Looks like right now everyone's going to stay on the racetrack for another lap.
They are indeed. They come back across the start-finish line. Our first pit road penalty is being handed out. It's a speeding penalty and a pass-through going to be owed to Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch
busted for speeding on the pit stop.
Wow.
Entering.
Wow, you just can't make a mistake at this point in the race, past halfway. Kyle Busch too quick on pit road, pass through coming up. And now we see the hands out the window. The Ford Mustang drivers all waving each other down. And typically that means we are getting ready for a pit stop. Kyle, Ricky, they're in front of you.
Here they come into turn number 4, led again by Brad Keselowski, Ryan Preece, Kevin Harvick. And indeed, they are off the pace for the most part in that lead group back out of the pit road.
Slowing down to 55 miles per hour. The field now, well, there's about 7 cars only. Let's follow Eric Almirola and Chase Briscoe.
And that Smithfield Ford, black and white, right in the middle of the pit box. They'll take a tear off. They will take tires on this machine as well as gas it up. Chase Briscoe also in. Dylan Welch.
Race leader in, Brad Keselowski, right side tires and fuel. Fuel only for Ryan Preece, who looks like he's going to beat Keselowski and Briscoe out. So Preece goes to the lead of the Ford pack.
Yes, indeed he does, Dylan. Also coming in for pit stops of the Ford camp was Michael McDowell, and A.J. Allmendinger of the Chevy camp brought his car down with the boat.
Here comes Kyle Busch now, serving his pass-through penalty for being too fast on pit road. Toyota's now coming, some Fords coming in as well. Let's cover the stop of Kevin Harvick.
Kevin Harvick saying the balance pretty neutral. Just about fuel in that machine. Tyler Reddick also giving fuel only as Ty Gibbs makes a much better stop. This time they'll take a tear off and a drink of Sunoco fuel for Ty Gibbs. Dylan Welch.
Denny Hamlin in. It was fuel only for him. His Joe Gibbs Racing teammate Christopher Bell a little further down pit road, right side tires and fuel, Steve.
Fuel only for Martin Truex Jr. getting her filled up with Sunoco Racing fuel. Of this group, it was Ty Gibbs, the first one off from pit road. So let's see, Toyotas have come in, most of the Chevys have come in, the Fords have come in, so might be a few stragglers, but this round of
90 to
pit
go.
stops just about buttoned up down here on pit road. Well, look
as
up.
he brings
Here
the
comes
rest of
some
the
more of the
Fords to
Fords,
pit
Kim
lane.
Kuhn. Looks like we've got a couple headed your way, including Joey Logano.
Joey Logano reporting just a little tight on corner entry. It's going to be a gas and go for him. Austin Cindric, the team's going to do a little bit of work, wipe down the left front of the hood. There is a broken hood pin, and that has been rattling whenever he gets in traffic. They made a quick repair to try and alleviate that issue as well as take Sunoco fuel.
That should wrap up everybody who's still running in the Daytona 500. This round of green flag pit stops, we're down to 18 laps to go in stage number 2.
Where will your new Chevy take you this year? Anywhere.
Grassing
It's
goes
the
for the
perfect time of
Fords.
year to take your next adventure off-road in a powerful Chevy Silverado.
Ready.
Round up the whole gang for some family fun in a Chevy Equinox. Hey kids, let's go. Or take your night on the town by storm in a stylish Chevy Blazer. Make more memories and take on the road ahead, wherever it leads you. Find new experiences, find new roads. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
Jeff Gordon wins.
No, that's Logano.
Jeff Gordon's
Logano
rise
will
to one of
retain.
NASCAR's all-time greatest drivers was one like no one. Relive Jeff Gordon's journey to the NASCAR Hall of Fame with the exclusive MRN podcast,
You're
Jeff
at
Gordon. A
111,
colorful
about to be
career,
112,
93 Cup Series wins,
288
5 Cup Series
laps to
championships,
go.
3 Daytona 500 victories, a career rivaled by few others. Check out MRN's Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
Well, we're watching some three-wide racing because of the pit stops and green flag. Cycling back around, Joey Logano will reassume the lead. Chris Buescher and Ryan Blaney, but Jeff, they almost wadded them all up.
Well, they scattered right here in the tri-oval. They were running single file, nose to tail, then all of a sudden they just scattered. And that is stacked up the field. We'll get you back to the action when we come back from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
On your ride home, catch NASCAR today to keep up with the latest.
Just to think I'm the Daytona 500 winner, I would never dreamed it.
Every weekday, you'll hear the top news stories in the sport.
It's just an opportunity of a lifetime for me that I had to take.
Plus insights from your favorite drivers.
Can't thank Penske enough and everybody, involved for sticking with me and believing in me. I'm Chase Elliott. Listen to NASCAR Today every weekday right here on the Motor Racing Network.
For 3 decades, Racing Electronics has been the #1 choice for scanners, headsets, and all race communications needs. Racing Electronics provides the ultimate fan experience for the ultimate NASCAR fan. Don't forget to rent early because Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online. Hear uncensored communication from every team in the race with a scanner from Racing Electronics. Stop by and see them in the vendor area to purchase your very own. Visit racingelectronics.com for more information.
Some geckos just can't hold their buffalo wings.
When you have 3 groups of cars come to pit road, we spread them out just a little bit. The Toyotas were in the front of the field, but the numbers belonged to the Fords, and the Fords ran down the Toyotas at about what? I mean, it looked like 25 miles an hour difference. It wasn't. And when they caught them, you had Blaney going to the inside, Logano going to the outside, and it was 3 wide at the line.
They were getting after it and really hard contact, albeit just a basically slamming in the back bumper of the cars in front of him. Truex got in the back of Ryan Blaney. He was going maybe 15 miles an hour faster than Blaney and hit him square in the back bumper, and all that did was propel him forward. The maneuvers were dangerous for Logano and Blaney, but they did work.
You know, the other thing that's interesting is you and I were talking during the break, and Mike Bagley, you can weigh in on this one. We have not talked about Team Penske all afternoon long. Ryan Blaney, Cindric, Joey Logano. Now here we are, 15 past halfway, and suddenly Team Penske is at the front of the field, and they're a topic of conversation.
Indeed they are, and rightfully so. Team Penske has taken a lot of hardware here out of Daytona International Speedway. They've already taken some already this week. Joey won one of the qualifying races, and it's amazing through their race craftsmanship that no matter what happens, they're able to overcome adversity, except for being swept up in accidents. They have to avoid that. As we've known, They've been leading on the last lap of the Daytona 500, not made it back to the checkered flag. That's what their fingers are crossed on. Matter of fact, here come those Penske Fords by us right now, being challenged by those RFK Fords, or at least one of them.
Chris Buescher in that outside lane, challenging Joey Logano for the top spot. He has drafting help from one of the Toyotas in Tyler Reddick.
And now Kyle Busch is about to go a lap down as the field's going by on the high side, going into the start-finish line area. Kyle got caught for speeding on pit road. Brand new team with Richard Childress. Don't know if he got his rhythm going yet or not, but got busted, and that is not a good start for that particular team. No, and they got
Definitely
a fast car,
not.
guys.
And he's going to have to fall in line, Dave Moody, somewhere in that pack of 2x2.
Well, there's some room here and there to fall in, but it's not going to be easy to do necessarily. But they're all gathered up, and the lead pack, Mike Bagley, is pretty much reformed.
Well, he just did it. Kyle Busch has gotten in line. He is 5th from the back, all the way at the back of the pack.
Tucks in behind Bubba Wallace and right next to Jimmy Johnson and Todd Gilliland. But now there's trouble just ahead of them. Ryan Blaney. Hard.
Trouble! Oh, Blaney in the wall!
Kyle Larson. The pack comes apart here in turn 4. Daniel Suarez.
And this will bring out caution. Second one of the day. First for cause. Lap 117.
That started toward the front with Ryan Blaney.
And that is our first incident of the afternoon, our second caution flag, the first
Suarez
one for
got
the end
it.
of the stage. And
Reddick
now we
got
have
it.
this one that broke out in turn number 4 in front of Kyle Rickey.
Chase Elliott also involved. Heavy
Elliott
right
got
front
it.
Damage on the Napa Auto Parts
43,
Chevrolet.
Eric
He's
Jones
trying to
got
drive
it.
That car from the scene of the incident in turn number 4, and somehow everybody has been able to pull away, but a lot of damage. Contact was made toward the front of the field. Ryan Blaney, the first car to get out of shape, shot up and into the outside safer wall, and it was on from there here at this end of the speedway.
Steve Post, one of the Daytona 500 pre-race favorites, has got damage.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney, and when you say damage, you're being kind. The right front on that car is absolutely smushed in. Crew members are pulling on it, and they can't even pull it off. And now they're bringing out some heavy-duty equipment, bringing out one of the saws to cut it away. And when you start cutting away body parts, that's not a good thing here. A lot of damage. He also reported that the toe, the car, the
Reddick was having a nice run.
suffered damage as well. 3 pit boxes behind him. Chase Elliott is in. They're focusing on the left front of the Napa Auto Parts Chevy Camaro. They've got some damage here. Not sure the extent of it. And about 4 or 5 pit boxes back, Eric Jones is in as well. He was spun around down there. Can't quite see around the other cars what the damage is for Eric Jones, but 3 cars, pretty good cars, Jones, Chase Elliott, and Ryan Blaney, all on pit road with some damage here on lap number 118.
Well, you could add Tyler Reddick to that list as well. A good car torn up, wiped out. Tyler Reddick under caution. We're working lap 119. Chris Buescher now, by the way, lost in all of that, has taken over the lead over Logano, Truex, Harvick, and Ty Gibbs. That's your top 5 under caution.
Blue Green Vacations, the official vacation ownership provider of NASCAR, invites you to believe in the power of vacation. With Blue Green, you can create the vacation that fits your lifestyle, sharing a lifetime of memories at a collection of unique, locally inspired resorts and popular destinations across the U.S. Blue Green owners also enjoy exclusive access to VIP NASCAR packages that deliver the thrill only NASCAR can provide. Start your vacation journey today at bluegreenvacations.com.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries worried about COVID-19. COVID-19 tests are now covered by Medicare Part B. That's right, Achieve DX will ship you your rapid COVID-19 tests at no cost straight to your home. These easy-to-use FDA EUA authorized tests will give you results in 15 minutes. Even if you have a Medicare Advantage plan, you can have these tests delivered to your home at no cost to you, and the shipping is free. For your free COVID-19 tests, call Achieve DX at 800-249-8212. That's 800-249-8212. Call now.
All right, we'll take a quick break, come back, recap what took place. Cars headed to the garage include Tyler Reddick, maybe seeing Chase Elliott head there soon, and Eric Jones has also gone to the garage. More in a moment. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Hi, I'm MRN lead pit reporter Steve Post. Go behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
Really proud of those guys and what they put together.
Where we talk to first-time winners. Crew chief for Trackhouse Racing, Travis Mack joins us. And champions from the NASCAR Cup Series. It's your 2022 championship-winning crew chief Paul Wolf to the Craftsman Truck Series. The championship-winning crew chief with driver Zane Smith joins us. You can download MRN Crew Call wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for motorsports podcasts you won't find anywhere else? Check out the Motor Racing Network's lineup of exclusive podcasts. MRN Classic Races, Junior's Journey, The Many Hats of Jack Roush, Richard Petty, Road to Royalty, 50 Years of MRN, Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career, and The Tough Trucks of NASCAR. Find these and more MRN exclusive podcasts on podcast providers and MRN.com.
I might do the NBA All-Star Game a little later. This is set to go to 6:30. But the way
only the second caution flag of the afternoon. It came out just a few moments ago for a crash off turn 4. Right now we are working under the caution flag. Buscher, Logano, Truex, Harvick, and Ty Gibbs. That's your top 5. Right now let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network. $120 laps complete, 80 to go in the Daytona 500. As we come back, we are working under the caution flag. You're listening to us live on the Motor Racing Network. A bunch of innocent bystanders wiped out by a wreck coming off turn number 4.
Yeah, we talk a lot about this bump drafting gone bad, and that's exactly what happened. The 4 car of Kevin Harvick got in back of the 45 car of Reddick, turned Reddick sideways, then he went down into the 12 car of Ryan Blaney, got him in the wall, and it all started basically in the middle of turn 3 and 4 when Harvick was bump drafting with that 45, and the 45 didn't hold on to it.
Now, tough to do when you're turning the steering wheel in the middle of the corner and you're getting peppered in the back bumper, and Reddick just simply lost it, turned him straight left down in and triggered this big crash to bring us under the caution flag, 9 laps shy from the end of stage number 2.
Every sports fan dreams of going pro and wants that feeling of being at the top of their game. So now's your time to stop dreaming the dream and start living it. The team at Advent Health has got your back. With expert care and resources, they can help you feel strong, confident, and supported. So get pro-level care with Advent Health, the official healthcare provider of Daytona International Speedway and Trackhouse Racing.
The NASCAR Foundation has got great news for local nonprofit organizations. It's the first ever NASCAR Day Give-a-thon on May 19th, a national campaign to help nonprofit organizations raise funds to support their mission. By joining the NASCAR Day Give-a-thon, you'll benefit from a national marketing campaign to build visibility and drive donations for your organization, all at no cost to you. And there will be special incentives and prizes along the way to help maximize your efforts. Visit NASCARDayGiveathon.org to sign up today. That's NASCARDayGiveathon.org.
Chase Elliott officially out of the race. They had to put his car on the wrecker on pit road, and they will take that car back to the NASCAR Cup Series garage. He will not win the Daytona 500. Ryan Blaney's team back working on the right front corner of their damaged race car as well. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Looking for motorsports coverage you can't find anywhere else? Look no further than the Motor Racing Network's lineup of weekly podcasts. NASCAR news and interviews on NASCAR Live and NASCAR Live Wide Open. NASCAR Cup Series Insight on Crew Call. NASCAR Grassroots Racing News and Talk on NASCAR Coast to Coast. And Sprint Car Talk on Wing Nation. All these and more available on podcast platforms and MRN.com. The year was 1993. The NASCAR Cup Series season kicked off with the Dale and Dale show at the Daytona 500.
Dale Jarrett's got the lead. He goes to the inside. Earnhardt's not going to get him. Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500 by SDP. Earnhardt second.
The 1993 NASCAR Cup Series season. All the highs and lows. Relive them all on MRN's exclusive podcast, The 1993 Season. Available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
Back at Daytona, pit lane is open, and there were quite a few drivers opted to come in for service. Steve Post.
Yes, indeed. A bunch of them come in. Michael McDowell came in. Noah Gragson brought his in. Chris Buescher brought his car in as well, and others. My hunch on this one is we are 8 laps from the end of stage number 2. These teams came in now. That means at the end of the stage, they can either stay on the racetrack, get position, or they can just do Sunoco race fuel and make it a quick stop, because everyone still will need to make a stop during the running of stage number 3. So a little strategy playing out here. Some teams that were toward the back taking an opportunity to maybe put themselves toward the front when we get started in stage number 3. Dylan, how about in front of you?
Yeah, I think it's the same story down here in the middle of pit road. Was watching Kyle Larson there. He got a little piece of that accident, and Cliff Daniels on the radio before they came down said, we're going to do our regular stop and have our tire changers monitor the damage. They'll give you a thumbs up if it looks good, and you'll go away, and that's exactly what happened. Front tire changer came running around the front, gave the thumbs up, so Larson went away on the jack, 4 tires and fuel, and no damage, at least nothing majorly concerning on the 5 car.
Only the second caution flag of the afternoon, but with the caution, Bubba Wallace is going to receive the free pass presented by Mahindra. Race fans, don't forget to cheer for Chase Briscoe in the Mahindra Tractors number 14 car, and race into your local dealer for big savings on Mahindra, the official tractor of tough.
Well, there were a couple of more speeding penalties, albeit under a caution flag, so maybe not as big of a detriment to these drivers. One of them was B.J. McLeod. The other, Jimmy Johnson, busted for speeding. Oops. As Brett Dalton gives us the one-to-go signal on top of the flag stand. We'll go under the choose rule here, which is a new rule for the 2023 season. For super speedways and dirt racing, they've added the choose rule, so these drivers have the opportunity to choose which lane they want to restart in, be it the inside or the outside.
Jimmy Johnson was 13th before he got busted, so he'll go to the tail end of the field now. B.J. McLeod topping off with fuel. He's on pit road. Kim is in the garage. A number of very good cars back there. You'll hear from some of the drivers coming out of the care center. A lot going on here. It took a while to get to it. The racing is insane. How about 32 different lead changes? 32 so far in 123 laps.
Those are official lead changes that are counted at the start-finish line only. And to put that into some perspective, that is more lead changes already through 123 laps than 4 of the last 5 Daytona 500s had in their entire 200-lap races. These drivers are getting after it. This car is awful racy.
And we are not done yet, not by a long shot. There'll be 6 to go in the stage. That's stage 2. And there'll be 76 laps to go in the Daytona 500 when they come back around. Rusty, it's been as good as advertised.
It's been really good. It's been hectic. There's no doubt about that. For you fans there wanting to know what's going on with Kyle Busch, he is a lap down. He's going to have to try to get that free pass. If there's a caution comes back out, he's got to get in front of Zane Smith, who's driving a 36 car. I think he can probably pull that off because Kyle's got a really fast Richard Childress Chevrolet under himself right now. It's a good car. It's been strong out there all day long. But he got busted coming down pit road, got busted speeding, and went a lap down because of it.
Tough break, but there's still a long way to go in the Daytona 500, and I'm relatively certain we're going to see the caution flag some more. Here they come. Obviously, in 6 more laps, we're going to have another caution flag at the end of the stage as they hit the Geico restart zone and go through the gearbox one more time. Inside lane trying to get away, led by Joey Logano.
And Logano will have the lead by the time they hit the 33-degree banking in turn number 1. Drafting help from Martin Truex Jr. Both of them get away. A.J. Allmendinger now slides up the inside lane. He'll battle for third, his best showing of the afternoon.
Inside line advances now. Ross Chastain was battling wheel to wheel for a spot for third. He's going to get a little drafting help now. He's trying to get up to second, but it won't kick in because Truex is shoving Logano back to 3.
Logano leads over Truex. Then the side-by-side racing begins with A.J. Allmendinger to the inside of Ross Chastain. And then Christopher Bell goes to the inside of Alex Bowman.
2015 Daytona 500 winner Joey Logano at the front of the field at the moment. as we head to the Care Center and Kim Kuhn.
Where Eric Jones has retired from the race. Out of the Care Center, what happened?
It looked like someone got turned around. I don't know if it's maybe the 45, but went down to the apron to try to get around it all, and I turned around. I think I just started spinning out on the flat, and then thought we were good, and then got clipped by another car, I think the 9. So unfortunate end. I thought our car was getting better, and we were kind of making our way up to the front. Started pretty far back, but it was a bummer. I felt like it was getting pretty racy. There was just nowhere to bail out and nowhere to go. So move on to next week and go race.
That's Eric Jones out of the race at Daytona. He mentioned the 45. That is Tyler Reddick's car. And Tyler, some speculation how that all started. It looked maybe like it started with you were around.
4 to go.
I know it definitely started with me, unfortunately. I really thought our Monster Energy Toyota Camry TRD could push really well, but I just didn't have a lot of clean air all day long, and I was never a lead car until Kevin was really pushing on me there. And yeah, the car just unfortunately didn't have the stability I think I needed to have, and it was dancing around a little bit down the back straightaway, and I thought, with a little bit of a push into 3 that I'd be okay, and it just the back of the car just came around right away, and fortunately got our car out of the race and tore
Who do you go with?
cars too.
That's Tyler Reddick, both Tyler and Eric Jones out of the race.
Kim Kuhn reporting for us back at the Advent Health Care Center. Getting down to it, 3 laps to go in the stage. Side by side for the race lead. Logano has the top spot.
Joey Logano's got the bottom of the racetrack, but he hasn't got the drafting help. That belongs to Ross Chastain. The Melon Man with some help from the pole sitter, Alex Bowman. Ross Chastain to the #1 spot.
Alva, Florida's Ross Chastain goes to the point here in Daytona. He started on the outside, goes to the inside, goes back to the outside. He can't go out there anymore. Alex Bowman's there, but now Logano will give him a bump. Chastain back to the point.
And Logano will hang on to that second spot and go side by side with
Trying
Alex
to figure
Bowman
out
for
who's
position number 2. 1 full car length now behind the new race leader, Ross Chastain.
Right now, let's hear from Chase Elliott. He, too, has just come from the Care Center.
Chase, what can you tell us about that incident? What could you see or feel?
Yeah, just obviously some guys got tangled up front, and those of us in the back were just scattering to kind of miss it. And looked like 5 and the 43 kind of went to the apron, and by the time we kind of got slowed up, they were coming back across the track, and I was the first winner. I was the lucky winner to get there first. So just, yeah, bummer. A long ways to go. So hate to end the day, but it is what it is.
Those are the thoughts of Chase Elliott, the 3rd driver out of the race from that incident.
Yeah, tough break. A lot of favorites taken out on that crash. The field exits turn number 4. When they get to the line, there'll be 1 lap to go in stage number 2. Top 10 will get championship points. Here they come back to the line. Ross Chastain on the bottom of the racetrack. A Chevrolet to his outside is Alex Bowman.
Ross Chastain trying to guard 2 lanes with 1 race car. Right now he's on the bottom of the racetrack, but here comes Alex Bowman. There'll be no blocking this charge as Bowman is side by side now. Chastain down low, Bowman up high.
Chevrolet leading the way. Bowman outside, Chastain down low. Each have drafting help. Alex Bowman, fender out in front, halfway up the back straightaway. Ross Chastain waiting for the push to come from Joey Logano. He gets it in turn 3.
And it's going to propel Chastain out front by a half a car length over Alex Bowman. Logano side by side for position number 3 with Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
And now the race back to the stripe. The green and white checkered flag is in the air. Who's going to get here first? Bowman on the outside, Chastain on the inside, at the line by inches. It's going to be Ross Chastain who scores the stage win. Stage 2 is complete. Chastain literally by inches over Alex Bowman. Joey Logano across the line in position number 3. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 4th, and Austin Cindric was 5th. The rest of the top 10. Truex, he finished 6th. 7th, William Byron. A.J. Allmendinger finished 8th. Chris Buescher was 9th. Christopher Bell was 10th, but it was Ross Chastain scoring the Stage 2 win as the caution is out at Daytona.
This week on RVER, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. I'm sorry, I can't operate on that vehicle.
But doctor, you took an oath.
That RV, it's
My son's RV.
Oh, doctor, isn't there anything you can
I'm
do?
not a miracle worker, Sheila. I'm an RV surgeon, trained to save the lives of large injured recreational vehicles, which is definitely a real profession.
When your RV really needs saving, Progressive has you covered. See if you could save with a leader in RV insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms.
Don't miss a moment of the NASCAR season.
Chastain drove it and never lifted. Put it against the safer barrier and all the way around the turn, passes Denny Hamlin.
Check out the Motor Racing Network's coverage of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and the NASCAR Cup Series on hundreds of local radio stations around the country. Find your local station by going to MRN.com to catch the excitement of NASCAR on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
68 laps remain in the Daytona 500. Stage
Chastain,
2 complete.
Bowman,
Ross
Pagano,
Chastain
Stenhouse,
across the line first, scoring
Cedric,
the
Truex,
Stage 2
Byron,
win.
Dinger,
Pit stops will
Wilshire,
be coming
and Bell,
up
your
very
top 10.
shortly from Daytona International Speedway. This
131
is the
of
Motor
200
Racing Network,
complete.
the voice of NASCAR.
For 75 years, NASCAR has been making history.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes back to the Daytona International Speedway, leading the pack, coming to the line. He will win the Pepsi 400.
Catch the next iconic moment as we celebrate 75 years of NASCAR all season long.
Chastain did a video game move, drove it and never lifted.
Right here on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Are you ready? To help children forget about their serious medical conditions so they can just be a kid. Then support Victory Junction, which is the dream of late race driver Adam Petty, who wanted to build a camp where children concentrate on fun and laughter, not illness or disability. At Victory Junction, kids enjoy ziplining, horseback riding, swimming, fishing, all in a medically safe environment, all at no cost to the camper. What do you say, Richard Petty?
Let's do this.
Learn more at victoryjunction.org.
Motor Racing Network's coverage of the Daytona 500 is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. For a job you'll love, visit progressive.com/careers. And by Ruoff Mortgage. If you need a home loan, Ruoff Mortgage makes it stress-free and fast. Visit ruoff.com to learn how.
15 drivers have taken turns at the front of the field. Most recently now is Ross Chastain, 35 different lead changes in all that took place right here at the start-finish line. Several more around the racetrack. Alex Hayden, we've been slowed only 3 times due to caution. Twice to end the stage, once involving that crash off turn number 4.
And it triggered a multi-car crash and took out a couple of really good race cars and Tyler Reddick. It took out Eric Jones. It also took out Chase Elliott. Well, Steve Post, one of the drivers involved in that crash that we weren't real sure was going to be able to maintain speed was Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney's been down probably 3 or 4 times during that caution period, and they worked to get that car buttoned back up. They took it right to the edge of the damaged vehicle 7-minute clock to get that car put back together. I think they were down to 35 seconds is what Jonathan Hassler was saying when they dropped the jack. Then the key is getting the car up to minimum speed. They were able to do that on that short run to this break. They just brought it down. They pitted early. Pit road was closed, so there'll be a penalty. They'll start at the back. They're not worried about that yet, as they have brought the car down pit road, and they continue to massage on it. Now, it's got a lot of damage on the right front. There is no way I thought they'd get that car going, but Ryan says it's a little darty out on the racetrack, but beyond that, it's not that bad. He is, though, 1 lap down.
You know, taking a look at how the drivers came across the line back on lap 65 to how they came across the line right now, a couple of drivers stand out as drivers that have had a good day all day long. And that would be Ryan Preece, who finished in the top 10 in stage 1 and stage 2. Harvick, the same thing. Michael McDowell, just a couple of those drivers that have had really good days here this afternoon, including Ross Chastain, who's the race leader.
Your stage 2 winner, Ross Chastain, it says the car is pushing, so meaning it's a little bit tight. It wants to go in one direction. He says, I don't know what to do with it. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, and air pressure adjustment as Ross Chastain waits on the gas and he stalls stalls it just a little bit. They're going to give him a push out of his pit box. Joey Logano also in, Kevin Harvick. Joey saying the handling sucks on this. I can't run the bottom. Steve Post.
Yeah, Chris Buescher looks like he's going to win the battle out from pit road. Buescher was the first car out. Actually, Eric Almirola might have been the first car out. Buescher second. William Byron, Kyle Larson, the front cars off the racetrack. As they got pit stops here, it was 4-tire Sunoco Racing Fuel. Alex Bowman made his way toward the front of the field with a pit stop there, as well as Jimmy Johnson and Martin Truex Jr. Dylan.
Brad Keselowski was in. They were in with 6 or 7 to go, those previous stops. So it was just a splash and go for Keselowski. Christopher Bell took 4 tires in fuel, and it was left sides in fuel for Denny Hamlin.
So pit stops wrap up here on lap number 133. We're just getting down to it. 66 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
The Tough Trucks of NASCAR, an exclusive podcast from the Motor Racing Network.
Ron Horner today, green flag is in the air, and he will take the field quickly to turn 1.
Relive the moments of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series from its debut in 1995.
Checkered flag in the air, Skinner wins with the inaugural for the NASCAR Truck Series by Craftsman.
The legends of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Todd Bodine wins 4 in a row on super speedways.
The Tough Trucks of NASCAR. Available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
Still working our caution flag for the 3rd time this afternoon here at the Daytona 500. The new race leader is Bubba Wallace after this round of pit stops. Eric Almirola will be 2nd. Chris Buescher goes 3rd. William Byron 4th. And Kyle Larson is 5th. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
It's all happened on the streets of Chicago, but these streets haven't seen anything like this. NASCAR is coming to Chicago, and it's going to be one epic weekend. A NASCAR Xfinity Series race Saturday, and Cup Series race on Sunday, and live music all weekend long. You ready? NASCAR Chicago Street Race Weekend, July 1st and 2nd, 2023. Get your tickets now at NASCARChicago.com.
From the infield garages to the race shops, NASCAR Hot Pass is your all-access ticket to the latest news from the sport.
Well, we got them down, now we put our foot on them. Then that's the attitude you got to have.
I don't think it's a move that can have any success at Martinsville. I still don't know why it worked.
Stay up to date with all of your favorite drivers all year long.
Get to the Final Four is what every driver in NASCAR's goals are.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network.
Back here at Daytona as we're down to 65 laps to go next time by. Before we put them under the green flag, let's review some of the keys to winning today's race, presented by Progressive Insurance. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average. Call or click today and find out if they can save you hundreds on your car insurance. NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace.
Well, one of the keys that's already happened and happened in a big way is this bump drafting gone bad. First it was the 23 car of Bubba Wallace coming down the back straightaway, actually leading the race, and got into the outside wall when he got bumped from behind, hit the wall, put himself down a lap, got back up in the lead lap now, though, so he's probably okay at the moment. The other just happened a little while. Kevin Harvick bumping in the back of Tyler Reddick. They had a big crash. Harvick got away with it okay. But 2 bump drafting gone bad so far, Alex.
They have a couple of different times. Hopefully that'll be it as far as the bad bump draftings. The keys to the race are brought to you by Progressive Insurance.
65 laps remain in the 65th edition of the Great American Race. Glad to have you with us on the Motor Racing Network. Jeff Striegel alongside Alex Hayden and Rusty Wallace. Dave Moody's been out in turn 2 all week. The same thing for the bagman. He's at the end of the Daytona Super Stretch. Mike Bagley is out there today. Kyle Rickey is out in turn number 4. He's been there all week, up and down pit road all week. They've just done a great job. Steve Post, Dylan Welch, and Kim Kuhn. Bubba Wallace, a lap down not too long ago to the race lead here at Daytona.
It's impressive, and that's why you fight, and that's why you stay in it, and you continue to race hard lap after lap after lap. You never know how things are going to shake out, so Bubba Wallace now finds himself at the front. Now, he is on a bit of a different pit strategy than everybody else because of all of that. He's got 11 laps older tires and 11 laps less Sunoco fuel than the rest of the field.
So he will be the driver of the control car when we go back under the green flag. A quick look at the top 10, maybe even a little deeper, because we are still at least a lap and a quarter away from going back under the green flag. Bubba out front, Eric Almirola second, Chris Buescher third, William Byron is fourth, Kyle Larson fifth. We'll give you a look at the top 10. Austin Cindric sixth, Kevin Harvick.
So
he's been in the top 10 all day long in his last Daytona 500. Then it's Brad Denny and Harrison Burton. That's your top 10.
Buying a house can feel like you're going 200 miles per hour in bumper-to-bumper traffic with a dirty windshield and the sun in your eyes. Ruoff Mortgage has the technology, expert staff, and resources to simplify the process while speeding up the time it takes to get clear to close. So while getting a loan can seem intimidating, Ruoff Mortgage will have you opening the door to your new home fast and stress-free. Visit ruoff.com to learn more. That's ruoff.com.
The year was 1993. The NASCAR Cup Series season kicked off with the Dale and Dale show at the Daytona 500.
Dale Jarrett's got the lead. He goes to the inside. Earnhardt's not going to get him. Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500 by STP. Earnhardt second.
The 1993 NASCAR Cup Series season. All the highs and lows. Relive them all on MRN's exclusive podcast, The 1993 Season. Available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
On Thursdays, NASCAR Live goes wide open. This podcast has you covered with interviews from the biggest newsmakers in the sport.
My job is to ultimately drive fast.
It's a track that can jump out and bite you, but I feel like it's my type of racetrack.
We also hear behind-the-scenes stories on some of your favorite drivers that you won't hear anywhere else.
There's a picnic table laying up in the field. Me and Joey both looked at each other and said, we should ride this thing down the hill.
New episodes drop every Thursday. Subscribe to NASCAR Live wherever you listen to podcasts.
Looking for motorsports coverage you can't find anywhere else? Look no further than the Motor Racing Network's lineup of weekly podcasts. NASCAR news and interviews on NASCAR Live and NASCAR Live Wide Open. NASCAR Cup Series Insight on Crew Call. NASCAR Grassroots Racing News and Talk on NASCAR Coast to Coast. And Sprint Car Talk on Wing Nation. All these and more available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
And green flag. Stage 3.
.63 laps remain in the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. Mike Bagley, Bubba Wallace leads the field off turn number 2.
After crashing into the outside wall early on, Bubba Wallace is back to the lead of the Daytona 500, and he's being very aggressive. He'll start on the bottom, come out of 2. He'll jump to the outside, trying to block the lane, but here comes the lane down low, and the push to Eric Almirola to the point.
Almirola getting a push.
Is on the bottom of the racetrack. That propels Eric Almirola to the front of the field. Chris Buescher will take the second spot away.
Wobble from the 23.
Trying to get things rallied back on that outside lane. They don't have the steam right now. Bottom side is strong with a couple of Ford Mustangs. That Roush Yates power plant in the hood of the Eric Almirola car, and the car behind him and Chris Buescher.
Chris Buescher, very aggressive bump drafting, shoves Eric Almirola into turn number 1, drops off the back bumper. Kyle Larson will follow them through on the inside. He'll go to third. Battle for fourth. Harvick down low. Wallace up high.
Harvick trying to clear the Bubba Wallace car midway down the back straightaway. So you've got Almirola, you've got Chris Buescher, Kyle Larson, and now here comes Kevin Harvick racing inside the top 5.
Denny Hamlin just behind Harvick. He's in position.
Trouble, turn number 3. Alex Bowman gets turned onto the apron,
Bowman
and he saves it.
turned.
Wow, what a save by Bowman. Turned on the bottom of turn number 3. That nose was pointed to the infield.
And caution is out for Bowman.
and he has still got a
Fourth
handful
one
of
of the
wheel,
day,
and he's in the
second
throttle.
for
What a
Specific
move by
Cause,
Bowman.
lap
Boy, I guess so, Mike.
138.
Caution flag number 4 on the speedway. It comes out right now on lap number 139. We also see Ryan Blaney may have cut down a right front tire and left the carcass of that tire on the racetrack. What a save by Alex Bowman. You were watching it, Mike.
Yeah, it was amazing. And that happened, I think, because of an accordion effect. Some guys got jammed up towards the back of the pack, and Alex Bowman, all of a sudden, there was some contact there. That Ally Chevrolet got turned around, and it was pointed right to the infield. He quickly snapped that car back. He was on the apron, and he brought it back up onto the banking, lost a lot of ground, but he still has a race car, and that's the most important thing.
And we're under the caution for the 4th time. Eric Almirola is the leader.
Craftsman is back, and to celebrate our return to the NASCAR Truck Series, we're offering race fans different Craftsman deals throughout the season because teams can count on Craftsman tools to get the job done, and now you can too. Take advantage of the Craftsman deal of the race. Get the V20 brushless RP2 tool combo kit now for $149, and this deal, well, it's going fast. So go to Craftsman.com for details on the current deal of the race. The deal of the race brought to you by Craftsman. Current offer available February 13th through April 30th, 2023 at Lowe's and Ace Hardware and online. Restrictions apply. See Craftsman.com deal of the race for details.
For 75 years, NASCAR has been making history.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes back to the Daytona International Speedway, leading the pack, coming to the line. He will win the Pepsi 400.
Catch the next iconic moment as we celebrate 75 years of NASCAR all season long.
Chastain did a video game move, drove it and never lifted.
Right here on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Back here at Daytona, pit lane is open, and we'll cover pit stops for William Byron and Kyle Larson.
Well, it was a late call for Larson. Cliff Daniels called him in at the 11th hour, and Larson barely got in. It was fuel only for him. I think it was fuel only for William Byron in too. Steve, anybody in front of you?
Yeah, Noah Gregson is in fuel only, about collides with Alex Bowman's race car. Bowman was coming down pit road. He now inches into his pit box. Martin Truex Jr. was in. A.J. Allmendinger was in. And here's Alex Bowman. He's the one that skittered off the racetrack. Got to go 4 tires, Sunoco Racing Fuel. Kim?
Had a pair of Fords at this end of pit road. Joey Logano and Chase Briscoe both getting Sunoco fuel only in their race cars.
15 cars electing to come to pit road. They do so on lap 140. Under caution from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Bowman appears to be
The
on the
NASCAR
damaged
Foundation has got
vehicle
great
clock.
news for local nonprofit organizations. It's the first ever NASCAR Day Give-a-thon on May 19th, a national campaign to help nonprofit organizations raise funds to support their mission. By joining the NASCAR Day Give-a-thon, you'll benefit from a national marketing campaign to build visibility and drive donations for your organization, all at no cost to you. And there will be special incentives and prizes along the way to help maximize your efforts. Visit NASCARDayGiveathon.org to sign up today. That's NASCARDayGiveathon.org.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries worried about COVID-19. COVID-19 tests are now covered by Medicare Part B. That's right, Achieve DX will ship you your rapid COVID-19 test at no cost straight to your home. These easy-to-use FDA EUA authorized tests will give you results in 15 minutes. Even if you have a Medicare Advantage plan, you can have these tests delivered to your home at no cost to you, and the shipping is free. For your free COVID-19 tests, call Achieve DX at 800-249-8212. That's 800-249-8212. Call now.
Eric Almirola stayed out and leads. Same for Chris Buescher, Kevin Harvick, Bubba Wallace, and Denny Hamlin. All of a sudden, Denny back up where we expect to see Denny at Daytona, and that is certainly inside the top 10. And right now, he is showing up 5th. Austin Cindric, you know, let's just spend a minute and talk about him. He won the Daytona 500 1 year ago. You know that. And now he's just coming back. You talked about his sophomore season earlier, Alex. You know, I think he's just making a statement to say, if you thought last year was a fluke, think again. I'm here. I know what I'm doing. I can run a super speedway. This is a driver and a team, no surprise on the team at all, but this is a driver who is very, very good on super speedways, and he's showing it again today.
Yeah, a lot of people may have thought last year's Daytona 500 win in his rookie season might have been a bit of maybe an anomaly, if you will. But he went on the rest of the year, won Sunoco Rookie of the Year honors for the season, and proved to all the veterans and all the race fans that he is a real deal. He can drive a race car. To come back in his sophomore season, Rusty Wallace, and start back at the Daytona 500, to have the kind of run that he's having today, he's been in and around the top 10 all afternoon.
Well, Alex, he's the real deal. I mean, he's driving for one of the best teams out there, the Penske Racing team. I know the team well. They got the best cars.
You drove for them for 20 years,
I would say the
Rusty.
best drivers, too. And Cindric's no slouch, there's no doubt about that. With winning the Xfinity Championship, running up front all the time, winning the Daytona 500, I mean, this makes sense to me that he's up there in the 6th position right now, challenging for a win.
You know, the other driver that I'm going to call out to your attention, to both of you, is Ryan Preece. Right now, he is running in position number 8. He finished second in the first stage, didn't finish in the top 10 in the second stage, doesn't matter. This is career start 116 for him, still looking for his first win. Highly talented race car driver. He got the call in the offseason that dreams are made of, truly.
Yeah, well, he's been a part of Stewart-Haas Racing. All last year, he was their standby driver, as it were. Got a couple of opportunities in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series, in the Xfinity Series, a few NASCAR Cup Series races a year ago. But you're right, to be full-time now, Stewart-Haas Racing in the NASCAR Cup Series, Ryan Preece trying to take full advantage of that. Not a surprise that he is in the top 10 right now in the Daytona 500. In 3 previous Daytona 500 starts, he's finished in the top 10 twice.
And that call probably was a call to the office. Ryan, come on in, sit down. We got something we want to talk to you about, and that is we have a seat open and we want you to fill it. And that's a pretty big deal. And he showed so well at the Coliseum. They didn't have a mechanical issue on that car. A lot of us probably would have thought that Preece would have been the man to beat. Truex got the win. Preece was really good, and he's really good here today. The choose rule in effect, so the drivers pick whether they want to start inside or outside. Mike Bagley, as they make their way down towards you, it's Eric Almirola at the front of the field here at Daytona.
Pretty good sight to see that young man from Tampa, Florida. And right now that Smithfield Ford Mustang lines up against Bubba Wallace. That car's fast, and he has had great racemanship or craftsmanship, race craftsmanship today. Right now, he is making the most of it, and he's got some, he's got some help lined up behind him in Chris Buescher and Kevin Harvick.
As the field looks to go back under the green flag next time by, Kip Childress will take the pace car behind the wall, and Brett Dalton patiently awaits on top of the flag stand to put them back under the green when they get to the Geico restart zone.
Lap 143 will be complete when that happens. Eric Almirola at the front of the field. We have some strong, really strong race cars out back. How quickly can they find their way to the front? We'll find out. Geico restart coming up. Green flag in the air.
Flag.
Ford on
Back
the
underway
inside.
at Daytona.
Toyota, Bubba Wallace on the outside. 2 Fords making up row 2. It's on again here at Daytona. Eric Almirola and Bubba Wallace at the front of the field.
Rematch of the previous restart with Almirola and Wallace. Last time Bubba didn't have as new a tires. It was all Almirola. This time, same result. Eric draws away.
Second
as
verse,
Bubba
same as
Wallace
the first. Almirola to
Eric
the point
Almirola
at
pulls
Daytona.
away with the help of Chris Buescher right on his back bumper. Those 2 Ford Mustangs, 1 and 2. The third in line is Kevin Harvick. While upstairs, Bubba Wallace is getting all he can stand right now from Austin Cindric.
Austin Cindric, then Ryan Preece, Harrison Burton, and Michael McDowell lined up in the outside lane, but the inside lane has the advantage, led by Eric Almirola.
Right on the double yellow line off turn number 4 is Eric Almirola. Looks in the mirror. He can see the white in the eyes of Chris Buescher. Buescher has another Ford stacked up behind him. That's Kevin Harvick. They're going to bust out and go 3 wide to 1.
3 wide, a little further back, and all the way to the outside goes Austin Cindric. They've just thrown Bubba Wallace to the wolves. He's all alone in the middle, trying to get to the bottom, gets across the nose of Christopher Bell. They nearly make contact, but get away.
And that will thin out the front of the field. Again, Almirola, Buscher, Harvick. They are 1, 2, 3. Side-by-side battle behind Denny Hamlin.
2 Toyotas, top 5.
Here's Randy LaJoy on the move down low.
LaJoy to the inside, Brad Keselowski to the outside lane, but it is Corey LaJoy with the advantage, trying to bust his way into the top 5 for the first time today.
And Kevin Harvick, this will be his last Daytona 500 this year, and there he goes. He's running in 3rd position. That car has been in the top 5 most of the day, guys, and you got to believe that Kevin Harvick would love to win his last race at Daytona, the Daytona 500. That's such a big one to say I won on my last year.
2007 Daytona 500 winner Kevin Harvick. Stewart-Haas Racing has 4 very strong Fords in the field as they work the back straightaway.
Eric Almirola again leads the lane down low, but he's going to lose Chris Buscher. Buscher goes to the high lane. He's getting a shove from Keselowski. Chris Buscher goes to the lead in 3.
Brad Keselowski side by side with Eric Almirola for the 2nd spot. Then it's Kevin Harvick to the inside. Second car in line behind Eric Almirola. They're stacked up again for the field.
Inside lane squeezes out in front up off of turn number 4. However, outside lane has a big burst of momentum. Brad Keselowski shoving his team car, Chris Buscher, to the top spot in Daytona.
RFK Racing tag teaming their way to the high lane and to the front
Racing,
of the pack. Buscher
getting
is
off to a
there.
great
He'll
start
take the lead.
in 2023.
Almirola, though, gets a kick in the shorts from Harvick. He'll come back to the bottom.
Almirola slid his head wide coming off the corner. Did a good job of keeping that car to the bottom of the racetrack, and it's going to keep him in a side-by-side battle for the lead momentarily as Keselowski again will push Buscher back to the lead.
Outside lane with that momentum, and it's Buscher out front. Almirola battling back to the bottom with drafting help from Kevin Harvick as Keselowski remains committed to Buscher topside.
RFK ran inside the top 10 all day long a year ago, and right now they line up and they want the lead. Chris Buscher on the outside. He looks in the mirror, Dave Moody, and sees the boss.
He's got Brad Keselowski buried underneath his back bumper, but he's also got Eric Almirola down to the inside and side by side for the lead with drafting help from Kevin Harvick.
That's the way they'll race to the Daytona Superstretch. Buscher leading the lane on the outside. You got Eric Almirola leading the lane on the inside. Keselowski being a good draft mate to the leader, who is now Chris Buscher out into the clean air.
Well, as Keselowski in the 2nd spot, Eric Almirola continues to lead to the bottom, and they get things sorted out on the inside of the racetrack, and now they come to the front of the field with Almirola out front.
Side by side, lap after lap, now 42 different lead changes as we work lap 148. Here's a quick look at the top 10. It's Eric Almirola, it's Chris Buscher and Kevin Harvick. It's Brad Keselowski 4th and Denny Hamlin 5th. 6 through 10, Austin Cindric. Corey LaJoy is 7th. Ryan Preece is 8th. Justin Haley, how about that? Just a super speedway expert at his young age, and he is running 9th in front of Harrison Burton. The Wood brothers right now inside the top 10 at Daytona. Alex, that's pretty cool.
It really is, and Speed Weeks presented by Advent Health, and we're privileged to welcome back to the Motor Racing Network broadcast booth Dr. Audrey Gregory, President and CEO, Advent Health Central Florida Division, North Region. Welcome back. How are you?
I am great, thank you.
It's great to have you back here in the broadcast booth with us. You guys are the official healthcare provider of the Daytona International Speedway. Exactly what does that mean?
Oh, it means an awful lot to us. First of all, as the official healthcare provider for Daytona International Speedway, we are proud to be able to provide care for drivers, crew members, fans here at World Center of Racing. In addition to that, I don't know if everyone knows that many people may not realize it, that our care centers and first aid centers are just open, not just open for the 2 major races, but for whatever happens here at the International Speedway. Our team is here to care for the community.
It's a fantastic thing you guys are doing.
Thank you. We love taking care of the community.
It is important for you and your entire team. How does Advent Health utilize the NASCAR partnerships to celebrate not only your employees, but specifically during this Speed Weeks presented by Advent Health?
So this year, we have put together something really special for our team, and we've given away up to over 1,000 tickets already to team members so that they can enjoy the race as a part of our special recognition. And in addition to that, we have a wonderful healthcare lounge lounge that we have available for our team members. And then the community has just been incredible. They have the opportunity to write thank you notes for our teams. And this week we will bring those thank you notes to all our team members. So thank you to the community for being such great partners in doing this.
Not only the official healthcare provider of Daytona International Speedway, not only the Advent Health Infield Care Center, not only Speed Weeks by Advent Health, but there's a race car out here with Advent Health on board with driver Ross Chastain. How important is that to your employees and your team members to have this race car out here?
I tell you, Ross has been such an incredible ambassador for Advent Health, and it's been so exciting to just watch him grow and develop over the last few years, achieving his first NASCAR Cup Series win and finishing second last year in the point standing. So we consider Ross and Trackhouse Racing to be a part of our Advent Health family, and when they do well, we all can celebrate. He is doing really well today, so lots of prayers.
Yes, no doubt. He's been at the front of the field a couple of different times today. He is in the lead draft and has got a good shot to win this thing. Thank you so much for what you and Advent Health and everybody does, not only for NASCAR, but specifically here at the Daytona International Speedway.
And thank you for all you do. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. That is Dr. Audrey Gregory, President and CEO, Advent Health Central Florida Division, North Region.
33 cars right now running in a pack here at Daytona International Speedway. 33 separated last lap by 1.6 seconds. Last lap led by Chris Buescher at 192 miles an hour. We take this for granted. They are racing inches apart. Lap after lap. Kevin Harvick, we talked about him just a moment ago, running inside the top five. Got shuffled out of the draft, moved all the way to the top side of the racetrack, and has fallen all the way to 26th. By design, Kim, what happened?
As far as I know, by design, there was nothing on the radio to indicate that there's something wrong with the Ford. In fact, all race long, he said the balance is fine. So probably playing his cars safely, trying not to get too much in this mix as things get precarious. Kevin's attitude, though, over the last 2 months has been very carefree. I checked in with Rodney Childers, their crew chief, earlier this morning. He said Kevin's attitude has been very reminiscent of 2014. That's the year they won the championship. And so with that mindset, Kevin is here to win, so you have to think that this is by design, this is a plan, and Kevin will pick them off and make his way towards the front as we get closer towards the finish of this race.
He's going to settle in line right now about mid-pack as the field goes 2 by 2 all the way through the lead draft. We're down to 46 laps to go. Eric Almirola is the leader.
Sir, are you aware you were going 40 miles an hour? This is a residential area.
Sure, but I'm on my lawnmower? Wait, am I getting a ticket?
No, I've just never seen anyone top 9 miles an hour on one of those bad boys. And mow their entire lawn in 30 seconds? What got into you?
Well, I did fuel up at Sunoco this morning.
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
The eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, NASCAR's official esports series featuring the new next-gen car. Watch the best sim racers fight for over $330,000. Don't miss the ultimate online racing competition. Tuesdays on eNASCAR.com. Pre-race show at 8:30 Eastern with races starting at 9. This is must-see racing. This series is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Zero sugar
got
and
wrecked out.
refreshingly delicious. Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, the best Coke ever. Try it today.
Chris Buescher still shows the way. Brad Keselowski second. Eric Almirola
Elliott
is
got
third.
wrecked out,
Denny Hamlin is fourth.
unfortunately.
And Austin Cindric is fifth with 44 laps to go. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Victory Junction was young race driver Adam Petty's dream. He worked toward building a camp where children with serious medical conditions could concentrate on fun and not their illness or disease. When he died tragically, his family and friends around NASCAR made sure that dream came true. Today, Victory Junction is a camp that provides fun, life-changing experiences to children dealing with illnesses and disabilities, all at no cost
And that
to the camp.
person that was talking earlier was the CEO of Advent Health.
Looking to rent a scanner? Racing Electronics rentals must be purchased in advance online at racingelectronics.com. No walk-ups will be allowed. With a Racing Electronics scanner, hear uncensored communication from every team in the race or tune into the live radio broadcast. Don't forget to rent early. Head over to racingelectronics.com/rental info for important rental dates and to secure your weekend rental today.
These TurboTax ads are going to be... Ugh. I don't know.
We welcome you back to the World Center of Racing. It is the Daytona 500 here live on the Motor Racing Network. We're getting down to it. Jeff Striegel, 42 laps to go.
A couple of things that we were noticing a few moments ago. Bubba Wallace was on the outside lane as a leader being pushed. They weren't going anywhere. The inside line blew him away. Now we see Denny Hamlin on the inside lane, and he is getting blown away. He's the leader on the inside lane. All right, so what's the similarity? Obviously, they both run Toyotas. In the garage, we were told by crew chiefs, some cars are good pushers, some cars are good leaders. And apparently, the Toyota perhaps, I mean, obviously we don't know about Truex or what have you, but is it safe to say these two cars are not good leaders? They may be better pushers.
Well, at this stage, you're absolutely right, Jeff. The Toyota's not very good. That being said, they are 10th is the highest running Toyota of Denny Hamlin.
Right.
The next Toyotas are 19th and 20th, and Martin Truex Jr. and Ty Gibbs. But when you look at the front of the field, things are beginning to play out just a bit.
All right, so now Daniel Suarez has just come across the nose on Denny Hamlin. That's a Chevrolet that would be out front of the inside lane. Let's see how they can pick him off. Dave, they're in front of you.
They immediately begin making some forward progress. He'll move down to the inside of Michael McDowell off 2.
Daniel Suarez started that run last lap through at the end of the back straightaway. Kyle Larson started to go with him. Ducked back in line, did Larson, leaving Suarez to his own devices down low.
Top 5 cars are single file, then you get to that double wide racing led by Daniel Suarez, and they aren't making progress outside of the top 5 a moment ago. Suarez running that inside lane up the 4th.
Well, Jeff, your question was asked, and I believe it's getting answered. Suarez in the Chevrolet, the Tootsie's Orchid Lounge Chevrolet's leading the inside charge, and as Kyle Rickey pointed out, Dave Moody, the inside lane is moving.
He seems to be a better locomotive at the front of that train than Denny Hamlin was for sure. Oh, Hamlin gets into him, shoves him up into the middle groove. Denny dives underneath him, and now Daniel Suarez has to wedge his way back up into the outside lane.
And he'll do it right in front of Kyle Larson. Denny Hamlin's going to jump up in line in front of Suarez, now leading Corey LaJoie to lead the inside lane back to the corner.
Justin Haley tucked up behind Corey LaJoie, along with
Hamlin
Jimmy Johnson, Ross Chastain, and Tyler Reddick on the bottom of the racetrack, along with Ty Gibbs. Everybody else on the top side.
The front 9 are single file topside. They're side by side from 10th on back. So with 39 laps to go, let's find out what the pit strategy is or is not going to be. This report from Pit Road is presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all of your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Steve Post, what are you hearing?
What I'm hearing, if we go with our baseline number of 42 laps on a run, we're within the window to go to the end. Now, if they're going to split it, they're still going to go another 5 or 6 laps, and I think we go beyond that as far as most of the cars go, so that we have plenty of fuel should this race go into NASCAR overtime. So I think that's conventional.
Don't jinx it, Steve
now,
Post.
Fuel mileage is
Don't
something that
jinx
varies
it.
over the course of weekends, over the course of races, and also over the course of where you're running on the racetrack. So I think with most of them, the game plan is at least one more pit stop somewhere, maybe 10 laps from now, or somewhere around that point. But Dylan, are you hearing that there's a couple of teams out there that might be going just a little bit further than that?
Well, we're going to see. So there's a couple of the Hendrick Motorsports cars that are going to maybe try, or we're going to try to run about 60 laps on this last tank of fuel. Now, they were at the back of the pack in the draft, so that'll certainly help save them some fuel. And then maybe with a few more cautions as well, you could do it. But I don't even know if they want cautions. It may have just been trying to save in the draft. Now, that's obviously a long, long stint, so you got to save a lot. But that was the discussion amongst a couple of these teams. They were going to try
under 100 miles
one of those
to go.
cars had
The Daytona 500
forward into the lead pack here. here, so I don't know if that plan has been aborted or not, but that is at least going to be the effort for a couple of these teams here to try to go 60 laps. Kim, what are you hearing?
I'm hearing on my end of pit road that they will need to come at least one more time. And I checked in with the teams that were last on pit road. So lap 140, we had Joey Logano and Chase Briscoe. That would have been the closest to the end of the race, and they definitely have to come. So none of my guys seeming can make it to the end. In fact, I told one team that there were teams that had planned on making it one more without another stop, and they kind of laughed. So big gamble by the guys in Dylan's section of pit road. We do expect them probably within the next 10 laps to make that final stop of the night.
Steve Post, Dylan Welch, and Kim Kuhn. I would imagine if somebody was to stay on this racetrack, run 60 laps all the way to the checkered flag, be prepared to be torn down by NASCAR after the event is over. I mean, you've done the calculation. Yes, of course, what he's being told is accurate. I mean, if they're going to do it, they're going to try it. There's no doubt. But based on a calculation, it would appear as though that is impossible.
No, we're hearing that the most they can run, you know, by talking to some other crew chiefs and stuff, and some of our colleagues, 46 to 47 laps is the max that fuel tank's going to run before it gets dry. Now, here's the key thing, in my opinion, guys. Whenever they decide to pit under green, whoever decides to do that, you better come down with a crowd. If you come down with one or two cars and think that you're going to get hooked back up in a draft, I don't think it's going to happen. The most important thing to me is stay in that pack so you got the speed, and don't screw up coming down pit road in that last pit stop, lock the tires up or do something dumb like that, or get caught speeding coming out pit road, because this next one is going to be the money stop.
The front 7 cars right now are all Ford Mustangs, all of them led by Chris Buescher, 34 laps to go.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now.
Halfway through stage 3, 35 laps remaining.
Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
The Tough Trucks of NASCAR, an exclusive podcast from the Motor Racing Network.
Ron today, green flag is in the air, and he will take the field quickly to turn 1.
Relive the moments of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series from its debut in 1995.
Checkered flag in the air, Skinner wins from the inaugural for the NASCAR Truck Series by Craftsman.
The legends of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Todd Bodine wins 4 in a row on super speedways.
The Tough Trucks of NASCAR, available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
Here at Daytona International Speedway, make it the front 12 cars now go single file. All of those cars working the outside lane right up against the safer barrier. 33 laps to go. Chris Buescher leads Brad Keselowski, Eric Almirola, Austin Cindric, and Ryan Preece from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
MRN Classic Races.
Ricky
Wright really another bachelor copycat.
Covering over 50 years of NASCAR racing on the Motor Racing Network.
Comes Junior to the bottom. Dale Earnhardt Jr. ducks low on Stewart. They bang a bit in 3. Earnhardt is there. They bang again in 4.
Jeff Bodine is going to lead the first lap of the Busch 500. Dale Earnhardt is going to win the Daytona 500 in his 20th try. Trying to maintain that lead as he moves off turn 2.
MRN Classic Races available on your favorite podcast platform.
Jeff Gordon wins the Daytona 500.
Jeff Gordon's rise to one of NASCAR's all-time greatest drivers was one like no one. Relive Jeff Gordon's journey to the NASCAR Hall of Fame with the exclusive MRN podcast, Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career. 93 Cup Series wins, 5 Cup Series championships, and 3 Daytona 500 victories. A career rivaled by few others. Check out MRN's Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
No change in the running order here at Daytona in the Daytona 500. Roush Fenway Keselowski still 1-2 on the leaderboard. Chris Buescher leading Brad Keselowski. Before we get you back on the track in the action, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Motor Racing Network.
And in the race, Buescher, Keselowski, Almirola, Cindric, Preece, Burton, Michael McDowell, Hamlin, Suarez, Larson, your top 10.
Motor Racing Network live at the World Center of Racing as the NASCAR Cup Series runs the Daytona 500 alongside NASCAR Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace and Jeff Striegel. My name is Alex Hayden. Dave Moody, Mike Bagley, Kyle Rickey are in the turns for us today. And up and down the pit lane are Steve Post, Dylan Welch, and Kim Kuhn.
And Brad Keselowski is just wearing the bumper out on a car that he owns, being driven by an employee, and that is Chris Buescher, who is showing the way. Brad goes second. RFK, Roush Fenway, Keselowski go 1-2 with 30 laps remaining in the Daytona 500. They're out front by almost a car length and a half over Eric Almirola. 33 cars still running on the lead lap. Ryan Blaney is 34th. He is 2 laps down. Those 33 cars, though, Kyle Rickey, they are running roughly 2 seconds apart, just over that. Almost 3 seconds apart from front to rear.
They are, and up until about a half a lap ago, they were single file among the top 20. Not anymore as they begin to fan out 2 and 3 wide.
Here they come, mixing it up now. Nobody was content to ride single file for very much longer. 29 laps to go. The lead draft now goes to the bottom. Austin Cindric nearly got turned around. A whale of a save by Austin Cindric.
Here they come into turn number 1. The RFK teammates, Buescher and Keselowski, continue 1-2. Eric Almirola is third. Cindric in the number 4 spot. 5th spot is Ryan Preece.
Front 6 are now single file. They have changed lanes. They're on the bottom of the racetrack. Now it's Harrison Burton who's going to lead the outside line. He is up to 7th. He is up to 6th. Now he's up to a side-by-side battle for 5th.
With Ryan Preece to his left elbow and drafting help from Michael McDowell, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, and Joey Logano topside.
Perhaps they found a leader for the outside lane in the form of Harrison Burton, and again, that is in a Ford Mustang with another Ford right behind. By the way, Bubba Wallace, remember he was leading just a handful of laps ago, then got shuffled all the way to the back? Well, he got that lead. Alex Hayden told you he got that lead by staying on the racetrack when everybody else pitted. They finally ran that car out of fuel. No choice, Mike Bagley, to pit, and right now he's just going to have to struggle to stay in the lead lap.
Yeah, he's doing all he can right now, but the pack is bearing down on him. That pack right now being led by Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski.
Single file at the front of the field. A couple car lengths make that 1. Back to Eric Almirola in 3rd. Austin Cindric in 4th. Then the side-by-side racing begins with Ryan Preece to the inside of Harrison Burton.
The dynamic has changed here as we've gotten down to 27 laps to go. The lead draft, all these Fords that we've been watching, lap after lap, have been on the outside lane. Dave Moody, in the last 2 laps, they've all migrated south.
Showing a little bit of versatility at the very least, Alex, although Harrison Burton's making it work really well up high right now. He's fought his way into the top 5. He's taken 4th. Now he'll go to the outside of Eric Almirola for 3rd.
Harrison Burton's got that outside line wound up, and he's got drafting help. He's got a lot of pressure behind him. Now he'll slide back to a side-by-side battle for the number 4 spot.
Outside lane stalls out just a bit, led by Harrison Burton and Michael McDowell. Denny Hamlin inside lane advances, led by Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski, and Eric Almirola.
To start to think, when will they come to pit road for that one more time to get fuel? Who knows whether they'll get tires or not. Harrison Burton's going to get hung up. They're going to stack 1 car 3 wide. At the front of the field, it's Chris Buescher.
Buescher right down on the bottom of the racetrack. Harrison Burton for a minute got shoved in the middle, but he'll jump up to the outside of the Bubba Wallace car as Bubba gets rocketed to the back.
Yeah, Bubba right now finds himself in the middle. He's falling to the back of the pack, while up front, Buescher continues to lead. The leaders, the 5 of them that are free and clear of the side-by-side racing, race in the lane down low.
Side-by-side now from 6th on back. Daniel Suarez will take that position away. Here comes Kyle Larson now to the inside of a backsliding Harrison Burton in outside lane.
And they're really getting after it from 5th on back. Harrison Burton has the legendary Wood Brothers Ford running on that outside lane. He is getting shoved by Michael McDowell, who's a Daytona 500 champion.
Getting all the help he wants and maybe a little bit more as he runs in pursuit of what would be a very historic win for Wood Brothers Racing. But he's got a lot of work to do yet. Now Daniel Suarez changes lanes. He goes to the top to pick up that lead draft.
Suarez comes off the bottom of the racetrack, and he will jump up in front of Harrison Burton. So we'll see what Daniel Suarez can do. Right now, it's a push. No advantage so far.
What hasn't changed is the front of the field. RFK Racing. It is Chris Buescher, the race leader.
They're going to have to pit at some point within the next 5 laps.
In 3rd. Then the side-by-side racing for 4th as other cars stream off to the pit lane.
24 laps to go in the Daytona 500. It is money stop time for the Ford Mustang teams.
Ford's
Kim
coming
Kuhn,
in.
here they come.
Including Eric Amarola and Austin Cindric, as well as we have Corey LaJoie in, making a stop too, joining those Fords. It's going to be gas and go for Eric Amarola. Corey LaJoie taking right side tires, Dylan.
Brad Keselowski, Ryan Preece in, two of the Ford front runners, fuel only for both of them, Steve.
Fuel only for Chris Buescher. Here's the Ford Brigade, and his boss man, Brad Keselowski, is going to beat him off from pit road. Chris Buescher out second, Austin Cindric in third. Also getting pit service here, Ryan Blaney brings his wounded car into the attention of the crew. First round of pit stops here on lap number 176. We look up the pit road, and a small number of cars are coming in. Not
Small
a big
group coming in this time around.
Kim, who do we have coming
as we
this way?
complete lap 177.
We have a couple of cars coming, none though so far in my section except for Connor Daly. He's going to make his stop. He will take tires on this stop, Dylan Welch.
Denny Hamlin is in. It's a couple of the Toyotas. He'll take fuel only. Travis Pastrana in, as well as Riley Herbst, Steve.
Martin Truex Jr. brings his Bass Pro Shops Toyota in, and it's going to be fuel only for Martin Truex Jr. as this 5 cars in this group head back to the racetrack.
As it cycles around through a couple of these green flag pit stop waves, Daniel Suarez is the race leader. Harrison Burton goes second. Michael McDowell is third. Kyle Busch is up to fourth, and here comes some more cars now. They'll peel off the racetrack. Michael McDowell is one of them. Kevin Harvick is one of those drivers as well. You've also got Chase Briscoe. Let's follow Kevin Harvick in front of Kim Kuhn.
And that Busch Light Ford's going to get a tear off, a drink of Sunoco fuel. They're going to make sure it's full. Chase Briscoe also in on this end of pit road, as well as Ty Gibbs. Steve Post.
Down here we've got the Love's car of Michael McDowell in.
McDowell in, Ty Gibbs
Daytona,
in.
and Michael McDowell is starting to surge to the front. Dylan?
Only car in here in the middle of pit road was Christopher Bell. Fuel only. He's at the back now of this pack that just came in of about 6 cars.
We are to the point in the race, down to 21 to go, where the teams are using only 1 can of Sunoco fuel, not 2. So they're putting in somewhere in the neighborhoods of 11 gallons of fuel or less. And here come the Toyota teams mixed with Chevrolets. Kim, Ross Chastain is in.
Yeah, that Chevrolet
Chastain
mix
coming
includes
in.
Trackhouse Racing. It's
Chevy's
going to be
all
fuel
coming
only
in.
for Ross Chastain, as well as his teammate Daniel Suarez. They both get a push off, both down to the end of pit road. Dylan?
Kyle Larson was one of those cars that was going to try to make it all the way. They've waved that off. Track position was too good. Fuel only for Larson, Steve.
Larson, a quick stop. He's the first of the Chevy group out. A.J. Allmendinger gets Sunoco fuel only. Jimmy Johnson was in getting fuel, and Alex Bowman getting fuel as well here. Lap number 179.
Cycling through, we're going to wait for timing and scoring and all these different packs to get up to speed and get back on the racetrack. Most everybody did a nice job without getting a penalty, except for Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Stenhouse.
Busted for speeding. Joey Logano's on pit lane.
And he has already dumped that stop because it's just a quick splash of fuel, because his last stop was on lap 140, Dylan Welch.
Same thing in the middle of pit road. Fuel only for a couple
complete,
Chevrolets.
20
Kyle
to
Busch
go.
down and away. William Byron waiting. There he goes. Fuel only on the 24, Steve.
Harrison Burton is in, fuel only. Noah Gragson in the Wendy's machine, fuel only. So there's 6 cars now headed back to the speedway to run to the end of the Great American Race.
33 cars are on the lead lap. We are down to 19 laps to go. The Daytona 500 underway, and it's under the lights as we get closer and closer to the checkered flag.
The streets of Chicago haven't seen anything like this. It's the NASCAR Chicago Street Race Weekend. July 1st through the 2nd. A 2-day racing and music festival featuring the Chainsmokers, the Black Crowes, Charlie Crockett, and Miranda Lambert. A NASCAR Xfinity Series race on Saturday and Cup Series race on Sunday. All in the heart of Chicago. Get your tickets now at NASCARChicago.com.
From the infield garages to the race shops, NASCAR Hot Pass is your all-access ticket to the latest news from the sport.
Well, we got them down, now we put our foot on them. And that's the attitude you got to have.
I don't think it's a move that can have any success at Martinsville. I still don't know why it worked.
Stay up to date with all of your favorite drivers all year long.
Get to the Final Four is what every driver in NASCAR's goals are.
NASCAR Hot Pass, weekday mornings from the Motor Racing Network.
Back at Daytona,
Oh,
they're
caution's
crashing in turn
out.
2.
Martin Truex Jr. is in the middle of it. Ryan Preece gets a piece of the action. Michael McDowell is all torn up. Chase Briscoe taking it down to the apron of the track. He may have some fire underneath the hood of the Mahindra Tractors machine. A multi-car pileup here at the exit of turn number 4. Now Briscoe apparently believes he can drive it away as he fires it up and continues on. Everybody has driven on with the exception of the Michael McDowell machine. He's got heavy damage. Now he's going to fire it up and drive it away.
So we have just wiped out the 2021 Daytona 500 winner, although like Moody said, Dave Moody, he's got it fired up. Michael's going to try to get that car back to pit road. Under caution, but only for the 5th time here this afternoon. Accident involving a number of cars in turn 2, including Kevin Harvick, who is on pit road. We'll cover all of this when we come back from Daytona International Speedway. This is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Do you have an unused car, truck, motorcycle, boat, or RV taking up space? Put it to good use by donating it to the NASCAR Foundation. Proceeds help fund medical resources for children in our racing community. Your wheels can heal. Call 844-NASCAR-9 and we'll come tow away your vehicle for free. The process is quick and your gift is tax deductible. Call 844-NASCAR-9 to donate your vehicle to the NASCAR Foundation today. Your donation will help our children survive and thrive.
The year was 1993. The NASCAR Cup Series season kicked off with the Dale and Dale show at the Daytona 500.
Dale Jarrett's got the lead. He goes to the inside. Earnhardt's not going to get him. Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500 by STP. Earnhardt second.
The 1993 NASCAR Cup Series season. All the highs and lows. Relive them all on MRN's exclusive podcast, The 1993 Season. Available on podcast platforms and MRN.com.
Under caution, 17 to go in the Daytona 500. Next time by, we've talked tirelessly about how good the Stewart-Haas Racing Ford Mustangs were. We have to say were, Alex. 3 of them caught up in that wreck.
Gone.
Kevin Harvick, Chase Briscoe, and Ryan Preece got significant damage in that crash. And Rusty Wallace, by virtue of looking at the NASCAR TV replay over and over and over, it looks like just a racing accident.
It does look like a racing accident to me. Everybody starts stacking up and everybody starts checking up. And it looked like Michael McDowell was the only one that couldn't get slowed up enough. And he got in the back of the 41 car of Ryan Preece, spun him, and that whole thing right there started the big melee behind them. But it actually started before that when everybody was kind of still in control, but they were bouncing and sliding, and everybody's in and out of the gas. So the stack up happened in front. The ones in front got away with it, and the ones behind it did not, and that would have been the 34, the 41, the list goes on and on.
Well, let's go ahead and give you that list of who was involved. Only our 5th caution flag of the Daytona 500, but it has involved some very good race cars.
Including Ryan Preece, Martin Truex Jr., Michael McDowell, Kevin Harvick, Chase Briscoe also got a big chunk of that crash. Ty Gibbs got a piece of that crash as well. Not so sure Eric Almirola, the 4th Stewart-Haas racing car, he bounced off the safer barrier with the right side of the race car, but I'm not sure if it was a hard enough hit to really cause any sort of issue. Jimmy Johnson also got a piece of that crash out there, not quite as significant as some of the Fords. And the big thing about that, Jeff, is with those fast Fords, they have worked together all race long. Well, the Ford contentions just lost some good cars.
Well, not only that, but there are only 2 Fords in the top 9. They run 1st and 2nd, Harrison Burton and Joey Logano. Then it's all Chevrolets back to 10th, where you find RFK cars of Brad Keselowski and Chris Buescher. The Toyotas, highest running Toyota at the moment, 16th. But keep in mind, right there, 16, 17, 18 is Hamlin, Bell, Gibbs. Can they work together? Truex is right there in 20th. There's a number of drivers. I mean, you really get down to this point. Mike Bagley, weigh in. This is where you start looking around at who's around you. It's where the the spotters on the roof are working with one another. You'd like to see other manufacturing teammates with you. 2 Fords up front, then a ton of Chevrolets before you get back to more Fords and Toyotas.
Yeah, we are starting to get into crunch time here, and you've had
Who do you go with?
manufacturer allegiances play out for the majority of this race, but now we're getting down to time where you got to think about yourself. Get yourself in the right spot, but there comes a point, and it's quickly approaching, where it's going to be, I need to do what's best for me, not what's best for us, but you need us to get in position so you can win the Daytona 500.
Easier said than done. Rusty, you and I looking at the leaderboard, there's one car in that top 5 that you were just kind of pointing out and getting a little sly smile about.
Yeah, and that car is in 4th position right now, and that's Kyle Busch in that Richard Childress Chevrolet. And he's got his teammate Austin Dillon just 2 spots behind him. Those cars are definitely in position where they can win this Daytona 500. And right now, I think, guys, I think when we go back to green, it's going to be like 10 or 12 laps to go. And so it's go time right then.
I remember maybe back around lap 50, you made the comment and you said, you know, take a look at that 3 car back there, Austin Dillon. He's back there running about 33rd. I think that's by design. They just want to keep the fenders on that car. We'll see him up front later on.
Well, actually,
you said that.
I didn't know if there was something wrong with him or not because he was hanging in the back for so doggone long, but it is by design. And Dylan Welsh was saying, hey, there's nothing wrong with that car. They're calm down here. They're all looking good. So he's up in front right now, and I can tell you one thing. He cannot afford to go to the back of the pack any longer. He's got to stay up right now.
How big would it be, Alex Hayden, if the 8 car, driven by Kyle Busch, owned by Richard Childress, was to go to victory lane and win the Daytona 500?
It'd be massive. Kyle Busch is a first ballot Hall of Famer the way it is. All this would do is put a big bow tie on his Hall of Fame career if he could round this out and win the Daytona 500. For Richard Childress Racing, this would be a defining moment for this team in what is now this generation of Richard Childress Racing. All the while it's being taken place in a backup car after he was crashed while leading his Blue Green Vacation dual race Thursday night. This team has worked hard. They've gotten the car good. Talking to the team in the garage this morning, Kyle told them this car's every bit as fast as what his primary was. And the evidence is right now it is.
You know what we could do while we have a minute? It's going to take a minute before we get the opportunity to go back under the green flag. Let's go back and forth. Rusty Wallace, you're up. How big would it be for Harrison Burton? He is the race leader right now, driving for the Wood Brothers, looking for win number 100 as an organization.
Hey, can you imagine Harrison Burton winning this race? A youngster like he is to be the biggest win of his life. I remember when the Woods Brothers number 21 won with not too long ago. With, oh my God, help me, remind me. The
Trevor Bayne.
Trevor Bayne, there we go. Trevor Bayne, how big a win that was. Trevor, a young fella trying to get us one of his first big wins. He gets it in the Daytona 500. He sits there on radio and television going, I can't believe it. Is this real? You know, it'd be big for Burton.
That was in 2011.
Well, right now, I think I would choose him as the Xfinity mobile reliable performance of the race so far. Presented by Xfinity, what a race Harrison Burton has had. Xfinity keeps you connected with the fastest mobile service with the 5G and millions of hotspots. Learn more at xfinity.com/mobile.
Well, Martin Truex Jr. still sits on the pit lane. They continue to work on that race car. The damaged vehicle policy is 7 minutes now, is all you get to work on these race cars if you've been involved in an accident. And that team is trying to get that car back out on the pit, or off the pit lane, I should say, before that clock expires. They've done yeoman's work in trying to do just that.
I want to give you one more what if. What if Daniel Suarez from Monterrey, Mexico was to go to victory lane here at the World Center of Racing? Suarez right now is in position number 7.
It would be huge. Pitbull, one of his co-owners, is here at Daytona watching his team with both the cars, not only the Tootsie's Orchid Lounge car for Daniel Suarez, but the Advent Health Chevrolet of Ross Chastain, who's very much still in this thing. Bottom line is, if you're on the lead lap coming to the checkered flag, you got a shot, because you never know what's going to happen. But as we get to 13 laps to go next time by, when the green flag comes out, as we've just gotten the one to go, you can't really afford to just ride if you're, say, 9th, 10th, or 12th on back.
Well, some of those drivers inside the top 15
to go.
include, are you ready? Noah Gragson, he is 10th. Jimmy Johnson. He's returned to NASCAR. If you're not familiar with that, 7-time, only going to drive 5 times this year. Johnson 13th. By no means is he out of it. And you get to Harrison Burton, Mike Bagley, Harrison, Logano, Byron, Busch, Larson. This is anybody's race. Stand by on that for just a minute, Mike. We need to go to the Care Center in Kim Kuhn.
And Ryan Preece has been released. You had a fast hot rod all race long. What happened?
Just everybody, green flag cycles, people trying to block the rows or trying to cycle in. And, you know, I just want to focus on the fact that we had such a fast house tooling Ford Mustang, and this opportunity is exactly what I wanted. So it's unfortunate because I felt like we were going to put ourselves to give ourselves an opportunity to be in contention to win this race, but just wasn't meant to be. So hopefully we keep on unloading fast Ford Mustangs like we did this weekend, and we'll have some fun.
That's Ryan Preece.
2 Ford Mustangs on the front row after the choose. Race leader Harrison Burton went to the outside lane. Joey Logano went to the inside of the front row. Behind those 2 Fords, you've got 6 Chevrolets lined up, led by William Byron and Kyle Busch. Where are the Toyotas? They are 16th, 17th, and 18th.
13 laps to go in the Daytona 500. If you are just joining us live on the Motor Racing Network, hang on. We have had 47 different lead changes.
To settle.
We're down
Daytona
now to the
500
final 13
green flag.
laps. Who's going to win here? You've got Joey Logano, Ford Mustang on the inside.
Burton
Harrison Burton, Ford Mustang on the outside.
Nobody able to get the advantage by the time they hit the banking in turn number 1. They're going to run door to door now all the way through 1 and 2. Everybody's got plenty of drafting help on the back bumpers.
Harrison Burton comes to the
has
back
the better drafting
He's
help?
getting the draft of a lifetime. He's got Kyle Busch literally just stuck in his trunk right now. Harrison Burton goes to the lead thanks to Kyle Busch. Downstairs.
Right now with Harrison Burton, he's got help from Kyle Busch.
From Byron. And he does just that. Gets the help going into turn number 3. Joey Logano pushed
has
back
help
to the
from
front of the
William
field.
Byron.
Byron up the second. Burton takes the third.
Joey Logano thinks about moving up the racetrack, thinks better of it. Stays on the bottom side of the racetrack. He'll be the race leader. William Byron second. Right behind William Byron's A.J. Allmendinger, who busts out of line. Allmendinger looking for the runner-up spot.
Oh, my.
Jumps to the bottom of a 3-wide sandwich, and now they've got William Byron stuck in the middle. Bye-bye, Byron. He'll plummet to the back of the field. Allmendinger to the bottom for the lead.
Allmendinger to the lead of the Daytona 500.
To the bottom for the lead of the Daytona 500.
He has help from Kyle Larson.
Going backwards. A.J. Allmendinger to the lead. Larson to second and Suarez to third.
And then it's going to be Brad Keselowski in 4th. Joey Logano cannot get back into line. Still in the outside lane, dropping outside of the top 10.
What a move by A.J. Allmendinger. Not once,
Logano
but
has
twice
help
as they
from teammate
back off
Austin
one
Cindric.
another as they make their way back to the triangle.
That was almost a big one.
Kyle Busch bouncing off of
11 to go.
Todd Gilliland, but it's the move, not 1 but 2 by A.J. that has him out front.
Allmendinger's got the lead, and he's got a car length in hand over Kyle Larson, who's in second. He may have just gotten together with Brad Keselowski. A little bit of smoke coming off that car. Another machine. Ty Gibbs is in trouble further back in the pack. He'll take it down to the apron.
But let's not take the hats to victory lane just yet. A.J. Allmendinger's got him lined up in the rearview mirror. Matter of fact, here comes Keselowski to his outside.
With a big shove by Chris Buescher, who is right there behind him, running in 4th. Brad Keselowski trying to get up alongside race leader A.J. Allmendinger.
Coming down.
10 laps to go in the
To 10
Daytona
to go.
500. Let's check in
Allmendinger
with Kim
leads from
Kuhn at the Care Center.
And
Larson,
Chase Briscoe has just been
and
released.
Busch.
Chase race going for you. Led laps, but got caught up in that melee. What happened?
Keselowski led that lap with help from
coming off that
Buescher.
sequence, everybody was such different speeds, and you could definitely tell the intensity was ratcheting up. Everybody was just making really aggressive blocks, trying to position themselves here for the end. And yeah, I don't know. We just all checked up into one, and it was a bad wreck for the Stewart.
I always
guys. Like, all
expect the
4 of us were
unexpected
stuck in
from
that.
the
So,
dinger.
yeah, I just hate it. It felt like we were in position. We talked about what our plan was going into, and felt like we were executing that. Just needed a little luck there at the end to go with it. So yeah, move on to California and see if we can improve. Obviously, we need to improve. We were on 34th again, so yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Chase Briscoe done for the day here at Daytona.
In a matter of 5 laps, they restarted 9th and 10th. RFK Ford Mustangs working together. Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski have taken those Fords to the front of the field. It's Brad over Chris, and the new man in third is Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch is
Kyle
right there in
Busch
the third
from
spot.
40th
Austin
to
Dillon,
3rd.
We have not talked about him much this afternoon. He is up to the number 4 position as they work their way off turn 2.
Roush Fenway Keselowski 1 and 2. Richard Childress Racing 3 and 4. Hendrick Motorsports position number 5. They've got a 4-car length breakaway over Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
And 2 laps ago, we were talking about A.J. Allmendinger. He was kicked out of line. He is back to position number 15 as the race leaders for now, singled out, led by Brad Keselowski.
8 laps to go in the Great American Race. Brad Keselowski has it up front. Chris Buescher, his teammate, his employee, rides second. Then it's Richard Childress Racing third and fourth with Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon.
Here they come into turn number 1. Everybody single file back through the top 5, 6, 7 positions. First side-by-side battle is for the 8th spot where Kyle Larson and Harrison Burton go nose to nose.
As the leaders come to the Daytona Super Stretch, Brad will bring the pack to the bottom of the back straightaway. Down against the double yellow line with Ty Gibbs right in front of them. Ty will move to the outside and let them pass down low.
Gibbs goes to the outside lane, well off the pace. Leaders to the bottom, led by Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, the front 4.
I said you got to be in position with 10 laps to go. It's only 8 laps, so 7 laps to go right now. And Richard Childress Racing, those guys got to be licking their chops right now. They're in third and fourth with another Chevrolet of William Byron behind them. 2 Fords leading, 2 Fords in the front, 3 Chevrolets behind them.
All right, pick out your favorite. Who's going to victory lane here in the 500? Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, William Byron, top 5. They go nose to tail. Then it's Stenhouse, Logano, and Austin Cindric. Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, top 10, and they're in 3.
That's the way they run, getting down to crunch time. Nobody stepping out of line, though, right up at the bottom of the racetrack, continuing to be led by Brad Keselowski.
6 laps to go. The cards have been dealt. You know what you've got as far as the chips go. Will you go all in now? Will you save it? Will you bluff? Here they go. Nose to tail on the bottom of the racetrack, back to turn 1.
Showtime at the Apollo as they hit turn number 1. It continues to be
wow,
Brad
really
Keselowski.
bring that show back?
Buescher gives him a heck of a shove into turn number 1. Brad Keselowski right there at the front of the pack.
With Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon waiting in the wings, now soon to be joined by a 6th car in Stenhouse, a 7th with Keselowski, or make that Logano, and an 8th with Cindric. We're about to tighten up even more.
Austin Cindric, last car in this lead group, all still single file, all led by Brad
Keselowski and Busch are coming around, leading them to 5 laps to go in the Great American Race.
Keselowski's won a lot of big races in his career. He's never won the Daytona 500. He's got his teammate right behind. 2 Ford Mustangs leading over 4 Chevrolet Camaros.
Brad Keselowski was in the media
Let's
center
check
yesterday.
chat.
Told reporters there aren't many things left on my to-do list. The Daytona 500 is job 1. He's close, but he's not there yet.
That Ford Mustang's going to get awfully wide coming up. Brad Keselowski leads. Buescher second. Now it is back to a 5-car breakaway.
5-car breakaway at the front of the field.
Will pull them out even further in 3.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Joey Logano losing a little bit of ground, but they gain that ground back. They built a run into turn number 3.
4 to go.
Stenhouse trying to make the move on Byron for 5th.
He gave a look to the outside of William Byron, nothing there. Came back to the bottom, nothing there. They tuck back in line and ride single file again. 4 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
Here they come into turn number 1. Everybody holding the cards close to the vest. Nobody ready to make their final play just yet. That 8 or 9 card draft trying to pick up a couple of more. Kyle Larson and Daniel Suarez closing in.
Here comes the move. Kyle Busch will jump to the outside of the
racetrack.
racetrack.
Here's the move.
He's going to have help. He's got 2 other Chevys behind him. Busch
Here come the Chevys.
With Keselowski. Kyle Busch to the lead.
Busch to the lead with help from teammate Austin Dillon. They're going to bring William Byron with them. That's going to shovel Keselowski back. Here comes Stenhouse.
And that move has brought this crowd to their feet. We're down to 3 to go at Daytona.
3 to go, this time by.
Leader, it is Kyle Busch. There are 3 Chevrolets at the front of the field.
Now the question is, did Kyle pull the pin too soon? Because there is still time for a comeback or a counterattack to be launched. Kyle Busch Bottom of the racetrack. Austin Dillon right in his hip pocket. Then William Byron.
While he has two Chevys behind him, speaking of Kyle Busch, the Fords are starting to get stacked up and organized. Kyle Busch leads Austin Dillon, William Byron, Logano, and Keselowski.
That first Ford is Joey Logano in
Kyle
position
Busch's
number 4, followed by Brad
18th attempt
Keselowski,
at the
Chris
Daytona
Buescher,
500. He has
then back
never
to Kyle
won
Larson
it.
and Austin Cindric, but all behind Kyle Busch. Trouble off turn 4, one car breaks loose. It's Daniel Suarez spinning to the apron of the speedway.
Suarez around.
Dive down there, try to correct the
Caution is out. We're going overtime.
2 laps to go. We're headed to overtime in the Great American Race.
That is the one thing
Daniel
Kyle Busch did
Suarez
not
with a
want to
spin off
see.
turn number
He did
4.
not want to
He was
yellow.
running in
He
the
got a
lead
yellow.
track, back into that race
We're
car,
going
kicked
green, white, checker
sideways.
in the
He's come to
500.
arrest in the grass at the entrance to pit road.
Well, that's the last thing that Kyle Busch wanted to hear in his ear. Derek Nealon, the spotter, on the roof, coming over the radio, going, Kyle, caution, it's behind you. He was on his way, Rusty Wallace.
Man. I tell you what, Jeff, that's not the one thing that Kyle Busch wanted to hear, because I kept looking at those guys going, you know what? I think they can pull it off. They got enough Chevrolets stacked up. And Kyle had his teammate, Austin Dillon, right on his bumper. Hey, it's not over. They can re-rack and get after it again. But I'm telling you what, if they make it back without another caution, that's going to be surprising to me.
Remember we talked about the choose rule and how big it could be? It's going to be very big. We'll talk about that when we come back. Headed to overtime here in Daytona.
Where will your new Chevy take you this year? Anywhere. It's the perfect time of year to take your next adventure off-road in a powerful Chevy Silverado. Round up the whole gang for some family fun in a Chevy Equinox. Hey kids, let's go. Or take your night on the town by storm in a stylish Chevy Blazer. Make more memories and take on the road ahead, wherever it leads you. Find new
This will be a
experiences,
sixth caution
find
of the
new
night.
roads. Find new
Fourth
roads
for
at your
cause.
local Chevy dealer.
The NASCAR Foundation has got great news for local nonprofit organizations. It's the first ever NASCAR Day Give-a-thon on May 19th, a national campaign to help nonprofit organizations raise funds to support their mission. By joining the NASCAR Day Give-a-thon, you'll benefit from a national marketing campaign to build visibility and drive donations for your organization, all at no cost to you. And there will be special incentives and prizes along the way to help maximize your efforts. Visit NASCARDayGiveathon.org to sign up today. That's NASCARDayGiveathon.org.
We've had 51 lead changes, but I have a feeling the best is yet to come. Don't go anywhere. Kyle Busch is leading the Daytona 500 as we head to overtime. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
The streets of Chicago haven't seen anything like this. It's the NASCAR Chicago Street Race Weekend. July 1st through the 2nd. A 2-day racing and music festival featuring the Chainsmokers, the Black Crowes, Charlie Crockett, and Miranda Lambert. A NASCAR Xfinity Series race on Saturday and Cup Series race on Sunday. All in the heart of Chicago. Get your tickets now at NASCARChicago.com.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries worried about COVID-19. COVID-19 tests are now covered by Medicare Part B. That's right, Achieve DX will ship you your rapid COVID-19 tests at no cost straight to your home. These easy-to-use FDA EUA authorized tests will give you results in 15 minutes. Even if you have a Medicare Advantage plan, you can have these tests delivered to your home at no cost to you, and the shipping is free. For your free COVID-19 tests, call Achieve DX at 800-249-8212. That's 800-249-8212. Call now.
Hi, I'm Eric Almirola. You're listening to the NASCAR Cup Series, celebrating 75 years on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Now, back to the race.
What a week it's been. It's just been absolutely spectacular, Alex, going all the way back, and Rusty going all the way back to qualifying. Alex Bowman putting his Chevrolet on the pole, and that kicked things off. Zane Smith picking up the win, the Craftsman Truck Series, and the Craftsman name back in the sport. Zane Smith doing what he needed to do to get the win there. We moved on Saturday. The ARCA race didn't disappoint, followed by the Xfinity Series race.
Yeah, Greg Van Alst picked up the win in the ARCA Menard Series race here at Daytona. His first career win, and I loved his line in victory lane. The first thing, guys like me aren't supposed to win here. And believe me, there's some guys out on the racetrack right now that might have that same mentality, that they don't feel like they've had that opportunity just yet. But it may be sitting right in front of them.
Then Austin Hill picked up the win last evening to win here at Daytona. So now it is a matter of who's going to win the Daytona 500. The choose rule comes into play.
Here comes the
You know
choose.
it from mile and mile-and-a-half racetracks, but you need to understand it here on the Super Speedway and the importance that it may play in determining who goes to victory lane.
They are single file. When they get to the start-finish line and get the one to go, there's an orange V painted in the middle of the racetrack about 70 yards past start-finish. The drivers will then have the opportunity to choose which lane they want to restart in. Inside or out, they got to go left or right of the orange V. It's paramount now to see what these two Richard Childress racing cars are going to do. Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, they are the first two to choose.
Now, what we're talking about up here is, do they line up nose to tail and push each other, or do they block the front row? And they'll block the front row. Busch will go to the outside, Dillon will go to the inside, and what that means, more than likely, let the two drivers behind those two Chevrolets shove them. Whoever gets to the lead, do they cross over and pick up their teammate?
We'll see if the plan gets executed or if it will be all for naught. Now, if you're new to NASCAR, what is overtime? Well, overtime in NASCAR means green, white, checker. We have unlimited attempts at it. The green flag will come out. If we race back around and a caution happens before the leader gets to the start-finish line and takes the white flag, we'll slow them down and do the process over. We'll do that unlimited times. However, if the green comes out, we race under the green flag back to the start-finish line to the white flag, and the leader takes the white flag at the line. The next flag ends the race. If that means you stay green and race all the way back to the checker, so be it. If that means a wreck happens and NASCAR deems the track unsafe and they need to roll safety equipment immediately, they can put the caution out. The field will then be frozen, like what we saw yesterday in the NASCAR Xfinity Series Beef It's What's for Dinner 300. Austin Hill picked up the win because the field was frozen after the leader took the white flag.
You know what it looks like to see 101,000 people on their feet watching the final 2 laps of the Daytona 500. I have a feeling we are getting ready to see that right now. They have blocked the front row. That is RCR Chevrolet Camaros. Here comes the crowd to their feet. This is going to be good. Green, white, checkered flag, unless we get a caution before the white. Kip Childress lights out on that Chevrolet Corvette pace car. He'll take the car to pit road, and it's Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, William Byron, Joey Logano in a pair of RFK Fords to settle it here tonight.
The important cars right now is that second row. Who's going to make the push? Who's going to dive out of line? Green flag is in the air. Great start for Kyle Busch.
Good start for Kyle Busch.
Line, he crosses over in front of his teammate. RCR on the bottom of the racetrack, but here comes Logano.
So the Childress teammates execute the plan, but they're not out of the woods yet. Joey Logano charges to the outside lane. He's got drafting help up high, trying to make the move. He's only halfway up now on Austin Dillon. Now he'll go to the lead. Stenhouse in his hip pocket.
Meanwhile, on the outside of the racetrack, you've got Joey Logano. He's got drafting help from Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Now, Kyle Busch not up to speed, fully on the backstretch. Stenhouse out of the pocket, and they're crashing further back. Dillon, Byron, Cindric, half a dozen, 10 cars, wad them up.
It's the big one.
Straightaway, it started just outside of the top 5. William Byron, one of the first cars to get turned.
And we just tore up a whole bunch of really good race cars, maybe half of the field.
Re-racking, try again.
Back around, the other half still straggling through 3 and 4. We are under caution. We did not take the white. We will do this again. There'll be another green-white before we get the checkered flag. Let's go back out. Jimmy Johnson coming across the line. That Chevrolet used up, torn up. Several others are headed to pit road. Baggy, I think we knew it was going to happen. We just didn't know who was going to be in it.
I didn't think that we would get back to that white flag without another caution flag. What I was looking at was Kyle Busch, while he got that great restart, he all of a sudden started to labor on the backstretch, or somebody gave somebody else a huge run. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. pushed Logano into the clean air. And then Stenhouse changed lanes, pulled to the bottom. He took the lead, while at the same time there was contact. William Byron, Austin Dillon began to spin down to the inside. They were on the grass. They spun back up onto the banking and right into the face of traffic and took several cars along for the ride as well.
Most of those cars were trying to jot them down as they were crashing. Jimmy Johnson involved in the crash. William Byron, Corey LaJoie got some of it. Todd Gilliland, Austin Cindric, Harrison Burton, Noah Gregson, Ross Chastain, and Austin Dillon. I mentioned him a moment ago, so Austin Dillon in there, he also got a piece of that crash as well. There may be some other ones, but as they came by, whether they had significant damage or made their way to pit road, or some of those drivers not able to continue on, a host of cars wiped out, and it goes back, Jeff, to what we were talking about. If you're running in the race, coming to the checkered flag, you got a chance.
Yeah, right up until that happens, and to your point, we hadn't received the white. So if we really want to make your point and drive it home, we haven't taken the white. You need to be around, Rusty Wallace, when you take the white flag. We just wiped out, 10, 12 cars. We haven't taken the white flag. If you've got a car with no damage, you've got a pretty good shot. Real good shot.
And you've got another shot for another caution flag, too. Because
well, you do have that.
I don't think it's over yet. I mean, I really thought that was going to happen because everybody was just jacked up and ready to go, and they didn't make it. Another bump drafting gone bad again in the middle of the back straightaway, and we see that often here at Daytona. So we'll re-rack them, get back over, and try it again, guys.
Add Zane Smith to the damage list from the crash. Now, we're going to double overtime now. Dylan Welch, that begs the question, how close are we getting on Sunoco fuel in the tanks?
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. I'm on my way to try and maybe grab a crew chief or two to see just how close we are. But yeah, everybody came in and basically just took a tank or a can of fuel there, just expecting to get to the end of this race. Now, they usually build in a little bit of a buffer in their calculation, so they're probably not in too much danger. But I don't think you want one more restart because it's definitely going to be close. So a lot of hearts beating pretty fast down here on pit road, especially amongst the leaders.
Yeah, I would imagine. Center of pit road to the exit of pit road. That is where Steve Post is. And an update on a very fast Ford. Is it still fast?
Yeah, Scott Graves just checked in with the crew chief of Chris Buescher, and the car is still fast, the car is still good, and he just radioed to Chris and says we're still good for a few laps. I think I'm with Dylan. I don't think we want to go too many more, but at least when you look at the Roush Fenway Keselowski car, at least Chris Buescher, they feel like they're still good for another couple of laps here on the fuel mileage.
Well, Kyle Rickey, you've got a bird's eye view of the cleanup ongoing with these drivers not needing to continue to circle around and burn fuel. What's the cleanup scenario looking like?
Yeah, the final couple cars pulling away. You had Justin Haley coming around with some damage. William Byron going off on the hook, shedding a bit of debris in the process. Jimmy Johnson's car going off on the hook, and the final car is Austin Dillon on the apron of the racetrack, so it's going to be another lap or two, maybe three, before we're set to go back to racing. Still 6 or 7 safety trucks on the apron over there between 3 and 4, cleaning things up.
As it sits right now, 11 cars involved in the crash in the first overtime. We're headed to the second in just a moment.
Sir, are you aware you were going 40 miles an hour? This is a residential area.
Sure, but I'm on my lawnmower. Wait, am I getting a ticket?
No, I've just never seen anyone top 9 miles an hour on one of those bad boys. And mow their entire lawn in 30 seconds? What got into you?
Well, it did fuel up at Sunoco this morning.
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
For 75 years, NASCAR has been making history.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes back to the Daytona International Speedway, leading the pack, coming to the line. He will win the Pepsi 400.
Catch the next iconic moment as we celebrate 75 years of NASCAR all season long.
Chastain did a video game move, drove it and never lifted.
Right here on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Cleanup just finishing up in the apron of turns 3 and 4 as we get set for the second overtime. The Daytona 500 being led by a single car team. JTG Doherty Racing and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. are the leaders. From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
When you're on the go, catch NASCAR Today to keep up with the latest.
It's the only thing I race for. You know, race wins are nice, but championships is what it's all about.
Every weekday, you'll hear the top stories of the day.
I'm excited to announce that I'll be taking my talents to Welcome, North Carolina to drive the number 8 car for Richard Childress Racing starting in 2023.
And from the stars of the sport.
Holy smokes, we get to go race for a championship.
I'm Chase Elliott. Listen to NASCAR Today every weekday right here on the Motor Racing Network.
Looking for motorsports podcasts you won't find anywhere else? Check out the Motor Racing Network's lineup of exclusive podcasts. MRN Classic Races, Junior's Journey, The Many Hats of Jack Roush, Richard Petty, Road to Royalty, 50 Years of MRN, Jeff Gordon, A Colorful Career, and The Tough Trucks of NASCAR. Find these and more MRN exclusive podcasts on podcast providers and MRN.com.
Hi, I'm Alex Bowman. You're listening to the NASCAR Cup Series, celebrating 75 years on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR. Now back to the race.
Add another ingredient to our recipe for our stew that we're cooking here, that is the Daytona 500. The fuel we heard from Steve Post and Dylan Welch is getting short in the tank. The cleanup is going to be extensive, Jeff Striegel. These cars are going to have to keep going under caution for a lot longer than they anticipated.
So you're saying you want to add oil dry to your stew, because oil dry is what's being laid down right now, but it's being laid down virtually, you know, at least right now, a third of the racetrack. That oil dry picks up off turn number 4. They are still applying it going down into turn number 1. Yes, they have a sweeper truck that is going to try to suck it up. If they end up needing to bring the jet dryers out here or the jet blowers out here to blow this off, that will be another lap or 2. So you got to believe that they're watching the fuel gauge right now and looking around going, where,
I would
you know,
red
how
flag
soon are we
this
going to get the
race.
indication,
I would seriously red flag
Steve Post, that we're going to go back under the green flag? Because I would imagine everybody right now is trying to calculate how far they can go on fuel.
Boy, and there are some nervous crew chiefs down here. I know anyone up front, unless they run out of fuel, are not coming in. I'm down here in the JTG Daugherty Racing team, the Kroger team, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has been told by Mike Kelly that they think they're good for a few more laps. So they're hoping to be good for a few more laps. This is a great pairing here, by the way. Mike Kelly back at the crew chief job here for JTG. They had a lot of success back in the day, a couple of Xfinity Series championships. Mike's kind of always been in the car chief role with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and moved up to the crew chief role. And boy, I'm telling you what, this would be a heck of a way to start the partnership going to Daytona Victory Lane. So a lot of nerves, a lot of energy down here, and they are hoping that they'll get those jet dryers fired up and get those cars get the cars back under green flag conditions.
Yeah, they need the jet dryers because they're going to need to blow all this speedy dry off the racing surface that comes from the short straightaway all the way through the tri-oval, all the way down the short straightaway, headed to turn 1, down into turn number 1 as well. So there's quite the cleanup that's going to have to take place.
23 cars on the lead lap. It wasn't but a handful of laps ago when it was 33. We lost 10. Pit road is open, and some will take advantage, including the pair of RFK Ford Mustangs. Eric Almirola is going to make a stop. Here comes Brad. Here comes Chris Buescher and others. Dylan Welch, Brad is in front of you.
Yeah, and they just are obviously just going to top off here just to be safe. And that'll be all it takes, just a couple of seconds. Gotten a few more exact numbers from a couple of cars here at the front as well. Christopher Bell feels like they're plenty good, and Larson is not quite as good, but they still feel like they're fairly safe as well for a few more.
Which is interesting in the different lines of thinking. If Christopher Bell's team feels like they're plenty good, they were last on pit road on lap 178. As Dylan reported, Kyle Larson feels sketchy at best. They pitted a lap later than Christopher Bell on lap 179. The X factor in that is how much fuel did each team put in the car on that particular pit stop. None of us have that information at our disposal. Did they put one full tank in or just part of one can of fuel? Either way, it's going to play out really well. Let's check back in at the Advent Health Care Center in Kim Kuhn.
And Austin Dillon has been released from the Care Center. Bold move, you and teammate Kyle Busch choosing the front row to block. Looked like it was going to work. Ultimately, you get turned, though. What happened?
Yeah, you know, we had a strategy there, and it just didn't play out. We didn't
we weren't as good as some of the Fords being able to tandem and get hooked up. The 6 car just drove through the 24, and you know it's kind of what he does. His car's good enough where he can just drive through whoever he needs to and push them out of the way or wreck them. That's the desperation they're in right now. So yeah, I hate it because I was really wanting to get Kyle Busch in victory lane here at the Daytona 500. Looking back, probably should have been a little more selfish at that point, and I wish we would have just tried to block both lanes, truthfully. But it was one of those deals where it's a hard position to be in. I also wish it would have went to the white flag in the position we were in, but unfortunately not. Hopefully Kyle can still make something happen from 6th. RCR as a whole was pretty cool to get to where we got there, to be 1-2 at the Daytona 500 with 2 laps to go, I believe. So, oh man, sucks because you were that close to winning a second Daytona 500, and your teammate was really close to winning his first ever. So we'll take it and move on. And we did it with not the fastest cars, truthfully. It was just execution, and we didn't finish off the last part.
That's Austin Dillon. Great day for him until that last incident. We got to work with William Byron. What chaos out there? What could you tell us from your seat and what happened?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't really see a lot. I was just trying to push the 3 to get him to the 8, and somehow we just got off center a little bit, and you know, I wrecked him. So once he got off center, I was trying to check up, but I had the 6, you know, in the back of me trying to push as well. So yeah, unfortunate. I mean, tried to just put ourselves in the right position. We're in a really good spot there, you know, with about 2 to go, running 3rd before that caution. So it seemed like when they did the teammate restart, it really checked up the bottom lane, and I had made my bet of trying to take that lane to try to have momentum off of turn 2. So that was unfortunate.
William Byron done for the day.
Thank you, Kim. Appreciate that. And for the drivers coming from the Care Center, unfortunately, they won't be around. They won't be the ones that are celebrating in victory lane, but they were the ones that were running at the front of the field at the time. We take a look across the racetrack. It was vacant over in victory lane here at the Daytona International Speedway. It's not vacant anymore. They are now waiting on the driver. We just don't know which driver it's going to be. I think the choose rule has added a ton to super speedway racing, especially now that we're down to this type of situation. We'll talk more about that in a moment with you, Alex Hayden. Let's visit with Jimmy Johnson. Unfortunately, way too early.
Good day until the end there. You were kind of meandering around the top 10 before that incident. Describe the incident and then your day as a whole.
Yeah, just a fun day in the Carvana Chevrolet. I'm so thankful to everybody at Legacy MC to give me a great piece, and you know, I felt like I was going to be in a top 10, top 5 position. I don't think I had the outright speed to win, but you know, just had a great driving car and a ton of fun today. So you know, plate racing, this kind of stuff happens, and I almost saw the white flag. I got close, so I kind of take that as a win, and certainly a great comeback from being gone for 2 years and to be in the mix.
Despite being out of the race, Jimmy Johnson with a smile on his face down here at the Care Center.
Yeah, you gotta give him all the credit in the world for coming back and wanting to come run the Daytona 500. Heck, he had to qualify his way into the Daytona 500. They come to the line, 1 to go given. Here we go with the choose. Race leader, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will go outside. Second place, Larson goes inside. Third place, Christopher Bell goes to the inside. And fourth place, Joey Logano will go to the outside of the second row. So Logano will go to the back bumper of Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Bet made. Now, did you pick the right choice? Did you make the right decision as to who to go with? Kyle Larson is getting the information and looking in the rear view mirror, and he sees the Toyota of Christopher Bell. On the other side of the equation, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. went topside. A quick look out the rear view mirror, and the voice in his ear tells him you've got Joey Logano. Now, it doesn't end right there. We just saw that. That's just the front 4 cars. We know there are going to be others that will factor into this. AJ and Kyle Busch are in row 3. Hamlin and Bowman have very fast race cars. Drop back a little bit more. You realize that Travis Pastrana in a Toyota is running in the 10th spot in Daytona as we wrap this thing up.
We know he's got no fear.
No fear.
And yeah, I think this is a great story to follow. We're not there yet. Yes, this is double overtime. And by mileage, by where we're at in mileage, I did some math. This is the longest Daytona 500 in history when it comes down to the mileage. And speaking of mileage, ironically, is there enough mileage left in these cars in the fuel tank to get them to whenever the checkered flag may be?
It would be 500.
One thing we do know is that the RFK Fords have fuel because they came to pit road. That's the good news. They've got fuel, but the problem is they're way back. Brad is back in 16th. Chris Buescher is back there with them. So as we get ready to go, Kip's got the lights out. Corvette ready to come to pit road. Everybody on their feet. Overtime. Green, white, checker. Stenhouse on the inside or on the outside.
Green, white, checker. Attempt 2.
Green flag.
Here we go.
Back in the air through the gearbox. They go.
Stenhouse, Larson, Bell, Logano, Allmendinger, top
Joey
5.
Logano shoving Ricky Stenhouse Jr., but the bottom has momentum as well.
Here they come into turn
Here
number
comes
1.
the bottom
Everybody
lane.
looking for a shot.
Larson with help from
Everybody
Christopher
looking
Bell.
for some help.
Heading into
by
turn
a
1.
bumper. That's about it. Back comes Kyle Busch on the inside.
to
They
Larson
are
by a
dead
fender.
even as they make it to turn 2.
Side by side, Kyle Larson on the bottom. You've got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. top side. No one breaking out into 3 wide territory, although the numbers stack up top. Stenhouse and Logano 1 and 2 to the lead.
Top 6 cars break away. Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
car
race leader
breakaway.
outside lane with drafting help from Joey Logano. Here comes Kyle Larson to the bottom. He is drafting help from Christopher Bell.
History about to be made. 1 lap to go in the Daytona
Off of
500.
turn 4,
The white
they're
flag
going to get
is
the
in
white
air.
flag.
This
Final
will make
lap
it
of the Daytona
official.
500.
Stenhouse now 3 wide. Here comes Kyle Larson.
Here
right
comes
up the
Larson.
Larson looking to go up the middle and win himself the Daytona 500, but he's got no help right now.
Got no help in the middle. Larson with no help.
Oh, they're in the wall. A.J. Allmendinger is in the fence.
Oh, trouble, the big one.
Blows up. A number of cars crashing. Bubba Wallace is in it. Eric Almirola adds the leaders.
Now,
race to
who
the
was
next
ahead?
Caution is on the speedway. The race is deemed official. NASCAR by rule,
Who was
who is
ahead
leading when the
at the
caution flag
moment
gets
of
called.
caution?
That will be the winner of the Daytona 500. We're waiting for NASCAR to go over the video to be absolutely sure who the car was leading when the caution
looked
flag
like the 47
got called.
was
We're
ahead.
waiting and waiting. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. comes to the line first, however. The caution flag and the checkered flag are out. As a matter of fact, Logano's going to go up and pass Ricky Stenhouse Jr. before he got there. But we don't know for sure exactly who the winner of the Daytona 500 is officially just yet. They're celebrating ongoing in the Ricky Stenhouse Jr. pit, but NASCAR is yet to make the determination official.
So it's going to come down to 3 cars. It will come down to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in a Chevrolet.
NASCAR's calling
it will come down
Stenhouse.
to Christopher Bell in a Toyota. It will come down to Joey Logano in a Ford Mustang when the caution flag came out.
It is, we're waiting, yeah, we're hearing that it is official. Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Has won the Daytona 500.
For JTG Doherty Racing.
Oh my
We're waiting
God.
to see on that one for sure. Well, we're waiting to see because NASCAR is still huddling up over there in race control, but Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and his team are celebrating at the moment.
Well, we'll continue to watch and monitor
Of
to see
all
exactly
drivers,
what NASCAR
Stenhouse
has done. They,
wins
there is some
the
celebration,
Daytona
but nothing has
500.
become official yet. The crash worked off
Are
turn
you
number
serious?
2. Steve Post.
They are celebrating down here as if they've won it. I know we're still waiting for confirmation, but they are in meltdown mode down here. Mike Kelly down
I
here,
am in
crew
shock.
chief Mike. Welcome back to the crew chief gig, my friend.
Yeah, man. Man, I don't know what to say. If I told you that I didn't believe in this or I didn't think this was happening, I'd be lying. For the last month, we've tried really hard every day in the shop to try and change the culture around there. I've known this kid for a long time, and we've done a lot of good things together, and I never gave up on him, and I'm glad he never gave up on me. And I can't say how proud I am for everyone in this organization. We're a small team. We're 40 people. But 40 people aiming in the right direction, so we'll go to California now. I'm excited.
Congratulations, that's Mike Kelly, one of the real good guys in the garage area, and now a Daytona 500 championship winning crew chief.
All right, Postman, thank you very much. At the start-finish line right now, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. pounds the roof of the car, pumps his hands in the air, and climbs up and celebrates with the fans here at Daytona. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won the Daytona 500.
Where will your new Chevy take you this year? Anywhere. It's the perfect time of year to take your next adventure off-road in a powerful Chevy Silverado. Round up the whole gang for some family fun in a Chevy Equinox. Hey kids, let's go. Or take your night on the town by storm in a stylish Chevy Blazer. Make more memories and take on the road
Logano.
wherever it leads
Top
you.
10 is Stenhouse,
Find new
Logano, Bell,
experiences,
Busher,
find new
Bowman.
roads. Find new
Then
roads at your local Chevy
Allmendinger,
dealer.
Suarez, Blaney,
Hi, I'm MRN
Chastain,
lead reporter
Riley
Steve Pulse.
Herbst.
Go behind the scenes each week with me and championship-winning crew chief Todd Gordon for MRN Crew Call.
Really proud of those guys and what they put together.
Where we talk to first-time winners. Crew chief for
Anyway.
Trackhouse Racing, Travis Mack joins us, and champions from the NASCAR Cup Series. Your 2022 championship-winning crew chief, Paul Wolf, to the Craftsman Truck Series. The championship-winning crew chief with driver Zane Smith joins us. You can download MRN Crew Call wherever you get your podcasts.
That is going to be it for me. I'll catch you next time. Peace.